Marvel with ZANPAKUTOU. Chapter 301, Shocking News. Woo! The soil mixed with the hot air and permeated the wasteland. After the huge energy beam disappeared, the remaining high temperature melted the earth and presented a gorgeous crystal. Seireitei Kenpeki was holding the sword in his hands and slashing, and behind him was a huge rift valley with a diameter of thousands of meters. Seireitei Kenpeki's situation was not good. Half of his body was baked into black coke under the high temperature. If not for his chest still rising and falling weakly, he was afraid that others would only regard him as a corpse. Ahem! Seireitei Kenpeki breathed in the hot air and coughed out 2 pieces of blood mixed with internal organs and asked, "What is the name of this move? It should not be the ordinary Zero, right? Gran Ray Zero." Grimjo also consumed a lot of energy. At this time, even standing was very difficult. He said with difficulty, "This is the exclusive Zero that only we, the 10 blades, can use. The power is enough to distort time and space. I didn't expect you to be able to block it. It's really dangerous." Seireitei Kenpeki gasped and looked down at ZANPAKUTOU, who was holding his hands, and said, "If the old man didn't teach me this move, I'm afraid I would really die this time. Can you still move? Death God?" Grimjo stood up and bent down to make a pouncing posture, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. "What do you think, Arankar?" Kenpeki waved his sword, and his face once again revealed a wild color. "The battle is not over yet. How can I fall?" Spiritual power rose again. The 2 completely different spiritual power, blue and gold, intertwined and merged, splitting the entire world in half. Air, sky, ground, plants. Everything in the world trembled under this horrible pressure. The strong wind filled with strong fighting intent once again rolled up a terrible air wave, indicating that the battle between the 2 was going to restart again. He actually, still wanted to fight. The battle intent of these 2 people was so strong that it shocked Carlson. They had already fought to such an extent, but they still continued. Were they all monsters who did not know exhaustion? But at the same time, Carlson felt a trace of relief. If not for the space freeze technique that Seoul Society had set up beforehand, half of New York would have been destroyed after this battle, let alone how many ordinary people would have died miserably. The entire space froze at this moment. The 2 powerful auras that were becoming stronger and stronger rose up, like 2 volcanoes that were about to erupt with destructive energy. Just as everyone was focused and waiting for the battle to happen, a figure suddenly appeared and interrupted the solemn atmosphere of the confrontation between the 2. Chi-La Dash. In the middle of the 2, space was suddenly torn apart by an invisible force, and a white arm stretched out from the black turbulence. This scene stunned everyone for a moment, and their attention was attracted to the arm. Then, from the broken black hollow, a beautiful girl with short golden hair walked out. The blonde girl was wearing the same white dress as Grimjo, and her slender and white waist led people to have endless imagination, but the white bone armor covering her right arm undoubtedly told everyone her identity. It was another Arankar. Carlson's face suddenly became quite ugly, and he was even more worried about the captain. Just one Arankar was enough to give him a headache, and now there was another Arankar. Could it be that today he wanted to witness the death of a Captain Death God? God knows if Seoul Society would ask them to punish him if a captain-level Death God died. After all, to talk about the cause of this matter, it was their child who provoked it. Carlson looked at the 3 people anxiously and whispered to Death God, "Mr. Lod, there are 2 Arankar over there. Will Seoul Society send people to help?" "This? I don't know." Lod pondered a little and said, "But judging from the decision-making speed of Central 46, I'm afraid it will be too late to send reinforcements." "Then, do you want to help Captain Seireitei?" This time, Carlson was more panicked. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he did not dare to bet whether Seoul Society would be wise or not. "Carlson, don't joke," Lod said with a calm face, I am just an ordinary death god. How can I have the ability to intervene in the captain-level battle? Let's just watch obediently. Then, what if Captain Seireitei is dead? Of course it is to hold a burial ceremony and then deeply mourn. No more. What else? Coulson was speechless. On the battlefield. Looking at the blonde girl who suddenly appeared, Grimjo could not help but frown slightly, and said in a questioning tone, "Gwen, what are you doing here?" Gwen glanced at Seireitei Kenpeki, and looked at Grimjo, who was in a sorry state, and said coldly, "Grimjo, your mission should be to bring back Kars, not to tangle with Death God here, right?" Kars. Grimjo was stunned, and then his face suddenly became a little strange. Seeing his expression, Gwen instantly understood, and the coldness in his eyes became thicker and thicker. He said coldly, "Grimjo, don't tell me that you have forgotten your task? Is Kars dead?" "Humph, my task does not need you to intervene." Grimjo obviously said stubbornly, "Of course Kars is not dead. It is near the sea area. Anyway, I will take it back. Don't dilly-dally." Gwen's frosty face eased slightly as he urged, "King has been waiting in Las Noches for a long time. You should know the result of being late." "Tisk, tisk, I know. I'll take Kars back now." Grimjo's arrogant look flashed a little unnatural, turned his head and stared at Seireitei Kenpeki fiercely, saying, "Your luck is good, it seems that today is not the time of your death, but next time you are not so lucky, Captain Death God." The voice just fell. Grimjo and Gwen disappeared together. Transport? The lucky person should be you, Arankar. Seireitei Kenpeki stared at the direction of the two people leaving, and after a moment of silence, he sheathed the jagged Zanpakuto. Coulson wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Congratulations! This is the best result for Shield and human beings. Seireitei Kenpeki looked around and found them and came over, which made Coulson's heart, which had originally fallen, suddenly raised to his throat. Seireitei Kenpeki approached, the tall body looked down at the two people, and his eyes fell on Death God on the side. He frowned and said, "Lord Karl, why are you here?" Lord adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "I am Death God, who is responsible for guiding souls in the modern world. When I found spiritual power, Captain Seireitei, suddenly appeared, I naturally needed to come and take a look. Spending time on this boring work will make your sword blade more and more dull." Seireitei Kenpeki snorted, and then he seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, the old man let me come this time to ask if you are willing to go back and take over the position of captain." Lod still had a smile and replied, "The position of captain? Forgive me for not being able to take over for the time being. After all, my strength is not enough to be competent." "You are too modest, Lord Karl." Seireitei Kenpeki's eyes narrowed, and there was a faint fighting spirit rising. "The current you should have mastered Bankai, right? Captain Seireitei, please don't talk nonsense." Lod said without a change in expression, "I am just a little death god, how can I master Bankai?" "Little death god?" Seireitei Kenpeki seemed to have heard a joke, suddenly burst out laughing, turned to look at him meaningfully and said, "In the first year in the Spiritual Arts Academy, you can already master Zanpakuto Shikai, and the man who won the favor of 10 captains, known as a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years, can't be called little dot. This is a big news." One by one, the heavy news shocked Coulson. It turned out that the death god they first met was actually a genius in the entire Soul Society. Most importantly, this death god, who was called Lord Karl, had the qualifications and strength to take over captain. Chapter 302, The Plot Thickens. Captain Seireitei. Lord's eyes slightly opened a crack and said coldly, "You seem to have too many words today. It is rare to see such a title in 1,000 years. It is just a joke in the school. It can't be true. Such obvious nonsense, Even Zaraki Kenpeki, this kind of rough person, can see it, let alone the shrewd Coulson next to him. There was a conspiracy. And it was a great conspiracy. Coulson, who had a keen sense of smell, decisively detected the familiar scent of conspiracy from this conversation. Why would Death God, who was known as a genius that was rarely seen in 1,000 years and even had the ability to take over the position of captain, appear in the world far away from soul society and do such a boring and mundane job of guiding souls? Or what made this genius rather stay away from soul society and hide his strength than go back to take over the position of captain? Coulson's pupils slightly trembled, and he suddenly remembered something. According to the information collected before, Soul Society had only a total of 13 captains, which had never changed for tens of thousands of years. Since he let Lord Karl go back and take over the position of captain, did it mean that Soul Society's current captain was not in a full state, but lacked a part of the important combat power? Then think deeper. Soul Society was so eager to let Lord inherit the position of captain. Did it contain another meaning? Since Soul Society's combat power had not completely recovered from the 1,000 Years' War, but because of the two great hidden dangers of the increasingly powerful Hollow and the Quincy family, he had to recall the living power to strengthen himself? While Coulson was thinking, the conversation continued. So, you refuse? Zaraki Kenpeki scratched his head and said with some frustration, if the old man knows that I did not brought you back, he will come to nag me again. Do you want to take you back forcibly? He is not good at persuading people, but he is very good at tying people up. With the idea of not forcing people to move, Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes became more and more dangerous, and even spiritual power around him showed signs of rising, which made Coulson on the side nervous, afraid that he would be swept in as cannon fodder. Lod looked a little helpless and sighed, Captain Zaraki, I shouldn't be the only one who can inherit the title of captain in the Soul Society, right? But you are the most suitable candidate. Zaraki Kenpeki took another step forward, and his eyes were extremely oppressive, staring at Lod, and said, Lord Karl, what happened that night that forced a man like you to run away for 300 years? Running away for 300 years? Coulson pricked up his ears. His intuition told him that this matter was very important. Perhaps this had a great connection with why Lod appeared in the modern world and was unwilling to take over the position of captain. Nothing happened. Lod was silent for a moment, then shook his head. But Coulson, who was at the side, noticed that deep in the depths of Lod's eyes, there was an extremely obscure flash of anger when he said this. Although it was only a flash, Coulson was sure that he was not mistaken. As one of Agent's compulsory courses of micro-expressions, he could dig out the most subtle psychological state from a person's facial expression. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Zaraki Kenpeki shook his head and turned away with the sword, leaving a sentence, remember to go back a few more times when you are free, so that the old man will not talk about you every day. Well, I know. Lod nodded slightly and watched Zaraki Kenpeki step into the realm gate. Now, there were only two people left. Lod stared at Coulson without saying a word. Mr. Lod. I won't tell anyone. Coulson suddenly broke out in sweat. He remembered that he seemed to have heard something he shouldn't have heard. He thought that he wouldn't be killed to silence him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lod saw through Agent's thoughts at a glance and immediately dispelled his thoughts. Really? Really? Coulson was skeptical. After all, as Agent's habit, it was difficult to completely trust a person, not to mention that the other party was not necessarily a person. Lod felt a little funny and asked, then why don't you tell me why I want to kill you? Seeing this, Coulson felt relieved. He scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look, I heard so many secrets. Isn't it normal to kill people to silence them? Don't compare humans with Death God. Lod gave a self-deprecating smile and said, moreover, these things are not a secret. The entire Soul Society knows. Otherwise, How could Captain Zaraki say it in front of you? That's true. Coulson laughed and thought that he was worrying too much. Some of the things that they thought were confidential were just because they knew too little information, but from Soul Society's point of view, it could not be considered confidential. Coulson hesitated for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he was ready to commit suicide. He asked, Mr. Laud, can I ask why you are not willing to take over the position of captain? You have too many questions. Laud's eyes flickered slightly as he revealed a trace of a dangerous aura. Spiritual power suddenly surged out from his body. Plop! Coulson was pressed to the ground by this aura. It was as if thousands of kilograms of weight had fallen down, causing the bones and muscles in his entire body to let out cries of pain. The shattered ground around him even cracked once more as if it were first struck by a heavy hammer. Sorry. Coulson's face was flushed red, and he felt that his breathing had become extremely difficult. It was as if he would be crushed into meat paste at any moment, and these words popped out from between his teeth. Spiritual power suddenly disappeared. Huff 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 huff. Coulson panted greedily. He looked at the cold Laud with lingering fear in his eyes. He was glad that the other party did not really want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have definitely died just now. This is the second time. Laud said lightly, there are only 3 times that a person can be kind. I hope that next time, you won't use my kindness to do something beyond the boundaries, Coulson. Yes. I understand, Mr. Laud. Facing the Laud who turned hostile faster than flipping through a book, Coulson could only choose to swallow the bitter fruit and remember in his heart that he must not court death next time. Humph! Laud snorted coldly, and then Ho-Ho disappeared. Coulson waited for a long time. After confirming that Laud really left, he dialed the contact information of the soy egg. Hello. Director Fury? I have a very important report about the codenamed Death Gods file. Chapter 303, Debate. SHIELD, the Trihorn Wing Building. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, Steve, and Hill were all gathered in this office, and each of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Everyone in this office was Nick Fury, who was more at ease and trusted, and all of them were gathered here because of a great battle that had happened a few hours ago. After reading the information that Coulson had sorted out, Nick Fury, who was already a late stage of suspicion, suddenly became even more sleepless. Since the appearance of the Espada, he found that everything was running in a direction that he could not control. Countless conspiracies were intertwined, like dark undercurrents flowing under a quagmire. First, it was Jugram Hashwalth, who symbolized the annihilation of the soul, who claimed to be reviving the great Wandenreich. He led a group which their abilities were all in an unknown state. Stern Ritter. For thousands of years, this mysterious force quietly lurked in the modern world and was still carrying out some unknown conspiracy. According to Steve Rogers' report, when he was in charge of the battlefield of the Hydra headquarters 70 years ago, he had seen Jugram Hashwalth appear with his own eyes, and the latter used some unknown means to attract a large number of Hollow to the modern world. As for the details of this raid mission, due to some special reason, the inspector at that time thought it was an illusion caused by a long-term battle, so it was not recorded into the file. So that if Rogers had not personally mentioned it, no one would know about it until now. As for the source of that special power, Steve said bluntly that he did not know either. It was just that when he was fighting with Hollow, he suddenly awakened this power under high emotional stimulation. Secondly, what made Nick Fury feel uneasy was that the power that appeared during this battle with Death God and Arrancar had already caused far more destructive power than when they first met. If not for Soul Society's space freeze technique, the entire Manhattan would have been reduced to a battlefield. By then, the casualties of the civilians, as well as the damage to the buildings, would be no less than a modern war. And through this battle, some things revealed made all the elites present feel fear and uneasiness deep in their hearts. Whether it was the Arrancar that appeared in human form, the Quincy who had been dormant for thousands of years, or the gradually recovering soul society. The three forces clamped each other, maintaining a delicate balance, and the human being was caught in the middle of them, like a leaf in the ocean. There was a huge crisis of being capsized by the waves at any time. Then the problem in front of humanity now was how they should protect themselves and not be destroyed by the powerful forces of the three sides. Tell me your thoughts. Nick Fury rubbed the corners of his eyes. His brows revealed a deep exhaustion. He had not slept for an entire day. During this time, he had to be distracted to deal with the questions from above. It could be said that he was exhausted. Coulson, who had participated in the entire battle and witnessed the battle, looked at the solemn and uneasy expressions of the people around him and spoke first. I think the most important task at the moment is to monitor and search. All the information related to the Quincy is missing, and at the same time, establish a closer cooperation relationship with Soul Society. Other than Steve, after hearing Coulson's suggestion, the others all showed a hint of surprise. Barton and Natasha frowned, as if they did not agree with his point of view. Da da. Da da. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingertips on the table. He said calmly, "What's the reason?" "Coulson, I need to know the reason for your actions." "The reason is actually very simple, Director." Coulson cleared his throat and said seriously, "No matter how wary and careful we are of Death God, in essence, they are the defenders of the order and will not cause a large-scale destructive blow to the current human society." "I do not agree with your point of view, Coulson." Barton heard this and got up to argue, "You are too naive. Even if Death God is the protector of order, how can you be sure that the order they maintain must be the same as the order we want?" Barton's worry is correct. Natasha echoed from the side, "You have seen the destructive power that Death God can cause. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we can't hand over the right to decide the fate of mankind to Soul Society." Natasha is very reasonable. Barton then added, "Besides, what does the hatred between Death God and the Quincy have to do with us humans? If we rush to the side, we can only attract trouble for ourselves." Although Coulson had a good temper, after being ridiculed by the two people with guns and sticks, he was also angry and retorted, "With the current strength of human beings, between Soul Society and the Wandenreich, we are nothing. Coulson, don't forget your position. You are a human, not Death God. We want the highest priority of human interests." Barton said angrily. "Human? Hee. It was fine not to mention this matter, but when Coulson was mentioned, he was full of anger. He asked, "Then may I ask if you are thinking about this from the perspective of a human, or from the perspective of the US? Is there a difference?" "No. That's enough." Nick Fury slapped the table and interrupted the two men. "I didn't ask you to come here to quarrel, nor to discuss whose butt is unstable." "Humph." Barton and Coulson stopped arguing and sat down silently. "Captain Rogers, what do you think?" Nick Fury turned to Steve and asked, "How do you think the current SHIELD should face these three forces?" "I agree with Coulson." Steve Rogers muttered to himself for a moment before his gaze swept across everyone's faces. "The reason is just like what Coulson said. No matter how dangerous Soul Society is, at least from the surface, they are still dedicated to maintaining order. On the other hand, we can already judge that Quincy and Hollow are the threat. Just from their appearance several times, their threat level is far higher than Soul Society's." "You mean, leaning towards the Soul Realm and opposing the Quincy?" Nick Fury frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with this answer. "Yes." Steve Rogers said lightly, "Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. The final decision lies in you. I'll think about it again." Nick Fury closed his eyes and waved his hand. "All of you may leave. Coulson will continue to follow up on Laud." The few of them left the office one after another. "Death God, Hollow, Quincy." Nick Fury slowly got up. He looked out the window and muttered to himself, what exactly happened in this world? Why did so many unknown powers suddenly appear? Could it be? As he predicted, the final battle is about to begin. Chapter 304, Hashwalth disappears. Soul Society. Located in the most central position of Seireitei, is a huge palace. The style of the entire palace is famous for its magnificence. Dozens of huge white murderous stones hold up the dome, and a straight white ladder is at the end of the stairs, which is the most sacred palace in the entire Seireitei, Soul King Palace. Of course. This Soul King Palace was just a fake that was temporarily condensed by Ryūjin, and it was used for the place where Lod lived and dealt with administrative matters. After returning with Zaraki Kenpeki appearance, Lod returned to the original body. And those terrible injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye when they were born again. In just a few breaths of time, apart from the broken Haori and the Death Tyrant suit, there was no trace of injury. Lod sat on a huge white bench, Nimue stood on one side and Grimjo and Gwen were on the two sides. Grimjo showed an envious look on the side, and his mouth was a little uncomfortable. He said, "If I had known that when I was in the Aaron car, I would have kept the superspeed regeneration." "Stop dreaming." Gwen glanced at him snappily and said, "If you choose to keep the ultra-rapid regeneration, can you still be number 6, Espada?" Although Grimjo understood the reasoning, he still felt a little sorry. He curled his lips and said, I know even without you telling me." Lod put on the new clothes that Nimue handed him and asked, "Where's Kars?" He fainted and left it in Abyss of Despair's hands. Grimjo put his hands in his pockets and suddenly seemed to think of something. He said, "He has never seen Soul Society, so he will not be exposed." "That's good." Lod nodded with satisfaction. Before capturing Kars' actions, Lod had warned them not to let Kars see Soul Society or expose their relationship with him. Fortunately, Grimjo did not forget this. Gwen asked curiously, "Sir, when can Kars break through?" "Wait a bit more. It's not the right time yet." Lod rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "Seal Kars for the time being. Don't let him wake up. Wait for me to find the right time to break the mask." "I understand, my lord." Gwen immediately understood what Lod meant, indicating that he would do it. The reason why he was not in a hurry to let Kars be disfigured. In fact, Lod had two aspects to consider. Firstly, at the moment, 3 Aaron Kar was enough. If the number suddenly increased, it was easy to make the entire Soul Society lack spiritual energy supply. Secondly, Lod did not intend to let Kars know his true identity, especially before the territory of the Hueco Mundo. If a person like Kars appeared in Soul Society, it would easily disrupt the situation he had worked hard to set up. Therefore, the most important task at the moment was to find a space suitable to become Hueco Mundo. As more and more Hollow appeared in the modern world, he had to find an environment suitable for Hollow to survive as soon as possible. Otherwise, the gradually expanding Hollow would turn the entire world into a battlefield. This was something that Lod did not want to see. But as a result, the problem came again. The establishment of Soul Society originated from the Shattering Hell. If he wanted to establish Hueco Mundo, it meant that he needed another Shattering Hell. Shattering Hell, how difficult was it? The last time he faced Gabriel and Lucifer, the scene of him almost dying with all his strength was still vivid in his mind. The hell fragments were basically all in the hands of those demon kings. If he wanted to get the pieces, he had to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The degree of danger was self-evident. Even the current Lod did not have much confidence. The only seemingly feasible method seemed to be only to rely on luck. He wanted to see when the system would be merciful and swipe a fragment from the special store. But this possibility was very slim. With this dog system's character, even if he really got a hell fragment, he would probably be deterred by the price. After thinking about it for a long time, there was no result. Lod let out a sigh of relief and forced himself to stop thinking about it. He supported his head with one hand and asked, Nimue, Hashwolf has been gone for 10 days. Is there any news? Not yet, brother. Nimue shook his head and said gloomily, I called him several times through Hell's Butterfly, but Hashwolf did not reply. He should be okay, right? He should be fine for now. Lod frowned slightly and said, but I can't sense what exactly happened. Hashwolf was born into his soul fragment, so the two of them were one. Not only could they sense Hashwolf's state, but he could even let his will cross time and space and descend into Hashwolf's body when necessary. Hashwolf was not hurt at the moment, so theoretically, there should be no problem. But the problem was, Lod discovered that his connection with Hashwolf seemed to have been forcibly cut off by some kind of power. He could only sense the state of the latter, but he could not let his will descend. How could it be? As the only person who knew about Hashwolf's situation, Nimue was suddenly a little panicked. Should we go and find him? If something happens to Hashwolf, brother, you. Nimue did not say the second half of her sentence, but Lod understood what she meant. He and Hashwolf were an existence of one heart. Once Hashwolf died, Lod, who was the main body of the soul, would also suffer heavy injuries. Lod frowned. He was thinking about who it was that had the ability to trap Hashwolf. With Hashwolf's current strength, although the entire Marvel world was not on the table, there were only a handful of people on Earth who could touch him. First of all, Sorcerer Supreme was definitely not. Hashwolf went to Europe to retrieve the remnant page of the Dark Book of Darkness. Ancient One had neither the standpoint nor reason to imprison Hashwolf. Then among the remaining people, who else? Lod frowned and fell into deep thought. Let me go. Grimjo volunteered to come out and took the initiative. He said, I was not satisfied with the fight just now. You did not use your real strength at all. You can take this opportunity to see how strong I am now. My lord, I can go too. Gwen followed him and bowed her head. With me and Grimjo, 2 Espada, even if we can't beat the other, we can retreat. Let us first test who is behind this plot against Lord Hashwolf. The combat strength of the 2 Espada level Arrancar could indeed guarantee that even if they were no match, they could still escape unscathed. Looking at the entire Earth, people who had the ability to defeat 2 10 blades behind, if not for the blessing of the divine artifact, even Big Boss might not be able to do it. Woo! Lod's eyes wandered around the two people, and after a moment, he nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. Go find out why Hashwolf disappeared. But remember, once you encounter an invincible existence, immediately retreat to Soul Society. Do not linger in battle, understand? Yes, my lord. Understood. Grimjo and Gwen nodded and agreed, and then turned and left Soul King Palace. Chapter 305, System Update. Ding dash dash. Detected update content of the system. After confirming the system update, please prepare accordingly. The sudden system update notification made Lod feel a little confused. This dog system can still be updated? Looking at the entire Transmigrator army, Lod felt that his system might be the most backward. It had been 1,202 years. Under such a great pressure in the system industry, if other people's system couldn't transform into humans, or just act cute and play tricks, then his system was still like an old antique from 10 years ago. Other than occasionally making a bubble to prove that he was still there, the rest of the time he was like a brain-paralyzed penguin, asking for money. If this thing had a post-sale evaluation, then he would definitely give this dog system a half-star bad evaluation. But unfortunately, he couldn't give a bad review. Originally, Lod was already used to this dog system, but now it suddenly told him that it was going to be updated. This was like Nobita, who often had 0 points in the exams next door. One day, he suddenly scored 100 points. Needless to say, he knew that there was definitely something fishy. Regarding Hashwolf's disappearance, although Lod was also very anxious, but compared to the system's unprecedented update, he could only put it aside for now. Nimue, you can go out first. Lod suppressed his excitement and did not show any expression. He waved his hand and said, I want to be alone for a while. If nothing major happens, no one is allowed to enter Soul King Palace. I understand, brother. Nimue nodded heavily. Nimue's big eyes revealed a touch of worry, but she still chose to follow Lod's order and left the Soul King Palace with small steps. Boom! The two doors made entirely of murderous stones completely closed after Nimue left. Please confirm, do you want to proceed with this update? Note, this update will take 3 days. During this period, the host will be unconscious. Please confirm the safety of the surroundings. Would you like to update? The system urged again. Confirm, update. Lod took a deep breath. After calming down his excitement, he said calmly. 3, 2, 1. System update begins. Wang. Lod suddenly felt his vision go black. Then, a strong sense of weightlessness spread throughout his body. It was as if he was being dragged by an invisible force into an endless abyss. Falling. 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 This process was extremely long, and Lod's consciousness was always in a hazy state. He felt as if he was falling down endlessly, and then he was swallowed by endless darkness. He didn't know how long had passed. The never-ending fall finally stopped, and Lod's consciousness suddenly woke up from the trance. However, the scene that came into view shocked Lod. What appeared before his eyes was the embryonic form of the world that was currently in a state of chaos. As for why it was called the embryonic form, Lod was not very clear in his heart. It was only because when he saw this world, he could not help but think of the first word that came to his mind. So beautiful. Beautiful nebulas were born or destroyed in a flash. This was a brilliance that no scenery in the world could match. Even Lod was deeply attracted and subconsciously praised the beauty of the universe. It was the beauty of order and also the beauty of chaos. The rules that were born when they were born seemed to flow right in front of their eyes, and the power that was interwoven when they were destroyed was also terrifying. But even in the beautiful scenery, it could not hide the doubts in Lod's heart. Where was this? And why was he here? It was clearly just a system update. Why would such a strange scene appear? This was a strange world. The nebula that was born was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and the nebula that was destroyed was born in the blink of an eye. There was neither life nor death. Forward and backward were happening randomly, and the world was chaotic. But to this world, Lod was like a transparent bystander. He had neither the ability to change nor the ability to touch the world. He could only quietly watch the process of the world's development. The state of chaos lasted for a long time, a long time. After repeated destruction and creation, this monotonous cycle repeated for several trillion times, the entire world finally underwent a slight change, and a person was born from it. It was an existence that had the characteristics and size of a human, but was shrouded in light blue light. From the moment he was born, the world of chaos finally welcomed order. Forward and back were no longer random, turning into chains of time. Destruction and creation were no longer repeated, dividing the boundaries of life and death. It could be said that it was precisely because of his appearance that the world of incomplete was mended, allowing all things to have life and death, allowing time to advance and retreat. But, this was not enough. Even though the world was beginning to show order, the light blue figure was not satisfied with that. Although the world was large, it was too lonely to be alone. He wanted more companions to make the world more colorful. So, he opened his eyes. It was a pair of star-like pupils, flowing with a majesty that was as vast and boundless as the stars. Along with the light blue figure slowly raising his left hand, it was as if the entire world was moving forward and accelerating. Hollow. Perhaps because it was too lonely and empty for hollow, it subconsciously uttered this word. The world responded to its will. Thus, from the initial chaos, a human-shaped creature covered in a white bone mask was born. Its chest was pitch black and empty, and its eyes flickered with the most scarlet color. The aura of violence and slaughter pervaded its entire body. Human. It seemed to realize its mistake, so it corrected its will. Thus, a second creature was born in the world. This creature had a similar appearance to him, no longer wrapped in light blue light, and no longer had the power to transform the world like he did. But unfortunately, he had made a wrong estimation, a species created by himself. Hollow was born out of fear of loneliness and emptiness. The people were born with hope for the future. The two were essentially existences that could not coexist. Therefore, the two species started a war in this world where order was first discovered. However, the group of the people was too weak. They did not inherit his power and had almost no ability to resist, so they could only allow him to kill and devour them. The number of the entire group began to decrease rapidly. Finally, he realized his mistake. If they allowed the hollow to grow any further, all the people would eventually be devoured. This result was undoubtedly betraying the initial thoughts of him. Hollow was a wrong existence. He wanted to make up for the mistakes he made, so he began to eliminate these hollow. Chapter 306, Soul King. It was both to save the world and to save the people. As the first existence of the world, his power was no match for Hollow. He killed the Hollow one by one with absolute power. However, the result of this action caused the world that had stabilized to gradually return to chaos. Everything had a positive and negative side, just like the yin and yang side of life. Hollow symbolized fear and death, while people symbolized hope and life. The two were like yin and yang intersecting, jointly building the world's order. Although Hollow could devour people, it did not mean that its existence was wrong. It was because of the existence of Hollow that the boundaries between life and death were completely divided. And when the people were engulfed in fear, there was still a small portion of the people. They had the courage to face death and fear, thus obtaining a higher level of evolution. And there were 6 people who originally had this power. Although they were not as powerful as his power, these 6 people also inherited one of the original powers. They unanimously agreed that if he continued to destroy Hollow, it would cause the world to regress back to the state of chaos, so they discussed pushing the world to undergo revolution. But there were some differences in the 6 people's thoughts. Some wanted to control his power, some wanted to establish new order, some wanted to push the stagnant world, some wanted to create a harmonious world, and the last wanted to make up for the Hollow of the world. In the end, the 6 of them discovered that if they wanted to achieve their goal, they would need to divide this chaotic world into 3, balance each other, and build the most stable world order together. The only person who possessed such power was the him who was born in this world. Thus, the 6 of them suddenly attacked and ambushed him. The process went very smoothly, and even the wisest fat monk among the 6 felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Because from beginning to end, he had never resisted. It was as if he had already known of this scene and was watching them with his indifferent eyes. The 6 who rebelled against the Creator were afraid of his power, so they ripped off his arms that symbolized stillness and forward, plucked out his heart that gave all things the power of miracles, and took his the source of power, the lock knot, finally cut off his legs, made it into a human stick, and sealed it into the crystal. They created to be the killing and control. The Creator who had no ability to resist and used it as a wedge, dividing the world into 3. Among them, the most wise fat monk opened up a world alone and was responsible for monitoring the imprisoned him. The remaining 5 people called themselves the 5 Great Nobles, lived in soul society, established 13 divisions, and crowned the original him in the name of the Soul King. Although he had already guessed some, when Laud really heard that the 6 people called him Soul King, there was still a huge wave in his heart. He was the Soul King. A sad existence that was betrayed by his own creation, as a wedge connecting the 3 worlds, imprisoned in the palace. And the original 6 people, their identities were obviously on the verge of being revealed. The most wisest fat monk who had his eye on the future monk, Ichib. The person who pursues the principles of order is Kukaki, the person who wants to move the world forward is Shihaoran, the person who wants to live in peace is Shiba, the person who wants to control the power of the Soul King is Tsunya Shiro, and the person who wants to fill the void in the world is. The 5 great nobles had obtained what they wanted. A world full of order and integrity that would only move forward and not retreat. There was no emptiness or chaos. But had all of this really ended? From the perspective of a bystander, Laud, who had witnessed Death God's history, had a question in his heart. The eyes of the Soul King symbolized omnipotence. It was the power to change the world and even fate. It was impossible to hide things that happened in the future and in the past from his eyes. Not to mention whether the 6 people were qualified to challenge him or not. When they attacked, the Soul King remained the same, calm and indifferent expression. It was obvious that he had already foreseen this scene. Rather than saying that it was being imprisoned, it was better to say that all of this was the result of the Soul King's voluntary decision. He was voluntarily imprisoned in a palace as an important wedge connecting the 3 realms. Then, he used his omniscient and omnipotent eyes to silently watch the development of the 3 realms through the layers of seals laid out outside. To him, inside the seal of this palace, or outside the seal of this palace, there was essentially no difference. Of course, the above was purely his personal guess. After all, the Soul King had become a human stick, and it was still locked inside the crystal and could not speak, so who knew the specific facts? What Laud wanted to know the most now was not the past of the Soul King and the conspiracy of the 5 great nobles, but the system update. What did it have to do with the past history? It couldn't be because his name was Soul King Development System, so he had to let him see how the Soul King turned into a human stick, right? Wasn't it a little too evil? Although this system was usually more like a dog, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Just as Laud was thinking hard and unable to figure it out, he raised his head in boredom, and his gaze suddenly collided with the Soul King imprisoned in the crystal. His originally calm heart suddenly violently throbbed. Soul King seemed to be looking at him. At first, Laud thought that this was an illusion. It was related to the angle he was looking at the Soul King. That was why he had this feeling. But as Laud slowly moved his feet and walked to the side of the crystal, the eyes of the Soul King imprisoned in the crystal actually moved slowly with him. Hiss! Laud couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The hairs on his entire back stood on end. Soul King, he was really looking at him. That pair of eyes of omniscient and omnipotent seemed to have penetrated through the layers of space-time barriers, silently landing on his body. You can see me? Laud calmed himself down and stared at the Soul King in the crystal. He urgently asked, "Did you know that I would come? Or did you see me?" However, the Soul King within the crystal did not answer his question. System update complete. Host is about to return. 10, 9, 8. Wait, let me finish asking the last question. Seeing that there was not much time left, Laud no longer cared about it. He suddenly rushed to the crystal and stared at the Soul King with a cold gaze. Tell me, the appearance of the system, is it related to you? 3, 2, 1. The countdown officially ended, and Laud was once again shrouded in darkness. However, when the last ray of light disappeared, a voice that could not distinguish between men and women, age, or anything special quietly entered Laud's ears. I am waiting, you. This system has been updated. New function is as follows. New daily mission. After completion, you will receive rich rewards. 2. New battlefield in the heart. Spend a certain amount of soul to allow the host to experience the situation and transform into other characters to fight. Successfully obtain part of the character's experience, skills, spiritual power, and others. Chapter 307, Battlefield in the Heart. The system update ended. When Laud opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the Soul King Palace. It seemed that everything he had seen before was a dream, but he knew that it was not a dream, but something that had really happened. When he was about to leave, the Soul King imprisoned in the crystal actually said that he was waiting for him. And this sentence undoubtedly confirmed one thing. That was the Soul King imprisoned in the crystal, who had always been able to see him as an observer. Countless questions surfaced in Lod's mind, making him sit on the chair in silence for a long time. He believed that the Soul King was not a person who spoke without reason. Since he had chosen to respond, then there must be a deeper reason why he left this message before leaving. Was it an invitation? Or a message? The truth was already unknown, and Lod could no longer ask the Soul King about it. But the only thing that was certain was that this so-called Soul King development system was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The unknown was always the most terrifying. He had never thought deeply about the source of the system, but now he had to face it head-on, the fear that he had been deeply buried in the bottom of his heart. System. Soul King. Lod sat on the throne, his eyes seemed to pass through layers of time and space, as deep as the vast starry sky. No matter what you are planning, as long as I am strong enough, I don't need to be afraid of you. True. At present, he still needed to rely on the power of the system, but this did not mean that he would need to rely on the power of the system in the future. Do not forget, this was Marvel World. As long as the opportunity and planning were appropriate, it was not difficult to surpass the system and surpass the Soul King. Who? Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air, calmed his agitated mood, and turned his eyes to the update content. The two new functions of the system. For him, who lacked everything at the moment, it was definitely a timely help. First, it was daily mission. The new mission system was different from the random missions that had been released in the past. Instead, it refreshed some fixed missions every month. The difficulty was high and low. For example, eliminating a certain amount of hollow, guiding a certain amount of souls into the soul burial, or achieving certain special achievements, as well as the last series of death-seeking missions, etc. The daily mission series was not only diverse, but even the rewards were different. According to the difficulty level, there was a great difference in mutation. There was no lack of other types, which were achievement tasks purely based on rewards. Secondly, the challenge mission of the Deathly series, Summon, seize the Time Stone, release the Goddess of Death Hela, and other tasks. The basic reward was the beginning of the superior soul, and there were even many script and bankai. On the other hand, the remaining missions that were relatively easy to complete, such as eliminating Great Hollow, guiding souls, and so on, were obviously much worse in terms of rewards. Although according to the difficulty of the mission, the final rewards were different, at least after the mission failed, there was no penalty mechanism. On this point, there was a big difference from the previous missions. The daily missions of the system update were equivalent to the monthly fixed salary. Even if they only completed the simplest mission, it could save Lod a lot of effort, provided that Frank and Tony had enough liver. As for the second new function of the system, the battlefield in the heart, this aroused Lod's interest. Through the function of battlefield in the heart, paying a small amount of soul as a fee could allow him to experience the real world and engage in a life and death battle with any character in the original work. Then the system will be rated according to the result. If the highest rating is obtained, the character can be randomly selected, including but not limited, spiritual power, combat experience, swordsmanship, skills, etc. Only you can't imagine that you can't get it without you. The prerequisite for all of this is that you can obtain the highest evaluation. The battlefield in the heart, the benefits were not limited to this. In addition to obtaining various rich rewards and surprises, it also allowed people to experience the most real life and death duel experience. This was exactly what Lod lacked the most. In fact, he had long realized his lack of battle experience. It is like many times in the battle, there will be unnecessary waste of spiritual power, as well as the angle of the sword, etc. It is more lacking than the real captain, but spiritual power this one made up for his shortcomings. But if faced with a stronger enemy, when spiritual power can't crush the enemy, then the shortcomings will be exposed and become the most fatal factor. The masters are not trained, but they are shot out. Lod has always agreed with this sentence. In the original work of Bleach, Kurosaki Ichigo is shot out, Yamamoto Genryusai is shot out, Anohana Retsu is shot out, Zaraki Kenpeki is shot out, even Aizen, this kind of behind-the-scenes boss, the combat experience is very rich. Therefore, this battlefield in the heart was the thing that Lod really needed right now. However, the only thing that was a bit of a pain in the ass was this battlefield in the heart. The characters that appeared on the stage would be refreshed immediately, and the characters would switch automatically every 15 days, or they could choose to forcibly refresh the characters with their souls. I hope I can have an opponent worthy of my full strength. Lod closed his eyes and silently prayed in his heart. He then softly said, "System, use the battlefield in the heart." Ding dash dash. This is the first time the host uses the battlefield in the heart function. You can challenge an S-level character for free. Listening to the system prompt, Lod slowly opened his eyes. The corner of his eyebrows could not help but twitch. C. Ishida Yuri, early stage of Quincy. Challenge fee, 100 * inferior soul. B class, Kurosaki Ichigo, Fullbring chapter. Challenge fee, 10 medium soul. SS rank, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, peak of 1000 Years War. Challenge fee, 10 * high grade souls. SS rank, Aizen Saoshuk, Hagyaku period. Challenge fee, 10 * high grade souls. S rank, Kyoriko Shunsui. Challenge fee, 50 * medium soul. S rank, Anohana Yachiru. Challenge fee, 50 * medium soul. The lineup was extremely luxurious. Looking at the people above, other than Ishida and Kurosaki Ichigo, the rest were all peerless experts. SS rank is not included in consideration. Yamamoto and Aizen are too OP, you should avoid it. So the only thing that can be chosen is Anohana and Kyoriko Shunsui. Kyoriko Shunsui. Forget it. Lod thought about it and gave up on this choice. In the face of Kyoriko Shunsui at his peak, with his Bankai revealed during the war, he could absolutely crush him from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Kaiten Kaikotsu's ability was really a bit abnormal, and he was somewhat restrained from a certain extent. So, there was only one choice left. Chapter 308, Anohana. Challenging Anohana Retsu. Lod took a deep breath and said. Challenge, Heart of Anohana Yachiru. First challenge exempt fee, double the reward after the settlement. Wait a minute. Anohana Yachiru? Lod suddenly looked confused and had a bad feeling. But the system did not give him the chance to ask. Challenge officially begins. Battle scene, Hell. As the voice of the system fell, the time and space in front of Lod suddenly changed. What appeared in front of him was an endless huge plain, dry and cracked surface, high and low mountain rocks, and the air was filled with uncomfortable hot air. This was the prison that was originally located in the deepest part of the central 46 room, which was used to imprison Aizen. Even if Lod was also a first time to see hell. It was just like its name, time, space, and suffering. There were no signs of life here. It was an extremely dark environment. If not for the fact that he, spiritual power, was strong, he wouldn't be able to see anything. In addition, the deathly silent atmosphere made people feel depressed. Step. 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 Soft footsteps came from the darkness in front of him. Needless to say, the newcomer was definitely Anohana Retsu. Lod's pupils shrank slightly and immediately pulled out Zanpakuto, staring at the gradually clear figure in the darkness. As the footsteps gradually approached, the silhouette of the figure became clearer and clearer. By condensing spiritual power in his eyes, he could still see in this dark environment as if it was daytime. Finally, he saw it. A pair of animated eyes, even in the darkness, were as bright and resplendent as the sun. The long black hair was casually scattered down, and the black clothes that clung to his body were vividly displayed. Anohana. Retsu. Laud was secretly shocked. This seemed to be slightly different from the sister Anohana in his impression. You got the wrong person. A trace of surprise flashed on the woman's beautiful face. She frowned slightly and said coldly, "My name is Anohana Yachiru, not Anohana Retsu." Yachiru? Aren't you called Anohana Retsu? The corners of Laud's eyes twitched slightly, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. What do you mean? The woman's eyes were as sharp as sword. She said lightly, I have mastered all the schools and swordsmanship in the world, so I named myself Yachiru. As for the Retsu you mentioned, I don't know her at all. Laud, oh. Although I don't know who you are. Anohana Yachiru pulled out ZANPAKUTOU, which was like a crescent moon on her waist, and then a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But since you have come to the infernal realm, please me with your life. Boom! With the sharp sword out of the sheath, the overwhelming killing intent instantly invaded the whole space. Right now, Anohana Yachiru was emitting an extremely dangerous aura from her entire body. She was like a completely different person from before. It was as if she was a fierce beast that had awakened and was currently baring its sharp claws and teeth at him. Just how many people had she killed to be able to temper such a terrifying killing intent? It was only their eyes that met, but Laud felt a chill all over his body. It was as if he had been cut into thousands of pieces in an instant. Sword felt as if he was seeing an illusion. It was as if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood formed from piles of minced meat. Then, a strong and pungent smell of blood rushed straight into his nose. If it was purely based on killing intent, even the killing intent of Zaraki Kenpeki was not comparable to 1/10 of the killing intent of the Anohana at this moment. Yachiru? 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 A memory suddenly emerged in Laud's mind, and then his pupils suddenly shrank to the tip of a needle. He finally remembered. The Anohana was changed into the word Retsu after joining the Godi 13 and becoming the captain of 4th Division. Before she was appointed as the captain of 4th Division, her original name was called Yachiru. She swept the world with the name of the first-generation Kenpeki. She boasted that she controlled all the schools and swordsmanship in the world. The souls that died under her hands might be more than those that died under Primera Espada. In order to confirm this idea, Laud looked at Anohana Retsu's chest. Don't misunderstand, he is not playing rogue, but seeking proof. Sure enough, there is no scar. After seeing the smooth and white skin above the sternum, Laud could finally be sure that his guess was not wrong. If it was the later captain of 4th Division, Anohana Retsu, there would be a scar pierced by Zaraki Kenpeki on her chest, and it was because of this incident that she gave up the name of the first-generation Kenpeki and took over the captain of 4th Division. The woman in front of him. It was the Azura of the first generation of Kenpeki, Anohana Yachiru. The dog system tricked me. Laud felt like vomiting blood in an instant. No wonder he felt that something was wrong at the beginning. It was the first-generation Kenpeki that he challenged. He admitted that he wanted to pick the soft persimmon at first and determined that Anohana Retsu, who was the 4th Division captain, would not be serious, so he chose this gentle and beautiful big sister. But he never expected that this dog system actually tricked him. What was waiting for him was not the gentle big sister of 4th Division, but the first-generation Kenpeki. But it was too late. Now, no matter how regretful he was, he could only choose to face the wind. In fact, in the depths of his heart, after knowing that it was Anohana Yachiru, not only did he not have a trace of fear, but he was actually cheering, as if he could not wait to fight with the person in front of him. Come on! Yachiru! Laud lowered his head and licked his dry lips, issuing a challenge to the person in front of him. Let me see just how powerful the first generation Kenpeki is. Anohana Yachiru frowned, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. He said, don't you intend to use Bankai on your Zanpakuto? Then why don't you use Bankai? Laud asked. He knew that this was not a kind reminder, but Anohana was afraid that the enemy was too weak and did not let her enjoy the battle. Everything was over. Want to see my Bankai? Anohana Yachiru squinted, and the killing intent rose several levels again, like a tsunami, surging out. That depends on whether you have the ability to force out my Bankai. Then you have to be careful. Laud's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, and he pointed sword to Anohana Yachiru and said, don't die under my hands before you use Bankai. The first generation of Kenpeki, as a training, is perfect. It was a good opportunity to test how strong he was now, and to what extent could he do against Soul Society, a veteran expert. Flowery words. Anohana Yachiru smiled and said, but if you can really kill me, maybe I will be very grateful to you. Chapter 309, Duel. Spiritual power was boiling. Two completely different forces of spiritual power burst out from their bodies, like a volcano that had been silent for a long time. The majestic momentum carried the wind and waves, and they collided fiercely. Laud stepped on Ho-Ho and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Sword's light suddenly appeared from the darkness, drawing a sharp cold light, straight towards the back of the woman's white neck. Anohana Yachiru was not the least bit surprised, as if she had already expected this scene. Her footsteps were light like a butterfly as she stepped on the ground. She turned her body in a relaxed manner, allowing sword to sweep past her eyes and cut off a strand of black silk. When his sword missed, Laud knew that things were not good. However, before he could adjust his posture and change the next wave of attacks, a slender and white hand pressed on his sword's handle. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded along with the fragrant wind blowing by his ear. This is not how to use a sword. Anohana Yachiru smiled and said lightly, let me teach you the real usage of swordsmanship. Zhang dash. Both swords let out a soft cry, and a chilling light flashed from the bottom up. In this pitch-black hell, it was as if there was a bright crescent moon, emitting a faint radiance as cold as ice. Chi-la. Anohana's sword, which had an astonishing arc like a crescent moon, easily broke through Laud's steel skin. His chest immediately became torn open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The black Haori outside was soaked in blood, and coupled with the smile hanging at the corner of her lips, it suddenly gave this seemingly gentle neighborhood sister an indescribable, perverted beauty. Thump, thump, thump. Laud took several steps back, covering the wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen. His face was a little pale from the loss of blood. He looked up at the horrible woman in front of him. Why? What why? Anohana Yachiru said lightly. Just now, you showed mercy. Laud touched the wound on his chest and his eyes slightly jumped. He asked, the angle of sword was originally intended to cut off my head. Why did it change the trajectory in the middle? Oh, you are talking about this. Anohana Yachiru shakes the blood on her sword. She said unhurriedly, it wasn't easy to enjoy the thrill of killing. I don't want to end it so quickly, but there won't be a next time. So can you understand what I mean? I understand. As expected of the first generation Kenpeki. I was too naive. I actually wanted to force out your Bankai first. Laud took a deep breath. Sword's intention was to warn him that if he did not take out his real ability, the next time he would be dead. He had always told others that a lion needs full strength to fight a rabbit, but in the end, it was himself who first violated the biggest taboo in this battle. It was ridiculous. Through the short confrontation just now, Laud instantly came to his senses. This time, it was just a challenge, but if he were to face a real enemy one day, if he still held this kind of arrogant thought, sooner or later, he would fail miserably in an easy task. A real life and death duel, there was no second chance for him to repeat. Thank you for your guidance. Lod took a deep breath and cleared all his thoughts. There was only one thought left in his mind. Kill her. It's good that you understand. As if noticing the change in the eyes of the man in front of him, Anohana Yachiru's lips curled up slightly. Under her seemingly calm face, a storm of crazy killing intent was brewing. She said, "Please take out all your strength, and then, please me. Bankai, Kamishini no Yuri." This time, Lod did not hold back. The surging spiritual power gushed out like a tsunami, directly filling up the whole space, stirring the explosive wind whistling, turning into visible ripples spreading out, plowing the nearby ground into a gully. The next moment, Sword's cry was like the roar of a dragon. The extremely violent and dazzling light of Sword directly cut through the layers of space, like the dawn breaking through the darkness, illuminating the entire hell. Kamishini no Yuri. The sword that was known as Soul Society's fastest Zanpakuto. When facing the Kamishini no Yuri for the first time, very few people could directly react. This was also the reason why Lod chose it. Reality proved that his choice was not wrong. The moment Lod attacked, Anohana Yachiru reacted. However, the speed of the Kamishini no Yuri was too terrifying, so it was still a step too late. The left shoulder was accidentally plowed out a deep wound by Sword. What a fast speed! Even I almost couldn't react. Anohana Yachiru praised, and the energy of Kide poured into the shoulder. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the bloody death tyrant suit was broken, it revealed a smooth white skin. In fact, I can be faster. Lod did not wait for Anohana Yachiru to recover. He used Ho-Ho to directly appeared in front of her. He raised the short sword in his hand and chopped down. The first generation Kenpeki would not give him time to pity. He must seize all opportunities to win. In the face of this momentum like a mountain collapsing, Anohana Retsu could not use her left hand for the time being, but the right hand holding the sword was not affected at all. The sword was handed out at an extremely tricky angle and hit the weakest point of Lod and sword. Dang! The two swords collided, and the sound of metal rang out. Anohana Yachiru's seemingly weak body burst forth with an astonishing amount of strength. In addition, her attack was still a force to be reckoned. As a result, Lod's hand that was holding the sword felt numb and sore. He almost loosened his grip on the sword hilt. What a sharp judgment! Although this move seemed to be very easy, Lod knew that without countless battles, as well as his fearless calmness in the face of danger, coupled with his skilled sword skills, it was absolutely impossible for him to see through the point of impact and accurately attack that position. Your flaw is too big. You should not reveal a gap when wielding your sword, especially when facing an experienced enemy. This is equivalent to throwing your life away. Anohana Yachiru said as she pushed her feet lightly, and her entire body took the initiative to squeeze into Lod's embrace. The blade of the sword was like a spirit snake, bypassing layers of obstacles and directly slashing down from top to bottom. You are wrong, Anohana Yachiru. Unexpectedly, Lod suddenly revealed a sly smile. I just want to lure you over. From the beginning, he knew that using Zanjutsu would resulted in his death if he fought against Anohana Yachiru. Therefore, if he wanted to win this battle, he could only take it by surprise. Before the latter could react, he would end the battle with a thunderous strike. Sorry. Sister Anohana. Lod grabbed the sword with his bare hands, and his eyes jumped with lightning. He said in a low voice, in order to win this battle, I will not give you the chance to use Bankai. Anohana Retsu slightly shrank, and she felt the dangerous aura from the man in front of her. Kamishini no Yuri. Chapter 310, Duel Part 2. Lod's sword pointed at Anohana Yachiru's heart. At such a close distance, Lod was confident that no one would be able to dodge the Kamishini no Yuri. However, the result was that he was once again ruthlessly slapped in the face. At this critical moment, Anohana Yachiru's left shoulder was healed. She took half a step forward, and at the same time, her left palm raised upwards, ruthlessly striking at Lod's forearm. Lod's finger shifted, brushing past Anohana Yachiru's face as he shot towards the dark space. What? The corner of Lod's eyes twitched violently, as if he had not expected that the sure-kill strike would actually be broken in such a manner. Don't be surprised. Anohana Yachiru casually swung her sword, forcing Lod to take a step back to block. Hakuta is one of the 4 fundamental skills. Although I rarely use it for free, it doesn't mean that I don't know it. You don't think that I only know Zanjutsu, do you? Lod's face turned slightly red. He almost forgot that Sister Anohana was not only an expert, but her attainments in other aspects were also not bad. Dang! 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 After several sword attacks, Lod was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Every time he planned to attack, Anohana Yachiru would attack at a wonderful angle, interrupting his attack and forcing him to have no choice but to defend. Moreover, Anohana Yachiru's sword moves were full of changes. Sometimes it was big, sometimes it was strange, sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. In just a few dozen times, there were at least dozens of changes, which made Lod fall into a disadvantage and could not find a chance to counterattack. At this moment, Lod finally understood deeply the origin of this title. Sister Anohana was a real warrior. She could do whatever she wanted just because she knew 8,000 sword styles. Clang! When he found a flaw, Anohana Yachiru, hidden under the sleeve, her left hand suddenly stretched out, holding a short sword in a flash, and directly stabbed at the left side of Lod's chest. Blood vein. Blood appeared on the surface of Lod's body, and he grabbed the short sword with his bare hands. Sword, hidden under the robe, quietly pointed to Anohana Yachiru, with the same style and color, a Koros, Kamishini no Yuri. Whoosh! A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a sharp sword radiance breaking through the air. Too slow, I have seen through your bankai. Anohana Yachiru gently touched the ground, as if she was dancing a wonderful dance, light and elegant. She turned around and paced, avoiding the extended sword of Kamishini no Yuri. Dash! Anohana Yachiru fell 10 steps away, and Zanpakuto, which was hanging down like a waning moon, looked at the expressionless Lod and said, "The real threat of your bankai is the speed of stretching, so as long as you pay attention to your sword's direction it's easy to dodge, is it right?" It had only been 3 times, but she had already seen through his move. Although this was not the true ability of the Kamishini no Yuri, one had to admire her sharp eyes. If it was only at this level, it would be a little too boring. A look of disappointment flashed through Anohana Yachiru's eyes. Your swordsmanship is a mess, even worse than the 2 students of the old man, completely unable to make me interested. Is that so? Then try this. Lod's eyes flashed with a touch of madness, and he roared, "Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace!" Rumble. The violent spiritual power shook the sky, causing the entire atmosphere to tremble. The earth-shattering loud thunder resounded throughout the hell. The golden thunder intertwined and transformed into a huge canopy. The falling thunder wrapped the 2 people like a bead curtain. The terrifying spiritual power was like an endless wave, whistling and filling every corner of the space. The second. Bankai. Anohana Yachiru had a deep shock in her eyes. This was the first time that she saw someone who could use 2 bankai, but after the shock, she showed a meaningful smile. Interesting. In her long life of thousands of years, she had seen the strongest death god, seen Zanpakuto in pairs, but she had never seen death god who could use 2 bankai. Scatter with thunder, Sister Anohana. The lightning in the golden canopy rolled like a huge wave, and then condensed into a ferocious giant beast. The bones and veins of the giant beast were vividly outlined by the lightning, and its whole body was emitting a strong aura of destruction. The scarlet and violent eyes contained a domineering intent that overlooked all living beings. The thunder was like the roar of a giant beast, making the whole world tremble. "Come on! Let me see how many surprises you are hiding." The scattered black hair of Unohana was blown away, and the battle intent in her eyes rose like a flame. Facing the giant beast, sword resolutely raised her up. The golden lightning beast leaped down from the clouds and descended in a thousandth of a second. When the technique reached its peak, the dazzling brilliance that bloomed was something that even the vast sun in the sky could not conceal, and the Anohana Yachiru who had mastered all of Soul Society's sword techniques was included in this list. The thousands of sword techniques of the sects that had been refined to the extreme fused together in the hands of Anohana Yachiru. Finally, they faced the descending lightning beast and swung out an extremely brilliant sword. The bright sword light that was like a crescent moon cut across the sky, and the blood-colored spiritual power directly split the entire world into two. Zanjutsu, nameless stream, heaven slaying. One side was a golden lightning beast, while the other was a blood-colored, cold, waning moon. When the two met in midair, the entire great hell fell into a deathly silence. A moment later. Rumble. The wind was howling, and the earth was shaking. The deafening roar of thunder instantly resounded through the entire area. The dazzling golden ocean filled the area in front of him with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. The explosive winds mixed with the thick thunder, crazily wreaking havoc in this area. Under the bombardment of the raging thunderstorm, space shattered inch by inch in the air like a mirror. The planes cried out in pain, and large pieces of land collapsed. Huge cracks spread out like a spider web, and the center where Anohana Yachiru stood was directly blasted out a huge pit. After the calm, Lod was panting and staring straight ahead. Anohana Yachiru walked out from the bottom of the pit step by step, revealing a large piece of black and cracked skin after being burnt, and the blood was evaporated by the residual heat on the surface of the body, and a faint white smoke rose and wrapped around the body. "Whew! It's really dangerous." Anohana Yachiru exhaled a breath of hot air and said, "What a terrible bankai! If I were not proficient in kide, I would have died just now." Lod was shocked in his heart. After being bombarded by Golden Lightning Palace, she could still stand as if nothing had happened. How terrible was Sister Anohana's physical body? "Ah, please entertain me more Anohana Yachiru was full of joy, her face was slightly flushed, and her dark eyes were full of blood. Spiritual power. The visible blood-red spiritual power rose from the ground. The blood-red spiritual power was like a surging tide, and drops of blood flowed down from ZANPAKUTOU, gradually converging into a bloody sea, drowning the whole hell in the blood sea. Anohana Yachiru stood on the blood sea, and her beautiful face showed an expression of enjoyment, like a lotus blooming in the mud. The huge contrast brought a different kind of beauty to her. Evil, and pure. Anohana Yachiru carried ZANPAKUTOU who was dripping blood, and her attractive mouth opened slightly and said, "Bankai." Minajiki. Chapter 311, Duel Part 3. Bankai. Minajiki. Anohana Yachiru's eyes were full of blood. Her whole body was like a holy spirit on a cross, and her whole body was surging with thick spiritual power. From the upside-down sword and sleeves, it seemed that endless blood was flowing. Endless blood was flowing, and then gathered under the woman, and turned into a bloody sea. Blood flowed like a river. Lod had always thought that this was an adjective, but he had never expected to see it with his own eyes today. The true meaning of blood flowed like a river. The entire infernal realm was covered in blood sea, accompanied by surging waves. It gave off a pungent and suffocating smell of blood. Such a shocking and terrifying scene, even the usually calm Lod could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. In this sea of blood, there was a sticky feeling coming from his skin, as well as the warm blood pool under his feet. It was filled with an ominous shadow of death. "Are you ready?" The moment his voice fell, Anohana Yachiru suddenly moved. Crash dash! Anohana Yachiru walked lightly, like a beautiful butterfly, stepping on the churning sea of blood. In her white jade-like hand, she held a sword blade condensed from blood, pulling out a thin and long bloodline in the air, carrying a fierce and incomparable sharpness, and slashed at Lod's head. Golden Lightning Palace. A golden light flashed in Lod's eyes, and without thinking, he raised his ZANPAKUTOU, instantly attracting tens of thousands of thunder. Rumble. The dazzling golden cover shook, and countless lightning mixed with the aura of destruction flowed down like a heavenly river. It was like a giant divine throne was protecting Lod, and within a range of 10 meters around him, it was covered in a golden lightning liquid that was almost sticky and solid. Within the throne, it was the divine realm. Any creature that dared to step into the domain would have to face the wrath of the thunder god and be blasted into powder by the golden lightning liquid that was filled with the aura of destruction. Before he figured out the true ability of Minajiki, avoiding direct contact was the best way to deal with it, so Lod chose the safest method. Then, it's your turn now. Lod's eyes were like a torch, and through the throne of Duke of Thunder, he looked at the 8,000 streams of Anohana Yachiru, wanting to see what method she was going to use to crack this Duke of Thunder. However, in the face of the forbidden domain filled with golden plasma, Anohana Yachiru directly raised the tip of her sword, setting off a monstrous bloody wave. Boom! The turbulent flow of blood surged forward, turning into a 100-meter tall blood-colored tidal wave. A world-shaking and shocking momentum erupted. The terrifying deterrent force completely poured down, as if it wanted to drown Lod along with this golden lightning region. Compared to the two, Lod was simply pitifully small. Under the blood-colored waves that almost covered the sky, he was like a lone boat that was about to capsize at any time, as if he would be buried in a sea of blood in the next second. Holala! Lod stood in the thunder domain with his head held high, looking at the huge wave of blood that was 100 meters tall pressing down. The Death Tyrant outfit rustled in the fierce wind, and his calm voice covered the huge tsunami, clearly resounding in the boundless hell. Anohana Yachiru, you are too naive. With just this little wave you set off, you can't drown my golden lightning palace. There was only one way to destroy his throne. That was to use the tyrannical power of absolute suppression to exhaust all the lightning stored in the golden canopy above Lod in an instant. Only in this way could she break through Lod's Bankai. The only regret was that this was the infernal realm. If he was in the outside world right now, the power of thunder would be endless if he controlled the heavenly manifestation with golden lightning palace, so to some extent, Duke of Thunder's throne was no different from a disguised absolute defense. The monstrous sea of blood followed Sword's direction. With a terrifying momentum that could overturn the heavens and earth, it descended majestically. The huge divine throne sensed that someone had invaded the domain, and it suddenly released a dazzling and resplendent light. Then, it let out an earth-shattering roar that was like the roar of a thunder god. Rumble! The golden lightning liquid flowing under the throne instantly became as hot and boiling as lava. In the surging lightning liquid, numerous golden dragons rose up. They looked ferocious and dignified. They stretched their huge bodies to their heart's content and danced in the thunder clouds and gales. They controlled an unstoppable and terrifying might and rushed into the sea of blood like a river of rivers. Roar! The giant golden dragon roared wildly. Its body was in a sea of blood. It displayed the power of a divine beast. The violent thunder that was contained in its entire body wantonly spread throughout this endless sea of blood. Boom 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 boom! Terrifying explosions continuously sounded from the sea of blood. Large waves of waves gradually collapsed, and the golden light within gradually devoured the blood red. Finally, the two exhausted all their energy, and with a cry of 100 dragons, a huge mushroom cloud was created. Boom! The extremely terrifying sound waves exploded like a huge ring. As the huge waves howled, they swept through the endless hell with an unstoppable momentum. It was as if thousands of swords had cut through the flat ground, tearing out winding cracks. Several mountains in the distance were directly shattered by the raging storm, turning into ashes that drifted in the air. The golden lightning's might poured out, directly flattening the earth. After the thunder dissipated, the remaining high temperature filled the air with heat. In the rising dust, one could vaguely see the graceful figure standing outside the throne. The facts proved that the throne was better. No matter how the sea of blood that had been turned into attacked the throne of the Duke of Thunder, it could never invade half an inch of this domain. Anohana Yachiru's swords could not even touch Lod himself. The thunder and lightning Bankai, and there is also the advent of the sky. It really surprises me more and more. I wonder how many hidden abilities you have. Anohana Yachiru stopped outside the Golden Lightning Palace, and looked at the golden cover above Lod, and said, "The defense limit of this move should be related to the cover, right? The vision is still so sharp. As expected of an old monster who has lived for thousands of years." Lod thought in his heart and directly admitted, "You are right. The defense limit of Duke of Thunder is only related to Golden Lightning Palace. Before spiritual power runs out, no one can break through it and touch me." "No." Anohana Retsu smiled and said, "At least I know two ways. If you want to forcefully break Duke of Thunder's throne, I advise you to give up." Lod calmly shook his head and said, "Although there is a huge gap between you and spiritual power, your strength is not enough to break it with brute force. So I choose the second method." A meaningful smile crossed the corners of Anohana's lips, and then he raised his foot and stepped into this terrifying golden domain. He opened his mouth and said, "Since you can't crack it from the outside, you just need me to come in and force you out of this domain. Isn't that good?" Lod. He was shocked by Sister Anohana's magical brain circuit. Chapter 312, Duel Part 4. Come in. Lod was dumbfounded and his heart was shocked. He had imagined many possibilities, the scene of Anohana breaking Duke of Thunder's throne, but he had never thought that she would personally step into this domain. Because it could not be broken from the outside, she came in personally and forced him out? This was an absurd and ridiculous statement. Any target that invaded Duke of Thunder's throne would be killed by the endless thunder. The endless attacks were like a rainstorm that would not stop until the threat was completely eliminated. That was why Lod was so fearless. Looking at the past, even the huge waves of the blood sea were destroyed by the thunder, let alone the fragile spirit body. But knowing this, Anohana still came in. Was she a fool? Of course not, at least Lod did not think so. At most, she was just a madman. Would a warrior, who had lived for thousands of years and killed countless people just for killing, do something that he was not confident in? The answer was, no. Anohana Yachiru would never die, so since she dared to come in, it must be like what she said, there must be some kind of trump card that was not afraid of the bombardment of thunder and forced him out of here. In the gap of Lod's mind storm, the Thunder Duke sensed the intruder, and the golden thunder liquid flowing on the ground set off waves, directly drowning Anohana Yachiru in it. Boom boom boom. The golden lightning burst and exploded on the surface of Anohana's body. The latter's death tyrant suit was torn into pieces, revealing a large piece of flawless and delicate skin like suet white jade. One could even vaguely see the proud twin peaks. Cough, cough, this is too much. Lod collected his mind and forcibly retracted his gaze, silently chanting. Boom. 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 But a moment later, Lod realized that something was wrong. Anohana's loss of health was clearly a bit too much. Under such a dense and never-ending bombardment of lightning, the woman's skin was actually still as delicate as suet white jade. There was not even the slightest bit of injury. Only blood continued to flow out from her clothes, almost turning into another sea of blood. Bathed in the golden lightning liquid, blood fell like scarlet maple leaves. Black long hair fell down, Anohana Yachiru wore tattered clothes, and walked step by step towards Lod with alluring long legs. Hiss! Lod took a deep breath. What kind of ability was this monster's Bankai? Although he had read the 1000-year Blood War comic before crossing, after all, it had been too many years, and his memory had long been blurred. Like Sister Anohana, who had only appeared once, he had long forgotten what the specific ability was. He could only vaguely remember it was very abnormal, and it seemed to have something to do with Zaraki Kenpeki. Ah, that's the feeling. Anohana Yachiru moaned, and her beautiful face flushed, and her eyes were red, as if she had been greatly satisfied. She was a complete psycho. The pain brought about by her physical body was not only unable to make her afraid, but it also aroused the fighting spirit that had been silent for a long time. Zhang dash. Anohana Yachiru took half a step forward with her left foot. Her right hand was pressed against the handle of the blood-colored blade at her waist. Her body was pressed forward like a bowstring pulled to a full moon. On the exposed slender arm, one could vaguely see the taut muscles. They were like a tightly twisted thread, and they were full of strength. An invisible sword momentum rose up. This was the art of drawing sword? Although her swordsmanship was not as good as Anohana's, Lod could still recognize her at a glance. The posture she took was the most standard sword drawing arts, but sword's sheath was invisible and had a form. And the essence of sword drawing arts was the accumulation of power in front of sword. When sword finished gathering his essence, energy, and even the strength of his entire body, he would blossom with a power that could split the heavens and split the earth. Anohana Yachiru, which was known to have mastered all the sword techniques in the world, made the moves that should have been used for sneak attacks become open and bright, and the sword chi storm that was brewing around her body made it impossible for Lod to interrupt. Feeling the oppressive aura emitted by Anohana's 8,000 streams, it was rising rapidly like a rocket. It was not hard to believe what kind of terrifying might it would have if this sword slashed out. Perhaps, even the sky would be cut apart. Tisk tisk. I didn't want to use this move. A bitter expression appeared on Lod's face. If he had not been forced to the point where he had no way to retreat, he really would not have used this move. Instantaneous, Thunder God Battle Form. This was his last trump card, and also a move used to fight for his life. The advantage of this move was its powerful destructive power, and the weakness was also obvious, which was the extreme uncontrollable nature, as well as a huge amount of consumption of spiritual power, so that even the constitution of Quincy could not replenish the lost spiritual power in a short period of time. When fighting with a strong person like Anohana Yachiru, rashly using this kind of extremely dangerous move, the consequences of failure were unimaginable, so Lod had been hesitating whether he should use this move. But when he saw the charging Anohana, he finally made up his mind. Or, he was forced to be helpless. Even the most powerful Golden Lightning Palace could not defeat the Anohana Yachiru, he could only choose to fight. If he won, everything was easy. If he failed, then he could only come to challenge again next time. Shunko. Lod roared towards the sky, and spiritual power surged around him. The compressed energy of Kido surged within his body, and then it was drawn out by the golden lightning outside. In the extremely dazzling platinum light, an extremely destructive aura spread out. Violent thunder and lightning roared, transforming into armor that covered the surface of Lod's body. Ferocious thunder horns appeared on his head, and 6 rings of lightning in the shape of a drum rose from his back. This was the second time he used the Shunko, Thunder God battle form. But it was completely different from the last time. There was a huge gap between the two. Last time, it was in the state of the Daiguren Hyaran Meru. In fact, it was not suitable for the enhancement of thunder and lightning elements. Therefore, it needed to be carefully controlled. In addition, they were killing each other, causing the power of Thunder God battle form to be less than half. And this time, with the strongest lightning element Zanpakutou, Golden Lightning Palace, he did not need to control Kido, which was in the Thunder God battle form. The two forces merged perfectly in his body and burst out a powerful force far beyond the peak. This is my first time going all out. The tip of Lod's foot slowly left the ground. His whole body floated in the air, bathed in the golden thunder. The 6 ancient halo rumbled and emitted a loud thunder sound, attracting all the thunder in the golden canopy. Rumble. Dazzling lightning poured down, condensing into a golden lightning spear in Lod's palm. His eyes were like the king of the world, falling on Anohana Yachiru below. His indifferent and ruthless voice sounded, "I will end this battle, Anohana Yachiru." Anohana Yachiru's right hand finally grasped the handle of sword. The sword power that had been accumulated for a long time was like a volcanic eruption. The surging blood-red spiritual power directly dyed half of the infernal hell, which was dyed red. Their gazes collided, and a crack appeared in empty space. Good. Anohana Retsu raised her head and looked at Lot in the sky. She spat out a word. The entire ethereal hell suddenly fell into a strange and inexplicable silence. Both sides were accumulating their strength in order to completely destroy each other in the next move. Wind stopped, thunder extinguished. Only the increasingly dense bloody light and the increasingly dazzling golden light completely separated the two. Until a certain moment, the power that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted. Emperor of Thunder. 8000 Swords Style, Underworld / Chapter 313, Duel Part 5. Dong. A light sound like the sound of a bell rang out. Then, Lod took a step forward and gripped the dazzling golden lightning spear with one hand. His entire body emitted a world-destroying aura that was like the brilliant might of the heavens. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the golden canopy like a heavenly river, accompanied by the surging and exploding spiritual power. For a time, they filled the entire infernal hell. The rioting spiritual power turned the heavens and earth upside down, setting off countless violent winds and waves. Emperor of Thunder. As Lod let out a loud shout, the airflow around him exploded, as if he had used up all his strength, throwing the dazzling golden lightning spear out. Boom! An extremely powerful golden lightning spear tore through the darkness, and the spiritual power contained within it was even more terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, it shook the entire ethereal hell, causing all the air and even spirit particles to boil and explode. At the same time, Anohana Yachiru exhaled a scorching white breath, and his gaze was like a leaping bolt of lightning that pierced through the layers of space. Clang! When the sharpness hidden in sword's sheath appeared, it already displayed an astonishing momentum. The entire atmosphere and even space trembled, and then violent airflow visible to the naked eye continued to explode, as if there were millions of swords clashing, tearing a huge gap in the ground in front of them. 8000 Swords Style, Underworld / Anohana Yachiru opened her mouth and covered all the noise in the world. Even the roaring thunder could not be covered up. The cold and merciless voice was filled with killing intent. Clang! Sword was pulled out from the invisible sheath along with the clear cry. The slender and small blood-colored sword blade contained the philosophy of the 8000 sects. It carried an unstoppable and vast momentum as it slashed out. The crescent moon soared through the sky, and blood-light soared into the sky. After the blood-colored spiritual power was condensed into a single point, it gradually spread into a sky full of blood-colored color, causing the entire atmosphere and even space to tremble. The sharp sword aura slashed out with a heaven-shaking strike. It was as if it wanted to split apart the world in front of it. The lightning spear and the crescent moon collided. Everything in the infernal hell seemed to have been stripped of its original color, revealing a deathly grey color. In the next instant, the blood-colored crescent moon and the golden lightning spear intertwined with each other like water and milk. The indescribably huge light suddenly lit up the dim and endless hell. Accompanied by two extremely powerful auras, they spread out in a radius of several thousand meters like mercury. The empty space was like a flag, shaking in the violent hurricane. This strike! It was a blow that both sides used all their strength, leaving no path of retreat, and even condensed their beliefs. Boom boom boom! Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up, accompanied by rolling waves of air. The rings visible to the naked eye exploded one after another, spreading at an unstoppable speed, sweeping away all the hills and hills in hell, and the shattered rocks were crushed in the storm. The extremely tyrannical spiritual power roared like a violent storm, emitting an unbearable loud explosive sound. It was as if the entire ethereal hell had lost its original brilliance at this moment. The entire ethereal hell trembled. The space let out a miserable cry that could not bear the burden. Like a broken mirror, he was torn apart by the raging spiritual energy, and dark cracks appeared, as if it was going to be destroyed in the next moment. Looking at the surface at the center of the storm, under the onslaught of this destructive energy, it was directly evaporated several meters by the terrifying high temperature, forming a huge bottomless pit. The rocks nearby were melted into boiling lava. In the white smoke that rose after the high temperature was burned, a golden figure stood proudly in the sky, and another blood-red figure knelt on the ground. The two formed a sharp conflict from their vision. Anohana Yachiru. It is you who lost. Laud, who stood in the sky, was pale and panted to declare victory. However, the victory this time seemed to be a bit too tragic. The tyrant suit turned into pieces of cloth in the storm, hanging on his body like a naked beggar. On his chest was a wound so deep that bone could be seen. The blood and flesh on the side rolled up and dripped down continuously. Even through the bloody wound, one could see the beating heart inside. If it was anyone else, they would have been dead by now. It was only because he had super-fast regeneration that he could barely keep his life. Thinking of the blood-colored sword blade now, Laud couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Just a little bit more. That sword just now was probably less than a centimeter away from his heart. If not for the fact that the impact of the Emperor of Thunder had caused the angle of the sword to tilt a little, this sword would have already cut his entire body in half. Fortunately, the luck goddess was on his side. Anohana used all her strength to pull out sword slash, only a millimeter away from killing him. In the end, it was all for naught. Is this the power you are hiding? Anohana Yachiru, who was half kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up. Only then did Laud see that there was a huge cavity left in her chest after being pierced by the creation god of war. Even the flesh and bones around her, as well as her internal organs, were all melted away by the lightning. Can you still stand up? Laud was shocked by Anohana's tenacious vitality. After suffering such a terrible injury, Anohana Yachiru should have died. But she could still stand up. Anohana Yachiru held the blade of sword that was still dripping blood. Her eyes were filled with surprise and greed. She looked at Laud in a daze. She licked the blood on the corner of her lips and revealed a strange smile. But it's not enough. This level is not enough to satisfy me. The battle was far from over. The cold killing intent enveloped the entire space again, as if thousands of swords were cutting the bare skin on the surface of the body. This is absurd. Thick blood dripped down sword's blade and gathered under Anohana's body. The originally dissipated blood-colored spiritual power actually rose up once again, turning into a sea of blood that filled Laud's vision. Anohana, who was above the sea of blood, had a huge cavity left behind after her chest was pierced through by the Emperor of Thunder. It was recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths of time, her flesh, bones, internal organs, blood vessels, and so on had all been reconstructed. Regeneration. Laud's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. His face was filled with shock, and then he denied his guess. No, impossible. This is definitely not something that can be done by Kide. Is this your Bankai? Yes. Anohana Retsu was not in a hurry to attack, as if she was deliberately giving Laud a chance to breathe. She explained slowly, there is only one real ability, which is to heal. However, the treatment is a little different. All the creatures in the field will be healed regardless of whether they are enemies or allies. To be more specific, it is similar to the answer. It is all the effect of the spirit body by recovering spiritual power. However, as the master of Minajiki, I can freely control the healing speed in the field. So if I want, I can speed up your healing speed at any time, so as to achieve the effect of excessive treatment. As he spoke, Anohana Yachiru raised the blood-colored sword blade and guided the churning sea of blood to pounce on Laud. Laud originally wanted to leave, but spiritual power was approaching the limit in his body, causing his steps to stagnate, and his entire left hand was drowned by the sea of blood. However, what happened in the next second was beyond his expectations. The moment he was touched by the sea of blood, his spiritual power had actually recovered a lot, and even the injury on his chest had improved a little. Do you see it? Anohana Yachiru smiled and said, just like now, but if I speed up a little. As the voice fell, spiritual power in Lod's body went berserk. The intense pain rushed directly into his brain. His left hand turned into blood, leaving only white bones. You will turn into a skeleton. Chapter 314, Death's Shadow. Minajiki. Sure enough, the Zanpakuto was just like its name, double-edged sword. Lod had imagined 10,000 kinds of things in his mind about what her Zanpakuto's ability was. But he just did not think about it, all the real abilities. It was actually a ridiculous healing. But in fact, if he carefully recalled it, it seemed to be very consistent with common sense. Zanpakuto's Bankai is a step further on the basis of Shikai. Whether the way or form changes, but the type of ability will never change. A large-scale healing effect. This seemingly beautiful ability was a divine skill that could save the dying and heal the wounded. However, when it was placed on the Kenpeki, who pursued killing like Anohana Yachiru, it became the best tool for her to enjoy the battle. Before the enemies within the range of the domain were truly exhausted, this fierce battle that was only to please one person would never end. Only by fighting until the last drop of blood ran out could he escape the sea of bitterness. Do you like my ability? Anohana Yachiru pulled up a strand of black silk and smiled indifferently. Minajiki is like an infatuated woman. In order to be entangled with the man you love until death, in the end, only the person who survived can enjoy the climax brought by continuous fighting. Pervert. When Lod heard these words, his heart and liver could not help but twitch. Although he knew that Anohana Yachiru was the first-generation Kenpeki, he did not expect that even Bankai was so abnormal. It was all for the sake of constantly fighting with someone until death, and finally pushing the man to the peak of climax. No wonder, only she could wake up the sleeping Kenpeki. This kind of endless killing forced you to continuously evolve. I'm afraid only Kenpeki can survive. Have you rested well? Anohana Yachiru raised the blood-colored sword to her chest. Killing intent boiled in his half-closed eyes. She said, after chatting for so long, your spiritual power should have recovered, right? As expected of the first-generation Kenpeki. I really can't hide it from you. Lod, who was exposed by a single sentence, did not change his expression. He simply did not hide it anymore. He absorbed the spirit particles in the atmosphere with all his strength and urged the super-fast regeneration to heal his injuries. When he discovered that Anohana was still alive, he had relied on his unique physique to secretly absorb the spiritual droplets from the infernal hell. Later on, after being excessively healed by the blood sea, although he had lost a left hand, the berserk spiritual power had already recovered by 70 to 80%. Then, come. Anohana Yachiru smiled gently and suddenly stepped in front of Lod. The blood-colored sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc and slashed down from a strange angle, as if to cut him in half. Since he already knew his full ability, Lod naturally did not dare to rashly touch the blood-colored sword blade. Facing the sharp sword blade diagonally below, sword slashed down from above. Dang! At the moment when sword collided, two terrifying spiritual power erupted, stirring up a violent wind that swept in all directions. The moment he blocked Anohana's sword, Lod's left hand that had turned into white bones suddenly stretched out, pressing directly on Mao Huabakian's chest. Scarlet evil energy condensed in the 5 fingers of the white bones. This is Seireitei. Anohana Yachiru obviously did not expect this move, and her chest was pierced by Seireitei before she could react. Large pieces of flesh flew, and the internal organs were instantly burned by the terrible energy. Anohana directly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with minced meat, but her beautiful face was flushed with a strange red, and the blood in her eyes became more intense. She seemed to be more excited. It is not enough. Anohanaretsu turned her sword and the hand holding the sword was handed forward, forcing Lod to retreat. At the same time, the sword tip, at an extraordinary angle, like an antelope hanging in a strange arc, directly cut on his shoulder. Chi-la! The blood-colored sword blade broke through the flesh and blood, sinking into the depth of several inches. The effect of excessive treatment immediately caused spiritual power to go berserk, and large pieces of flesh and blood melted like the spring sun meeting the snow, leaving behind extremely terrifying white bones. I really want to see how many more times you can recover. At the moment of life and death, a fierce look flashed through Lod's eyes, and he swept sword across the sword pressure. Anohana Yachiro completely gave up on defense, and at the same time, she stabbed her sword into Lod's abdomen. Again. Lod's eyes were blood red, and he seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. He attacked recklessly. The two of them suddenly disappeared, leaving behind afterimages. Only the sound of swords' collision rang out in this broken and unbearable hell. The speed that surpassed the limit completely disappeared the two of them. They could only look for the movement trajectory of the two of them from the ring-shaped sonic clouds that kept exploding in the air. Boom 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 boom. Countless blurred shadows formed into one, and explosive sparks fell like rain. The deafening spiritual power roared non-stop. The airwaves created by sword rippled and spread to every corner of the infernal realm. The already dilapidated plains were once again destroyed, and countless hills were turned to dust under the shock waves. In just a few dozen seconds, the two had fought hundreds of times. Under the violent spiritual power, the infernal realm seemed to have suffered the fall of millions of tons of weight. A large amount of dust was lifted into the air by the raging storm. In the battle that could not be captured by the naked eye, the aura of Lod and the Anohana collided. It seemed to be equal. This was a pure battle. Under the guidance of Anohanaretsu, intentionally or unintentionally, Lod's swordsmanship was improving at an astonishing speed. From being completely one-sided at the beginning, to fighting with him for dozens of rounds, and sometimes he could even rely on his intuition to suppress Anohana Yachiro. Clang! A light sound of sword clashing resounded in all directions. The ear-piercing sonic boom turned into a huge ring of air that suddenly exploded. Accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, the thick dust that covered the ground was swept away, revealing the two people fighting. Is this end? Anohana was bathed in blood. She looked at the person in front of him in a daze and seemed to say with some regret, "Sure enough, you still can't please me." Not far in front of her, there was a person standing. Lod, who was covered in wounds in countless battles, had all the flesh and blood in his body melted away, leaving only a pair of ghastly white bones. He held his ZANPAKUTOU, which was full of holes, standing in the endless sea of blood. Only a skeleton was left. Could it still move? Although there was still a faint trace of spiritual power, at this time, Lod was like a candle, already burning himself to ashes. Just a little bit more. What a shame! Anohanaretsu showed a touch of regret in her eyes, and her flushed cheeks gradually returned to white, sighing faintly, "If you can hold on for a while longer, you might be able to satisfy me. Goodbye, unknown man." At this moment, from the white bones that should have been about to die, the black spiritual power was ignited again. What is that? Anohana Yachiro slightly shrank and subconsciously took half a step back. She saw that behind Lod, who turned into white bones, a vague shadow of hollow came out. Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace. The shadow raised sword to the sky, attracting countless thunder and lightning, like a brilliant heavenly power. Chapter 315, Gonzo Mei. Let's rewind the time to a minute ago. I failed. Lod, who had been corroded by the sea of blood into a ghastly white bone, could no longer muster any strength. The loss of a large amount of blood and spiritual power caused the temperature of his body to drop rapidly, and his consciousness gradually faded away from him. The noisy world seemed to have quieted down, and everything in front of him was shrouded in darkness. So, this is the feeling of defeat. Is this power, the first generation 13th Division captain, has? She is really powerful. I am too far away from her. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. I don't want to win just yet, but I don't want to lose. So, please, my body. Hold on a little longer. Lod's pupils gradually slackened, and his consciousness sank into the boundless darkness. The scenery in his line of sight became blurry, and his heavy eyelids became more and more difficult to support. His life was about to dissipate like a candle in the wind. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the hazy haze, Lod's consciousness gradually began to recover. The cold and warm liquid wrapped around him, as if he was soaking in the slow flow of water. The warm and comfortable feeling made him a little addicted for a moment, unwilling to open his tired, heavy eyelids. He was really too tired. In the process of fighting against Anohana Yachiru, he needed to be in a highly concentrated state of mind. Otherwise, if he was a little careless, there would be another wound on his body, and he would have to bear the pain of a large part of his flesh being melted. But even though he gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold on, he pushed his will to the limit and finally ended up in a failure. After removing all the burden, Lod only wanted to have a good rest. But unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. How long are you going to sleep? The clear and melodious voice of a woman rang in Lod's ears, neither fast nor slow. It was obvious that she did not want him to continue sleeping. Someone is calling me again. Who is it? Lod forced himself to open his eyes, exhausted. However, the scenery that entered his eyes was an endless ocean. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, causing ripples to form. The sea water in his line of sight was extremely clear, like a huge natural mirror, reflecting the blue sky above his head. Everything seemed so harmonious. The blue sea and the blue sky, which was enough to be called the ultimate scenery, were simply like a paradise described in textbooks that stood aloof from worldly affairs. It made people unable to help but be fascinated, as if there was an invisible force that soothed his restless heart. You finally woke up. Lod heard the sound and looked over, only to see a woman walking on her snow-white slender feet, crossing the blue sea surface. As the woman approached, her originally hazy face gradually became clearer. A head of silky black hair hung down her waist. Under her slender phoenix eyebrows were eyes that were as bright as the morning stars. Her straight nose and cherry pink lips outlined a perfect face. Her skin was as flawless as suet white jade. Even if she wore simple clothes, it was still difficult to hide her elegant and noble temperament. You? Who are you? Lod frowned. He had no memory of this woman. Although he was not very interested in women, if he had seen such a beautiful woman, he should have left a deep impression. It was definitely not that he could not remember her at all, so he was sure that he had not seen her before. Ah! You have clearly come here, but you still can't remember my name. The woman frowned slightly, and an imperceptible displeasure flashed through her eyes. Combined with her beautiful face, there was an indescribable beauty that made people feel pity for her. Your name? A hint of pain appeared on Lod's face. Countless memories were crushed into pieces in his mind. The scenes flashed by quickly, and then a flash of light suddenly flashed. Could it be that, you are my Zanpakuto? So what if I am? The woman was expressionless and said cynically, Death God, who can't even remember his Zanpakuto's name, might as well give him a light beating. This gaze filled with resentment. Lod instantly felt numb, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. He finally knew why he had been disliked. Zanpakuto and Death God were one with one heart. The two belonged to one another, and they were even more so the things that he prayed for in the depths of his soul. The form that was presented after the materialization could be said to be the closest existence in the world. However, he could not remember her name. This kind of behavior was as bad as forgetting what his wife was called after marriage. If he forgot what his wife was called, what would happen in general, and when it was brought into the relationship between Death God and ZANPAKUTOU, he could probably understand Lod's mood at this moment. If it was a ZANPAKUTOU who had a bad temper, he was afraid that he would have no hope of shikai in this life. However, the only good news was that after the incident with Constantine, Lod had been frequently doing sword meditation, and had been persistently kicked out, but as the number of times he was kicked out, now his ZANPAKUTOU was finally willing to see him. This was a great improvement. At least it was better than being kicked out of the spiritual space without even seeing it in front of him. Sorry. Lod took a deep breath and apologized sincerely. I have always ignored your voice and even left you to the side. This is all my fault. I have wronged you. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, at least his attitude of admitting his mistake had to be upright. This was ZANPAKUTOU, who belonged to him. Unlike ZANPAKUTOU who was given to him by other systems, Lod was more willing to believe her from the bottom of his heart, because this was equivalent to believing in himself. After the woman heard this, there was a faint moisture in her eyes. I won't beg you to forgive me now. Lod slowly walked towards the woman. He only stopped in front of her when he arrived. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he slowly said, I didn't know that you existed in the past, so I ignored you. This is my fault. I won't deny it or find excuses. The woman lowered her head and listened quietly. I can't give you more promises. The only thing I can promise you is that I will no longer ignore your voice and forget your existence in the years to come. Lod's clear and bright eyes were like a dazzling ray of light that pierced through the haze that shrouded the woman's heart. Then are you willing to accompany me until the end of time? Even if the world is destroyed, you will not let me go. The water vapor in the woman's beautiful eyes roiled. I looked at Lod with pity. There was a trace of expectation on her beautiful face, waiting for his answer. I am willing. Lod nodded heavily and promised the woman, until the end of time, when the world is destroyed, we will still be together. Buzz. The endless sea was full of surging waves, and the blue sky was full of clouds. Please advise me in the future. The woman smiled and hugged Lod with her flawless jade arms. She whispered in his ear. Call me. My name is. All things past, time ends all, Kansmei. Chapter 316, Kenpeki. Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace. The golden thunder covered the sky again. The brilliant might of the heavens was vast and boundless, and the surging golden lightning was like threads that wrapped around it, forming a terrifying and ferocious beast that was accompanied by the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and moved the earth. It transformed into a mighty torrent that poured down. 8,000 Swords Style, Underworld Slash. Anohana Yachiru had seen the horror of this move, so she did not dare to be careless. Her white hand gently pressed on the handle of sword. Along with the sound of sword's cry, the sword tip suddenly came out of the sheath and turned into a dense blood light around her body. It was like a flying cassock that cut out a clean sky domain. In addition, she was in the blood pool domain, so even if the thunder beast broke through the defense, its strength after being weakened heavily, it could not cause serious injuries to her that could not be healed. Boom! The thunder beast fell down with an unstoppable momentum and crashed into the blood-red sword. The immeasurable strength washed down like a waterfall, causing the palm of Anohana Yachiru to crack. The surging thunder poured out in anger, and many parts of the latter's body were charred black. Although the thunder beast had terrifying power, it was still weak and could not escape the fate of being drowned by the sea of blood. Is this your last attack? Anohana Yachiru was covered in blood. The continuous battle had caused spiritual power to be severely exhausted. Her recovery speed was no longer as fast as before, but she still survived the terrifying lightning strike. From now on, it is the real battle. Anohana Yachiru. Lod, who had long since turned into pure white bones, had black spiritual flame burning in his hollow eyes. He slowly raised the sword blade, and said with an indifferent voice without any emotion, "All things past, time ends all, can smay." Boom! Spiritual power, which soared into the sky, shattered the ground around him, and the sharp sword intent that rose from the ground pierced straight into the hell. The black spiritual power was like a dark cloud that covered dozens of miles, was constantly rolling in the sky above the infernal realm. Like the wind passing through, it swept away everything. The strong sense of oppression was simply different from before. The third kind of bankai? No, this feeling is. Shikai Anohana Yachiru's eyes flashed, and she was very experienced. At a glance, she could see that the man in front of her was not using bankai. But if it was just the Shikai, why would there be such a strong sense of oppression? This feeling was like being in a terrifying gravity environment. Everything in sight was wailing. The muscles, bones, internal organs, and spirit were all trembling, as if they would collapse in the next second. Boom! Lod stepped out and instantly wanted to disappear. The ink-black slender sword suddenly pulled out an afterimage, mixed with the ear-piercing sonic boom after the air was cut open, and slashed at the woman's neck like a flash of light. Anohana Yachiru blocked this blow from Lod's sword, and her eyes were full of surprise. "This is impossible. You don't even have muscle tissue now. How did you drive this body to attack?" "Guess." Lod held his sword and continued to press down. He said in a flat tone, and a black hollow shadow appeared behind him again. "Bankai, Kamishinai no Yuri." The black hollow shadow held sword up to his chest and aimed the sword at the stunned Anohana Yachiru. The next moment, the dazzling light of sword burst, like the dawn of dawn breaking the darkness, reflecting death in the woman's eyes. Puff! Anohana Yachiru only managed to avoid the vital point, but the left shoulder, including the arm, was almost directly cut by sword. The terrible wound was full of blood and flesh, leaving only the flesh and the broken arm at the root. Phew! Without any time to breathe, the next sword came to the front again. Anohana Yachiru was forced to retreat. She wanted to adjust her posture and breath again, but Lod did not give her the chance. She chased like a dogskin plaster and clung to her and did not let her breathe. Ding, 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 ding dash. The two sides exchanged blows, and sparks flew between swords' blades. Anohana Yachiru moved in the air, but this time, she was no longer as calm as before. Several times, she brushed past sword, and it seemed that she was close to death. And the most strange and incomprehensible thing was that Lod's flesh and blood had been melted long ago. How could a white bone without muscles recover its ability to move? During the intense battle between the two, Anohana Yachiru finally realized the truth. In the body of Lod, which had turned into white bones, there were all reishi threads that could not be detected by the naked eye. Even someone like her who was proficient in answering and had a keen perception of spiritual power would not be able to find out this secret if not for close combat. And these reishi threads tied to the limbs and various parts of the body were like controlling puppets to control Lod's actions. This was the real reason why he could still move when he turned into a white bone. And she had seen this technique before. Quincy technique, Ranstenge, disheveled paradise puppet. The countless reishi, which have been sewn together into a thread, is tied to the immobile parts, and the highest battle spirit that can be constantly fought before the body becomes dust. Whether it is broken tendons or broken bones, it becomes meaningless in front of this spell. This is to exist in order to fight to the point of breaking into pieces. It is the top battle spirit of the Quincy who controls reishi. Disheveled paradise puppet, this is the reason why you can still fight. Anohana let out a breath of turbid air and faintly said, "The will to fight is worthy of recognition, but if it is only at this level, you will still lose to me in the end." Disheveled paradise puppet had a time limit. No matter how much time it forcibly continued to fight, the human body had a limit, so as long as it was consumed, the one who would lose would be Lod. "You don't have to tell me that." Lod was very clear about his own weakness, but he had never intended to waste it from the beginning. The reason why I used the disheveled paradise puppet is only for the next attack. Hey! Anohana Yachiru looked at Lod, who jumped in the air and suddenly had an ominous feeling. Look, Anohana Yachiru! Lod stood in the air and raised the black slender sword tip. The surging black spiritual power was like a flame around his body. This is my Zanpakutou, Kansme. A black figure slowly emerged from behind him. Then, a powerful figure that could be seen with the naked eye rose up like a hurricane in the sky. The black figure had ferocious horns on its head and was bathed in lightning armor. There were 6 rings of lightning behind it that looked like the thunder god battle form that Lod had displayed before. This is... Anohana Yachiru's pupils suddenly shrank. He recalled that the black shadow that had suddenly appeared before seemed to be Lod at a certain time when reappeared. An almost impossible guess appeared in her mind. Emperor of Thunder. The black shadow held the Shinso, which was condensed from lightning, and suddenly threw it at Anohana. I understand. Your ability is... The golden lightning spear carried a powerful momentum, growing larger and larger in the eyes of the Anohana, eventually turning into an endless flood of destruction that drowned her. At this moment, the air suddenly sank, and then the roar trembled. Boom! In the huge thunder explosion, the ground was forcibly blasted out a big pit. The terrifying might caused the earth to tremble. Terrifying cracks that were tens of meters wide and thousands of meters long spread out densely. The lightning smashed the ground and ravaged it into ruins, plowing out a huge canyon on the ground. After the dust and smoke dispersed, Lod, who was on the verge of reaching his limit, slowly walked to the end of the huge canyon. He looked at Anohana Yachiru, who was lying in the high-temperature crystallized ruins, with only half of her body left. She moved her cracked lips and said, "This battle. I lost." Anohana Yachiru's eyes were blurred, and there was no expression on her face. She seemed to be a little disappointed and regretful. "Congratulations, from now on, you are Kenpeki." "Sorry, I am not interested." Lod put sword into the sheath and shook his head. "The title of Kenpeki should be given to someone else. Will we meet again?" Anohana was silent for a moment and asked. Lod said, "Maybe, but at that time, you might not remember me anymore." Challenge successful, battlefield in the heart, Anohana Yachiru. 3 seconds return to the modern realm. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 317, The Balance. Ding dash dash. This challenge rating, S-Class. Because of inheriting the name Kenpeki, you have received a hidden reward. Upgrade, Zanjutsu LV.5 LV.6. Upgrade, Hakuta LV.5 LV.6. Upgrade, Hoho LV.5 LV.6. Amidst the continuous system notifications, a series of dizzying numbers flashed past Lod's eyes. Among Death God's 4 basic skills, Zanpakutou, other than Kido, the other 3 skills had always been lacking. After experiencing the deathly duel against Anohana Yachiru, he finally made up for this flaw. Then, the system's voice sounded again. The challenge reward is being issued. Host, please check. Superior Soul 1 Medium Soul 100 Zanpakut Minajiki Benkai Minajiki Zanjutsu 8000 Sword Style. The dog system actually became a human. Looking at the golden light that almost blinded his eyes, Lod couldn't help but let out a short and spasming breath, his chin hitting his foot. There was no need to talk about how powerful it was. As someone who had personally experienced it, Lod had long coveted it. Now that he had obtained it, it would probably be difficult for him to even die in the future. Zanjutsu, 8000 Sword Style. It was a bit unexpected. It was the Zanjutsu school that had been created after Anohana Yachiru had mastered all the schools. It was more inclined to a concept than skills. After more than a month of hard work, the earnings are not as much as this battle. Anohana Yachiru is worthy of being Soul Society's most fierce woman. If there are a few more the battlefield in the heart in the future, I'm afraid there will be no need to go and draw the gacha, right? Thinking about Hyaku Eisen and Peak Old Man, Lod could not help but leave a trace of saliva, as if he saw Kaika Suijutsu and Ryūjin Jakka waving to him. Forget it, don't dream about it. Lod soon calmed down and laughed at himself. With his current strength, it was no different to challenge a demigod. However, he believed that the day would not be too far away. One day, he would surpass all of Death God and reach the peak that no one had ever been able to stand on. The corners of Lod's lips curled into a gentle smile. He lowered his head to look at ZANPAKUTOU, which had changed back into an ordinary style. He stroked the sword as if he were a close lover and said, "In the future, I hope that you can give me some guidance, Kansme." Wang dash. Sword's body trembled slightly, as if he was responding to his master. "I will always be by your side, until the end of time." A cold voice that was like an orchid in an empty valley rang out from the depths of his soul. In this trial, what surprised Lod the most was not the rewards the system had given him. Instead, he had finally awakened his own ZANPAKUTOU and learned her name, Kansme. If one word was used to describe Kansme's ability, then the adjective he could think of was pervert. Using the sword blade of Kansme to choose, the Lod that existed at a certain moment in the past, and then perfectly repeating the actions of that Lod at that time, his current selection range was within 30 days. In a simple and easy description, that means that Lod could reproduce all the moves he had used in the past 30 days, and the consumption of spiritual power was very small. The only flaw was that he could only choose a single time period of the past, and after choosing the time period, he could not repeat the selection in a few days. But even if there were all kinds of restrictions, it could not hide the horror of Kansme. According to the theory of ZANPAKUTOU's growth, the future made Lod look forward to whether it would extend more powerful strength after Bankai. He collected his thoughts and calmed his complicated thoughts. Because the next part was the main event. "System, open the gacha." Lod rubbed his hands and shouted. He finally had some money left, so he had to use it for the lottery. "Ding, are you sure you want to use 100 * medium souls as a lucky draw?" "Yes." After the 100 medium souls were deducted, the familiar Unohanaretsu came out, and the white on her chest was eye-catching. One treasure chest trembled slightly and shot out several rays of light. The 4 colors of gold, blue, purple, and white intertwined, causing Lod's mood to sink to the bottom of the valley. White, Male Death God Association, Hot Spring Special Edition, Manipulator. White, Las Noches, Espada Restriction Clothes. Golden, Kisokura Hera, Store Manager. Purple, Experimental Notes, Remnant. Gold, Freund Schild. White, Manipulator's Observing Diary. Purple, Ho-Ho Experience Book *10. Purple, Hakuta *10. White, ZANPAKUTOU, Gagetsu. Gold, The Balance. How should I put it? It was a little unexpected, a little painful, and a little wanted to curse. Although his lucky god did not die, there seemed to be a problem with the blessing. The rewards were good and bad, and could not be generalized. But what made Lod puzzled was, isn't Manipulator's appearance rate a bit too high? Male Death God Association Hot Spring Court Special Edition, Manipulator Special Edition. Does the dog system have some misunderstanding about him? Only people want to see this stupid joke? Lod took a deep breath and calmed down his irritable mood. He thought that maybe Manipulator's observation diary was a little useful, but after flipping a few pages, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped out. Isn't this a perverted peeping diary? The diary is full of daily events related to SWAFON. The details are enough to let the diary be found by SWAFON and paint a B pattern on Manipulator. Rip dash. After tearing the diary and the special magazine into pieces, Lod decided that when he saw that fatty again in the future, he would beat him into a pig's head so that he could vent his anger today. After dealing with the trash, he would read the book, and what was next was the main character. In the original work, the balance was the exclusive script of Hashwalth. Through contact, the effect of unfortunate is given to the other party, and the party who is unfortunate will become vulnerable. The unfortunate here can be understood as injury or physical state and so on. The weapon-freund Schild can replace himself, bear the misfortune that befalls him, and reflect the misfortune to the other side. There was one saying, too pretentious. In layman's terms, the balance was absolute defense, absolute offense, and anti-injury. So in front of Hashwalth, if he could beat him, he would be killed by sword in an instant, and if he could not beat him, he would definitely not be able to beat him, except for Ishida Yuri, who has massive plot armor. Chapter 318, Invitation to Hell. As for the last reward, Laud sat on the throne of Soul King and could not help but fall into deep thought. This is the first time that the system has a character reward, and it is one of the most critical roles in the whole series, Kisokura-hara. A little worrying is whether Kisokura-hara is loyal or not. The system will never specially remind him in this regard, so this is the most worrying thing for Laud. With Kisokura-hara's ability to reconstruct, if there are any other thoughts, the consequences are simply unimaginable. The former director of Technological Development Department, the former captain of the 12th Division, the creator of Hagyaku, hidden behind the scenes, the cause of the visored, the IQ can be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Soul Society, countless inventors of black technology, even Aizen. It could be said that if Kisokura-hara was missing, then Soul Society would be at least half safe. But from another perspective, Kisokura-hara's appearance was definitely more beneficial than the disadvantages. There was no need to doubt this. Although Nimue was a part-time technological development department, whether it was knowledge reserves or thoughts, he was not as good as this old fox. But with Kisokura-hara, perhaps he could solve the problem of ordinary death god in the current Soul Society. After pondering for a moment, Laud decided to ask, System, will the summoned character be loyal to me? Ding dash dash. Summoning character will be absolutely loyal to the host. Please do not worry. Absolute loyalty. Laud narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he said, since that's the case, summon Kisokura-hara. Reconstruction character, Kisokura-hara. Memory construction. Spirit body rebuilding. Spirit power gathered in the palace, forming a huge whirlpool, and then a male body that looked to be around 30 years old, a middle-aged man gradually took shape. When the gathered spirit power completely dispersed, white smoke swirled around. Kisokura-hara officially appeared. He had short, light yellow hair, a pair of military green eyes, and a slightly stubbled chin. He looked very much like a decadent uncle. He wore a dark green sheet and loose green pants. He wore a green and white striped fisherman hat and a pair of wooden clogs on his feet. I have been resurrected. Kisokura-hara first lowered his head and looked at his body in a daze. Then, he reached out and pinched his thigh. Then, a relieved expression appeared on his face. The feeling of being alive is really good. I didn't expect that I could start over again. Resurrection? Hearing Kisokura-hara's emotional sigh, Laud subconsciously frowned slightly. After Kisokura-hara's emotional sigh ended, he cast his gaze back onto the long white jade steps. The man who was sitting on the tall and large pure white chair lowered his head slightly and respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord Soul King, for granting me a new life." Soul King? Laud's expression was slightly startled. After thinking for a moment, he understood that this was the system's doing. So in order to prove his conjecture, he asked in his heart, "System, has Kisokura-hara's memory been re-edited?" Ding yes. All the memories of the summoned character will be tampered with to different degrees. Soul King will be the most revered object in the heart, and will be willing to sacrifice his life for it, and will retain all knowledge, ability, and experience. Can they not find out about tampering with the memories? Laud still felt a little worried. After all, this dog system had tricked him not just once or twice. Ding please rest assured host. Memory tampering won't be reversed. It will forcibly distort the cognition range of the summoned character and ignore any level of logical errors. I roughly understand it. The system meant that no matter how big of a logical error occurred in the matter of him being a Soul King, these summoned characters would make up for themselves and completely ignore it. In short, there was no need to worry. Lord Soul King. Kisokura looked at the silent Soul King and suddenly felt a little nervous, thinking that he had done something wrong. There is a question that I need you to answer truthfully. Lord knocked on the armrest and looked at Kisokura with a scrutinizing gaze. He asked, "Do you still have any memories regarding Technological Development Department?" "Of course I do." Kisokura shook the small paper fan and smiled. "All of Technological Development Department's information is in my brain, so please rest assured, Lord Soul King. So, there is also information about artificial souls." Lord's eyes lit up and asked. "Yes, Lord Soul King." Kisokura nodded and said, "When we discussed the modification of the soul, I was considered the initiator and important participant of this technology." "That's good." Lord stood up and leaned forward slightly. He looked at the somewhat uneasy Kisokura and said meaningfully, "There are 2 important tasks that I plan to hand over to you to complete. May I ask, Lord Soul King, what mission are you planning to give me?" Kisokura rolled his eyes and did not dare to directly agree. He was worried that he would not be able to complete the mission. "The mission is very simple." Lord crossed his hands and placed them on his lower abdomen. With a calm expression, he slowly said, "I am rebuilding Soul Society, but due to the lack of manpower, I need a group of ordinary Death God to help me take care of the trivial matters." Ordinary Death God. Hearing this, Kisokura was stunned for a moment, then said with some hesitation, "Soul King, please forgive me for being blunt. The transformation of the soul cannot be like the real Death God, having ZANPAKUTOU who belongs to himself, I am afraid in the future." "That doesn't matter." Lord waved his hand and said indifferently, "Transforming the soul is only used as an emergency item. When the students of the Spiritual Arts Academy graduate, they will slowly fill the gap of ordinary Death God. So that's how it is. It seems that I have not considered it properly." Kisokura was suddenly enlightened. He patted his forehead and laughed at himself. Then he asked, "I accept the task of transforming the soul. But I still don't know the second task that Soul King mentioned. Forging a sachi." When this matter was mentioned, Lord had a headache. The Dean of the Spiritual Arts Academy had already responded to him several times, but he had no choice but to drag it out. Soul King, forgive me for not hearing it clearly. Are you asking me to forge an asachi?" The corner of Kisokura eyes twitched slightly as he repeated the confirmation. "That's right, I want you to forge an asachi." Lord nodded with a smile. "I believe that with your ability, you can definitely do it." Can I refuse?" Kisokura wanted to cry but had no tears. He revealed a troubled expression and said, "Lord Soul King, I am not good at forging." "It doesn't matter. I will get another person who is proficient in forging to help you." Lord did not make things too difficult for him. He said kindly, "Moreover, this matter is not too urgent at the moment. You can try it first. We can talk about it later." Seeing that the words had already reached this point, Kisokura could no longer refuse. He could only sigh and say helplessly, "Since the Soul King trusts me so much, then I will give it a try." After sending Kisokura off, Lord sat alone on the Soul King's seat. He suddenly felt that there seemed to be something in the shadow space that was emitting a huge heat. Lord frowned slightly. He flipped his palm and took out the thing that was emitting heat from the shadow space. It was a golden business card with a red devil printed on it. The word Mephisto on the business card slowly flowed like red lava, emitting a rich sulfuric smell and an unbearable heat wave. Other than that, on this gilded business card, there was also a light blue 5-pointed star pattern. There was a very familiar fluctuation in it. It was spiritual power, who belonged to Hashwalth. Mephisto. A cold light surged in the depths of Lod's eyes, and spiritual power surged around him like a tide. Chapter 319, The Contract of Zanpakutou. This was an invitation from hell. And as the host party who had invited him, it was naturally one of the famous infernal kings, Mephisto. The first word of Mephisto came from a folk story, and its meaning came from the swindler in the ancient Hebrew language. In the long story of Faust, it depicted him as a sinister, cunning, cynical, and degrading character, yet it did not lose its calmness, humor, and wit. It was the devil that symbolized destroying everything and denying all truths. And among Marvel world, Mephisto had existed since the ancient gods, and was likely to have participated in the Battle of Heaven. Moreover, at his peak, he was a single universe-level warrior, and his every move was no less powerful than that of Dormammu next door. According to what Laud knew, even among the many devil kings that were born after the destruction of hell, only Mephisto was able to contend with Lucifer, and was the devil who was most likely to get close and inherit the name of Satan. However, compared to Lucifer's almost tyrannical strength and his beautiful face that was no less than an angel's, the impression Mephisto left behind by being the infernal king was his treacherous and cunning character, as well as his superb methods of deception. Because of this, Mephisto definitely had many enemies. Whether it was Earth, Hell, or even the gods of the outer star system, many of them had been fooled by him. For example, Asgard had an old man who was tens of thousands of years old. So far, he still remembered Mephisto's scheme, and even did not hesitate to personally make a move to exhaust his already short lifespan to make him fall. Such a devil, who was synonymous with treacherous and cunning, suddenly sent him an invitation. It was no different from a weasel paying a tribute to a chicken. He definitely did not have any good intentions. Who knew how big a trap was waiting for him? Pentagram. Are you planning to use Hashwalth to lure me into a trap that has already been set up? Laud held the gilded business card and slowly turned it between his fingers, his eyes flickering with a faint light. Hashwalth must be saved, but he must be prepared. Otherwise, if he rushed over in the heat of the moment, not only would he not be able to save the person, he would also lose his life. With Mephisto's treacherous and cunning character, he should not have placed his hopes on the hostage. Therefore, this invitation letter must have other deeper intentions, and it was definitely not just to lure him into the trap. Wait a minute, the pentagram. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Laud's mind. He thought of a way and immediately tried to input his spiritual power into the business card. Buzz. As he expected, after pouring his spiritual power into the gilded business card, the words Mephisto were printed on the surface of the card. It slowly changed shape like flowing lava and then slowly formed another word, Zanpakutou. Zanpakutou. Laud frowned. He knew this place. In the movie of the Ghost Rider, a village called Zanpakutou once appeared. The villagers here were the most devout believers of God. Everyone's soul was extremely kind and pure. Like a saint, the light shone on this land. When the faith of the people reached its peak, there were even rumors that an angel had descended here and sprinkled the glory of God. However, such a saint was used by Mephisto for 3,000 years to use all kinds of schemes and tricks, turning the people of Zanpakutou village from the saints who believed in God into fallen demons. Then, they sealed all 3,000 fallen saints' souls in a sheepskin contract. This contract with the souls of 3,000 fallen saints was the most important prop in the Ghost Rider movie, the contract of Zanpakutou. From the information provided by the Ghost Rider movie, Laud guessed that the true purpose of the contract was to open the door to hell in the Zanpakutou village and provide an important medium for Mephisto's true body to descend into the world. However, due to the intervention of an archangel, the first Ghost Rider betrayed Mephisto and left with the contract of Zanpakutou, delaying the plan that should have been completed 3,000 years ago until today. However, there was a very serious error in logic that made Lod feel puzzled. Since the contract was so important, why did Mephisto have to wait for 3,000 years until the first Ghost Rider, Carter Slade, appeared before slowly taking action? If he really wanted to take back the contract, could Carter Slade hide under the nose of this cunning devil for 3,000 years with his little disguise ability? Anyone who knew a little bit of brain would know that it was impossible. Then the answer was very obvious. The contract of the San Venganza might be important, but for Mephistopheles, it was not as important as he had imagined. This treacherous and cunning devil had a deeper reason. If he was not wrong, this should be related to Johnny Blaze. He was Mephisto's real target. After figuring out the meaning of the contract, he turned back to look at the flowing lava words on the gilded business card. Lod understood Mephisto's meaning and sighed slightly, so that's how it is. Using the 3,000 fallen saints in the contract to tempt me, I'm afraid this is your real trump card, right? Mephisto was very cunning and smart. He never believed in any fake emotions of hollow, so he would usually use great benefits to entice those greedy people to take the initiative to take the bait. The contract that he threw out was like a bait hanging on a fish hook, using 3,000 sealed fallen saint souls to lure him to take the initiative. That was a total of 3,000 fallen saint souls. To any weak hell lord, it was an irresistible temptation. This was because the souls of the fallen saints in the contract could not only open the gates of hell for them to enter and leave the human world as they pleased, but they could also raise the grade of hell and increase their strength. No hell lord could say no to the souls of the 3,000 fallen saints. But for Lord, although he doesn't need the gates of hell, the quality of the souls of 3,000 fallen saints was equivalent to 3,000 medium souls in the system evaluation. 3,000 medium-level souls, what kind of concept was that? That was a total of 30 lottery draws, a huge sum that he had never had before, and it was not a dream for him to become rich overnight if he was lucky. Hee. Lod stared at the gilded business card in his hand and smiled, as expected of Mephisto. His ability to manipulate people's hearts is indeed amazing. It seems that I have to make a trip there. The world was full of benefits, and the world was in constant turmoil. This was a principle that had never changed. He could not help but admire Mephisto. In terms of grasping the greed of human nature, his calculations were quite accurate. On one hand, he had to write it using Hashwaltha's spirit power as a hostage, and on the other hand, he had to use contract of San Venganza as bait, forcing him to accept this invitation. However, Mephisto had miscalculated one thing, and that was to not provoke him. Don't you like to scheme? Good. Then I'll smash your chessboard, let's see who else you can scheme against. So what if you're a single universe-level warrior? As long as Mephisto's true body could not descend to Earth, the clone would only be at the peak of Big Boss Death, so it would be best if he could use it to test sword. Chapter 320, The Legend of the Day. In a city located in Texas, a famous flying car stunt challenge was being held. The well-known motorcyclist Johnny Blaze was going to perform a motorcycle here, leaping from one end of the football field to the other end. In the huge football field, it was crowded with people. They all came to watch the death challenge of Johnny Blaze. Speaking of the most famous thing about Johnny, it is not because of his superb motorcycle skills, nor because of the high success rate of challenges, but because this man has an immortal body. Or in a way, the luck of Johnny is simply overwhelming. After all, few people could drive a motorcycle with a speed of almost 100 yards, and after hitting the ground, they could still stand up from the ground to welcome applause and cheers. It was common knowledge that flying cars were a type of class that required a lot of courage. This was because the driver had to drive a motorcycle with a speed of over 100 yards, flying at a height of more than 10 meters from the ground. Below them, there might be a pile of cars, or a sea of fire, or maybe it was a cement ground with a huge height difference. If they were not careful or moved slightly, it was very likely that the car would be destroyed and people would die. However, these professions that filled the entire body with adrenaline and were infinitely close to the edge of death, and the death-seeking behavior that made people shocked, naturally became one of the most popular programs for the audience. Therefore, in this industry, there were very few people who could continuously challenge and survive. Even the most powerful flying car stuntman would one day make a mistake, and that day would mean death. However, explosive fire Johnny was the most commendable thing. It had been about 10 years since he started his career. During this period, he had experienced several near-impossible death challenges, and even shocking car crashes. However, he was able to miraculously survive after failing several times. If other outstanding flying car stuntmen were able to survive a certain death situation, people would say that he had been favored by the luck goddess, then Johnny was likely to be kept by the luck goddess, and all of his talents were saved again and again. Over time, Johnny's immortal body. This legend gradually spread. Soon after, more and more people came to see if he could break the legend of the immortal body in the next death challenge. Just like now, all the audience in this large football field were not here to watch the wonderful flying car performance, but to see if the record of Johnny's immortal body would be broken in this challenge. People always yearned for miracles, but also pursued despair. Compared to witnessing the continuation of a legend with their own eyes, the bad habits of humans tended to be more inclined to witness the fall of the legend in front of their eyes. Let us welcome, the man with the legend of the immortal body, Johnny Blaze. The host raised the microphone, the veins on his face bulging as he shouted emotionally. A man wearing a helmet with fiery lines slowly appeared from the entrance of the football field on a motorcycle. He was tonight's main character, Johnny, who had the title of Immortal Body. Johnny. 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 Undying Johnny. Hot Johnny. Johnny's appearance instantly ignited the audience, and the whole audience was boiling. People's emotions were ignited like flames, and they instantly burst into a tsunami of shouts. Their faces were red, and they waved their arms like crazy demons, shouting the name of the legendary man, Johnny Blaze. In the deafening cheers and screams, Johnny Blaze, who was riding a motorcycle, raised his hands and made a fist gesture. Suddenly, he noticed a strange man sitting in the front row. The lively atmosphere of the surrounding crowd seemed to have nothing to do with the man. It was as if he was isolated from this world. This strange and otherworldly temperament made Johnny notice him at a glance. For some reason, the man's gaze was very strange, making Johnny feel very uncomfortable. This feeling was as if he had been exposed. Even all his thoughts and secrets were exposed. Johnny, the performance is about to start. Why are you still standing there? Seeing Johnny suddenly stop moving, the agent urged anxiously, it's already come to this. Don't tell me you regret it. You can't live in fear all the time. Johnny Blaze thought in his heart, then forced himself to look away from the man and rode the motorcycle to the slide on the other side of the football field. As Johnny rode on the motorcycle and stopped on the slide on both sides of the burning road, it indicated that this death performance was about to begin. SHH-. The audience, who had been cheering loudly a second ago, instantly quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes and focused on the man wearing the flaming helmet. Dear viewers, let's welcome Johnny with the warmest cheers. Johnny doesn't plan to fly over 50 cars this time. Instead, he wants to fly past 6 Black Eagle helicopters and pass through the entire football field. This is a never-before-seen death flying car. Rumble. A loud vibration came from the sky, and the iron dome above the football field slowly opened. 6 Black Eagle helicopters hovered in the sky, and the rotating propellers made a loud noise and neatly landed on the green shade. Johnny! 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 The mood of the audience was burning to the peak, and everyone was shouting the man's name crazily. No one dared to challenge the death flying car stunt. Not only did it have to leap 100 meters, but it also had to cross 6 Black Hawk helicopters. If there was any mistake in the middle, it would undoubtedly be death to welcome Johnny. People always like to be crazy, so they all shouted at the top of their lungs. Under the stimulation of adrenaline, everyone's face and neck were bloodshot, and they were covered with bulging veins. Who? Johnny Blaze slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He blocked all the sounds other than himself and kept repeating, "Don't be bound by fear. You can't live in fear all the time." The whole place was silent. Everyone was waiting for the next miracle or a tragedy. The next moment, Johnny Blaze opened his eyes. His right hand twisted the accelerator and his left hand loosened the clutch. Boom! The motorcycle covered in flame patterns roared like a beast. Indigo blue flames shot out from the tail of the burning nitrogen. They turned into a huge horsepower and carried Johnny Blaze like lightning. After diving along the slide that was close to 90 degrees, they jumped into the air like a soaring immortal bird. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. In Johnny Blaze's eyes, time seemed to have stopped. The propeller below became slow, and his motorcycle was flying bit by bit, flying across the football field of 6 Black Hawk helicopters. Johnny Blaze, who was in mid-air, suddenly glanced at the strange man sitting at the front of the audience. He found that the man slowly raised a finger, and then his lips moved slightly as he read a word. Heido number 1, show. Bang! The huge impact hit his chest. Johnny Blaze's vision went black. He subconsciously loosened his grip on the motorcycle and was sent flying more than 10 meters away in mid-air. Then, he fell down uncontrollably. Before the audience could react, they saw Johnny Blaze fall heavily on the lawn. The huge physical impact echoed throughout the entire football stadium. This unexpected event that had never been expected, instantly stunned all the audience present. Legend had it that he had fallen. The legend of Johnny's undying body had finally been broken today. And the cause of all this, Laud, slowly put down his slender fingers and said indifferently, "It's your turn, Mephisto." Chapter 321, Ghost Rider. Johnny Blaze. Johnny is dead. The host held the microphone and was stunned for a long time before he stammered and announced the result. In an instant, the audience was in an uproar. Although the audience had a faint guess in their hearts, when they really heard the host announce the news, they finally reacted and let out screams of despair. Johnny Blaze is dead. As the saying goes, walking by the river often, how could there be no reason to not get wet? Even if the man who was kept by the luck goddess walked on the edge of death, he would still be unable to escape death in the end. And today, everyone present had personally witnessed the destruction of the legend of the undying body, as well as the scene of Johnny dying. Many reporters were like sharks that smelled blood. They immediately rushed forward with their short spears and sticks, wanting to take this exclusive photo. Compared to the topic of the Johnny Blaze challenging the leap of death, it was clear that the topic of the Johnny Blaze challenging the undying body was broken by the legend. If it were for more eye-catching, it could definitely make the headlines tomorrow. No one believed that Johnny Blaze could survive. Even if he was the father of the luck goddess, it was impossible. Even the medical staff responsible for the rescue team on the side of the field did not think that Johnny Blaze had any chance of surviving after seeing him fall from a height of more than 10 meters. At least, from a human's point of view, it was absolutely impossible to survive. At a height of more than 10 meters from the ground, he rushed out of the track at a speed of more than 100 meters. Then, without any protective measures, his head hit the green lawn first. The impact would break his neck in an instant, and then all the bones in his body would be smashed into pieces. Then, a large area of internal organs would be ruptured and bleeding. If Johnny Blaze could survive like this, I suggest the FBI to see if this guy is alien. All the reporters rushed up and surrounded him. They aimed the camera at the bloody man, constantly pressing the shutter and flashing lights, leaving this scene clearly from all angles. Johnny! This is impossible! This is impossible! Johnny's agent and friend were holding their heads in regret, kneeling on the ground and crying. He didn't understand why at the last moment. Johnny suddenly flew out more than 10 meters. To outsiders, this scene was extremely strange. In the middle of the flight, Johnny Blaze suddenly loosened the grip of his motorcycle. Then, in a strange position, he moved horizontally for more than 10 meters as if he had been knocked away. Finally, she heavily smashed into the green lawn. But the problem was, at that time, Johnny Blaze was in the air and did not see any external help. How did she fly out of the air for more than 10 meters? This was clearly beyond their knowledge and could almost be classified into the unsolved mysteries of humanity. There were a few more quick-witted reporters who had even thought of the title. They were shocked. The global supernatural phenomenon proved that the king of flying cars, Johnny Blaze, was the mystery of death. Of course, Lod was too lazy to understand these boring topics. He only cared about one thing now, and that was the mastermind hiding behind Johnny Blaze. When was Mephisto planning to appear and save this loyal fighter? As for Johnny Blaze, although he had fallen quite miserably, he was not going to die at all. Lod, who was familiar with this plot, was confident because Johnny Blaze had long been possessed by the vengeful spirit, and purely physical damage could not destroy this ghost rider. Although he had not truly awakened and had not transformed into an ghost rider, this did not hinder his characteristic of non-death. The hellfire that Mephisto had given Johnny Blaze could reconstruct him from the physical and soul level, and the powerful power of the vengeful spirit guaranteed that Johnny Blaze would never die. According to the development of the plot, tonight should be the time for Johnny Blaze to awaken. Unfortunately, Lod was not in the mood to circle with Mephisto, so he planned to directly flip the table and use Johnny Blaze to force Mephisto to appear, and then defeat the Infernal King from the front. It's so hot, do you feel something is wrong? Yet, why did it suddenly become so hot? Look, it's a fire. Johnny. His body is on fire. Put out the fire. Help. Put out the fire. A fire. Johnny is on fire. The crowd burst into a riot near the landing point of the fire. A strange natural phenomenon suddenly occurred in the bloody body of Johnny Blaze. Moreover, the fire was still getting more and more intense, emitting a pungent smell of sulfur that drifted with the wind and quickly spread to the audience seats of the entire football field. Hot. So hot. The raging flames burning near Johnny made the temperature in the entire football field rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many people's clothes were even wet with sweat. Johnny. Johnny moved. A sharp-eyed reporter saw this scene and was immediately scared silly. He shouted in a trembling voice. The audience once again looked at the location of Johnny. They saw that this man was like a ferocious ghost that had crawled out of hell. His body was burning with raging flames, and he stood up shakily. Miracle. No, it should be a miracle. Even the host, who had a glib tongue, was speechless after seeing this scene. He did not know how to describe it. At this moment, he was shocked in his heart. A few medical and firefighters who had reacted were about to rush up to help put out the fire and save Johnny, but they were forced back by the terrifying high temperature around him. They had no choice but to stand dozens of meters away and stare. Ah! Johnny Blaze screamed in extreme pain, causing the people present to all change their expressions. His entire body was wrapped in burning flames. After the water in the nearby air was evaporated by the high temperature, the remaining white smoke circled around him. A sticky black substance that looked like charred oil continuously dripped down from all over his body. Ah! Ah! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Johnny Blaze endured the unimaginable pain. His screams from the beginning gradually turned into ferocious laughter. After the flames attached to the outside burned and melted his skin, the white bones were left. Finally, the screams stopped. However, everyone who saw Johnny Blaze's appearance was stunned by his horrifying appearance. It was a skeleton that was burning with flames. It was almost impossible to see the appearance of any human. It was like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. It was emitting an extremely oppressive aura from outside. This is The Ghost Rider. After seeing Johnny Blaze's new form, a hint of surprise appeared in Lod's eyes. Then, he quickly regained his calm and said with slight disappointment, "It really isn't that simple to force Mephisto to come out. Looks like I need to add more fuel to the fire." Fortunately, he was prepared. As long as the Ghost Rider exploded, it would be impossible for Mephisto to not come out. Chapter 322, Ghost Rider 2. Pa! The fire of hell burned around the skeleton. The temperature was so terrible that even the atmosphere was distorted. All the electronic instruments nearby instantly failed, including the camera lens, and countless dazzling blue sparks burst out. This made the reporters, who had originally planned to take this scene and use it as the headline for tomorrow, bow their heads and stomp their feet in regret. Johnny Blaze transformed into a flame skeleton. Such explosive news content could definitely promote them to chief editor and get a generous reward, but now it was all ruined. However, no reporter dared to rush up and protest. Tell Johnny Blaze the so-called news freedom and media freedom. After all, the premise of protest and freedom was that the other party had to be at least a person, right? And now, Johnny Blaze was a skeleton that was burning with flames. No matter from that point of view, he probably could not be counted as a person. Johnny Blaze? No, he should be called an Ghost Rider now. The Ghost Rider was stunned for a moment at first, then slowly raised his head as if he was revived and suddenly looked at the audience. The eyes that were burning with flames were hollow and deep, as dark as an endless abyss. There was some kind of inexplicable magic that could devour all life and soul. Target locked. The Ghost Rider walked with stiff steps, like a decaying puppet. It swayed as it walked towards the crashed motorcycle. The people who had gathered out of curiosity saw the ridiculous actions of the flaming skeleton and suddenly felt less afraid. There were even some who were worried. What if he fell? Obviously, these people were worried for nothing. Although the Ghost Rider seemed to be swaying, every step he took was very steady. Wherever he went, the lawn was left with charred substance. The fire of hell burned in the human world, emitting the smell of burnt sulfur. Soon, the Ghost Rider walked to the side of the motorcycle, stretched out his right hand that had turned into cold bones, and pulled off the decorative chain wrapped around the rear of the car. Crash! The Ghost Rider held the chain that was about the thickness of a child's arm in both hands. The hellfire in his body was like a stream, slowly attached to the iron chain, transforming it into his special weapon. Crack! The Ghost Rider held the iron chain with one hand and casually swung it a few times. After the power was transmitted to the end of the iron chain, it was like a snake tail whipping the air, making a huge explosion. If a person was accidentally hit by the iron chain, it would probably explode on the spot, turning into a large piece of meat and blood mist, which could definitely be recorded in 1,000 ways of death. Hiss! The onlookers gasped, and suddenly became pale. Then they finally remembered that the person standing in front of them now was no longer Johnny Blaze, but a monster from hell. Run, run! It was unknown who shouted first, but the whole football field instantly exploded. Everyone was running away in panic, trying to squeeze out. Thou is the most sinful person. Flames danced in the eyes of the Ghost Rider. He ignored the people who ran away. His right hand pulled the long iron chain, waving it in the air, and then threw it to the front row of the audience. Phew! The iron chain swung in the air, drawing a huge half circle in the air, making a series of ear-piercing sonic booms, targeting Lod, who was sitting in the audience. A woman holding a child was tripped in the crowd of fleeing people. She struggled to get up, only to see a burning chain thrown over. At that moment, the mother's heart suddenly stopped, her face became extremely pale, and the shadow of despair swallowed her. But there was not much time left for this mother. The speed of the chain was very fast. If she did not make a choice as soon as possible, then she and the child could not escape death. Almost in an instant, the mother made a decision. She threw the child, who was still crying, in her arms to Lod, who was sitting on the side, and begged at the top of her lungs, "Please, please save my child." In this world, no one was not afraid of death. The only difference was the will that everyone showed in the face of death. As a mother, the great maternal love turned into courage and flowed through her body at this moment, defeating the fear of death. Although the mother did not know whether what she did was right or wrong, whether the child could survive or not, this was her only choice. The child drew an arc in the air and was caught firmly by Laud. The mother finally showed a trace of relief in her eyes. She looked at Laud with grateful eyes, then trembled and closed her eyes to wait for death. Pa! The chain seemed to hit something, making a dull sound, and the surging heat wave hit the woman's face. There was no pain that she had imagined. The mother slowly opened her eyes, half confused and half surprised. The tall back of the man was like a mountain that stood up to the sky. It left a deep impression in the woman's heart. She saw him holding the sleeping baby in one hand and holding the chain in the other. The chain that was burned red and shining, emitting waves of heat, seemed to be nothing in the eyes of this man. "Sorry, I am not good at taking care of children, so you should do it yourself." Laud turned back and smiled gently. Then, he gently returned the sleeping child to the woman. Thank you." The woman was shocked. She hurriedly thanked him and reached out to take the child. When she saw that he was smacking his lips and sleeping soundly, her heart that was hanging in her throat finally landed. "Don't thank me. The person you should thank is yourself. It is your courage and love that saved your child." Laud smiled and raised his hand. He caressed the child's chubby face and said, "All right, you should leave this place quickly." Thank you. May God bless you." The woman thanked him repeatedly and then ran to the entrance of the passageway with the child in her arms. Seeing the mother leave with the child in her arms, the hellfire on the iron chain ignited again, accompanied by a huge force, wanting to drag Laud over. However, no matter how hard the Ghost Rider tried, even using his two hands to pull, Laud, who was wrapped around the end of the iron chain, seemed to have taken root under his feet. Bang! The iron chain was dragged by two forces, pulling in a straight line between the two. But gradually, the Ghost Rider found that something was wrong. The power on the iron chain was getting stronger and stronger, and there were even signs of pulling him over. "Come here." Laud exhaled deeply, like a muffled thunder exploding in the sky of the football field, and then his right hand clenched the iron chain, bursting out a strong and powerful force. The balance was suddenly broken, which caught the Ghost Rider unprepared. He only felt that there was a force that could not resist at all, and dragged his whole person over. Chi! The Ghost Rider wanted to resist. His feet left two deep ravines on the flat green lawn. The burnt marks burned with flames. The next moment, when the Ghost Rider flew over uncontrollably, what greeted him was a pair of clenched fists. Fist technique, single strike. Laud took half a step forward. The moment his foot landed, the entire football field seemed to be shaking. Then, his spine rose up like a giant dragon, emitting a thunderous explosion. Then, the 5 fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist and swung forward. Boom! The violent fist directly pierced through hollow. Gathering all the strength in his body at one point, an unstoppable momentum like a mountain collapsing and earth splitting, the extremely terrifying power was like a surging and roaring torrent, all of it vented on the Ghost Rider. Bang! The Ghost Rider instantly turned into a shadow, pulling out a huge airflow in the air, and flew out 100 meters like a meteorite, fiercely smashing into the audience seats opposite the football field. Chapter 323, Had Number 90, Kurohitsuji. Rumble. The Ghost Rider turned into a stream of fire and flew out at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Then, under the violent impact of the audience stand, the hard cement floor directly collapsed, raising a rolling dust cloud. Although the impact seemed to be violent and shocking, it actually did not cause any damage to Johnny. The flames from hell could not only burn any matter, but also change all physical forms that he touched with the will of the Ghost Rider. There was also one most important function, which was to give him the undying body on the level of physical and soul. In the collapsed ruins, the fire of hell was ignited once again. A white bone claw poked out of the ruins and then pushed away the crushed stones above. Johnny Blaze, whose body was burning with flames, jumped violently in the dark eye sockets, as if telling others that he was very angry. "Are you angry?" Just in time. Lod calmly took a few steps forward and came to the green lawn. Then he crooked his finger at the angry Ghost Rider and said in a provocative tone, "Don't forget this feeling. Let me try how powerful the legendary vengeful spirit is." "As you wish." The Ghost Rider's empty eyes jumped with flames of anger, wrapping the hellfire around the entire chain. He said coldly, "Arrogant human, feel the pain of the hellfire burning your soul." Boom! The Ghost Rider lifted his foot and stepped on the ground, instantly disappearing from the audience stand. The audience stands, which had already been turned into ruins from the impact, once again suffered an immeasurable blow, directly collapsing in the loud roar. A fiery red shadow suddenly appeared, crossing the entire lawn at an astonishing speed. Behind him, a visible flame airflow was pulled out. It was like the legendary fire dragon spread its wings and swept across the earth. The terrifying high temperature burned everything it passed, leaving behind a visible flame passage. Although the Ghost Rider's performance in the movie was not very good, it seemed that apart from swinging the iron chain and riding a motorcycle to ignite the fire, it was not as strong as the Captain America. The only ability that could be used in his body seemed to be the hellfire. But the real situation was not like this. Although the Ghost Rider was using the hellfire as the core, and thus developed many types of attack methods, in reality, this seemingly fragile skeleton was not much weaker than Thunder God and Hulk, and could easily lift tens of tons or even heavier objects. Therefore, if one looked down on the power of the Ghost Rider, they would suffer a great loss. In the next moment, the Ghost Rider suddenly appeared. A low roar came out from the skeleton's mouth, and it raised its right hand that was wrapped in red chains, fiercely swinging towards Lod. Through the previous short confrontation, he had already roughly understood the strength of the Ghost Rider. The Hulk and Thunder God were still a bit lacking, so he only needed to pay a little more attention. Lod slowly raised his hand and blocked the punch with the back of his hand. Boom! In an instant, there was a loud sound like a bell striking a bell, and the entire space was filled with it. The collision of the two powerful forces caused faint ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading across the entire football field like ripples on the surface of the water. When everything calmed down, the ground let out a cry that could not bear the burden. The ground under their feet slowly split open, followed by dense cracks that appeared like a spider web, crisscrossing and covering almost half of the football field. The fist that was burning with hellfire was blocked by the faint light film released by the outer layer of the back of Lod's hand. Crack! 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 The flames in the dark eye sockets of the Ghost Rider were jumping. The strength of his fist was constantly increasing, but it was still unable to break through the layer of light. It was as if there was a mountain in front of him, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move it at all. Moreover, the ever-successful hellfire was actually hindered by the layer of light. That layer of light blue defense wall of spiritual power not only dissolved all the power of the Ghost Rider, but also stopped the corrosion of the hellfire. "Is that all you got?" Lod angered the Ghost Rider with a contemptuous tone while releasing a powerful spiritual power from the back of his hand, sending him flying again. How fast the Ghost Rider was when he rushed over, when he was sent flying by spiritual power, his speed was several times faster. He was like a cannonball after accelerating through the railgun. His speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, and his body was surrounded by a transparent ring of air. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a deep gully was plowed out on the green lawn, and then crashed into the outer wall of the football field. So weak. Lod frowned slightly. This Ghost Rider seemed to be too weak. It was not only because Johnny had transformed for the first time and had not mastered the vengeful spirit, but also because of the film and television version of the Ghost Rider. After experiencing a lot of weakening, it was already like this. In short, the strength displayed by the first-generation Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, made him completely uninterested. Human. The flames in the eyes of the Ghost Rider fiercely jumped and let out an angry roar. Just as he was about to get up and launch a counterattack, Lod, like a ghost, suddenly appeared in front of him. Following that, a simple and unadorned sidekick landed solidly on the Ghost Rider's chest. Bang! The bones in the Ghost Rider's chest shattered, and the tremendous force caused his entire body to be embedded several meters deep into the wall. Even though the hellfire had granted him an immortal body, it still required time to repair it. Obviously, Lod did not intend to give him this opportunity. He pointed his slender index finger at the Ghost Rider who was roaring in anger and said lightly, "Bakud number 63. Saj Sabaku." After gathering at his fingertips, spiritual power formed a golden chain that was as thick as a python. The Ghost Rider was tightly bound by the golden chain, temporarily suppressing his hellfire, making it unable to move freely for a few seconds. "Let's try this move." Seeing that the Bakuto had successfully bound it, and even temporarily suppressed the hellfire, Lod was pleasantly surprised by the effect of Bakuto. At the same time, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his heart. It was just enough to take the undead knight to test how powerful his Kido was. Boom! Lod pointed to the sky, and surging spiritual power gushed out from his body. Like the biting cold wind in the winter, the indifferent voice without any emotion clearly echoed in the ears of the Ghost Rider. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Head number 90. Kurohitsuji. Boom. The devastated ground cracked one after another, and the sound of wailing and collapsing could be heard. Boundless and boundless spiritual energy poured out from Lod's body as if there was no end to it. Along with the sound of rolling thunder, it resounded throughout the entire football field. Then, it turned into an extremely terrifying current of gravity. Under the effect of the mighty force that seemed to be able to tear and destroy everything, the space around Hollow seemed to be faintly distorted by the naked eye. Kika! 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 The sound of space cracking that made one's scalp go numb rang out in succession. Numerous pitch-black and deep cracks densely covered the surroundings of the Ghost Rider, and the indescribable terrifying aura emitted from them caused the hellfire in the eyes of the Ghost Rider to violently tremble. Chapter 324, Eye of Judgment. Danger. Extreme danger. The Ghost Rider who sensed the aura of death roared and released even more hellfire. For a time, even Bakuto was unable to suppress it. It was like a nuclear reactor emitting huge heat that directly melted the chains that bound him. Roar! The Ghost Rider let out an inhuman roar, waving the chains that burned with hellfire into a circle, and then suddenly threw them at the wall at the edge of the grave, trying to break the huge black coffin that trapped him. Bang! A loud crash rang out, and the chains were shaken off. The seemingly weak black border was actually incomparably sturdy. Even after enduring the impact of the hellfire chain, it still did not move. The next moment, the black coffin that had completely chanted created fine cracks in space. The vast spiritual power that seemed to be surging in substance turned into a black cube that was more than 10 meters tall and rose up from the ground. There were countless slender swords that looked like crosses at the top. They looked like a huge grave that buried the roaring and uneasy Ghost Riders inside. Any sound and light was isolated outside by the black coffin. The Ghost Rider in the space inside the black coffin let out a tragic howl. Under the suppression of the indescribable gravity current, the bones that formed the body were as fragile as biscuits that were constantly cracking. Before the Ghost Rider could catch his breath, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Countless pitch-black shadow blades condensed into a dense mass of black. It was like an extremely oppressive dark cloud had covered the entire space. Like a raging storm, they continuously descended, drowning the Ghost Rider in this torrent. Those so-called Thousand Sword, even if they cut him up, he would only be like this. A moment later, the black cube collapsed. The Ghost Rider that had suffered the protection of tens of millions of swords' blade had turned into a pile of scattered bones. Only its head was still intact, and it could barely be seen its original appearance. And the hellfire in his dark eyes also became as small as a candle in the wind, as if there was a possibility of extinguishing at any time. Who? Laud slowly spat out a white breath from his mouth. Looking at the Ghost Rider fragments scattered on the ground, he thought in his heart that number 90 Hado was indeed powerful, but there were some problems brought about by high-level Hado. First of all, he needed to chant a lot of complicated incantations. With his current strength as a third-class spiritual power, he could not directly abandon chanting like Aizen, so if he wanted to release a high-level Kido in actual combat, he had to ensure 2 points, which was that the other party could not move or counterattack. This could be seen after restraining the Ghost Rider, and he almost escaped the range of the Black Coffin. Then, the high-level spiritual power consumed too much energy. After releasing Black Coffin number 90 once, his spiritual power had already used up 1/3 of his energy. If not for the fact that he had the constitution of a quincy and could absorb the spiritual droplets in the atmosphere at any time, even he wouldn't dare to release them recklessly. But fortunately, all these efforts were worth it. Even the Ghost Rider with the Hellfire could not resist the attack of number 90 Hado. Laud shook his head and expelled these thoughts from his mind. He looked down at the Ghost Rider with only one skull left and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. This level of attack can't kill the vengeful spirit. Hurry up and stand up." Crack crack crack. As Laud's voice fell, the Ghost Rider seemed to know that it couldn't hold on any longer. The bones scattered on the ground ignited the flames of hell and then reformed into a human form in the boiling flames. A skeleton burning with flames appeared in front of him again with chains wrapped around its arms. "Don't be too arrogant, human." The flames in the eyes of the spirit knight surged, spinning like a whirlpool, emitting a strange and inexplicable attraction. "Look into my eyes and feel the pain of the innocent. Now, let me count your sins. At this point, are you still sane?" The corners of Laud's lips curled up into a calm smile. Did he really think that he was not prepared for this move? As the most iconic means of attack for the Ghost Rider, the embodiment of the extreme use of the Hellfire. It could burn the soul of the enemy through the eyes and let the other party experience the pain brought by the crimes committed by others. It could also punish the soul of the target and read the multiple effects of the other party's soul. Some people with weak strength might even turn into ashes on the spot if they were hit by the Ghost Rider's eye of judgment. It could be said that they were worthy of being called who dies if they stared at someone. After all, even a blind person like Daredevil could be burned by the effect of the eye of judgment, so this method would not work. Moreover, even if you are a heinous villain, you can't have no sense of guilt for trampling on all morals and laws in the world. The eye of judgment can also take effect on psychopathic murderers who have no guilt in their hearts. At present, the only one who can be immune to the effect of the eye of judgment is the Punisher and Frank. He thinks that he has a clear conscience in killing people, for the sake of justice in the world, so he is immune to the eye of judgment of the Ghost Rider. But in the follow-up manga plot of MCU, the Ghost Rider's eye of judgment took effect on Frank again, and because of this, he gave up killing people for a short time and changed his profession for a while. Therefore, how to fight against the eye of judgment became the most crucial problem. Eye of judgment. The flames in the eyes of the spirit knight burst out, and a powerful force that could penetrate the soul rushed out. God's favored son, the Iron City Wall, the dragon, the lion's roar, the tiger's roar, the wolf's rush, cut off the heaven and earth before the collapse. Laud's eyes seemed to flicker with divine light. He raised his hand to point in front of him and said indifferently, "Bakut number 81, dank." Boom! Spiritual power, who was rushing out, formed a huge transparent wall between the two. The soul-burning energy of hell's fire collided with the transparent huge city wall. The surface of the wall rippled with visible ripples, causing a huge wave of air. Laud, who was standing behind the transparent city wall, was unharmed. "This is impossible." The evil knight widened his eyes and shouted in horror, "How are you immune to the eye of judgment?" This was the first time in thousands of years that a human could be immune to the effects of eye of judgment. This made the vengeful spirit hiding in Johnny's body. Laud calmly smiled and said, "Do you remember the chain that bound you?" "I remember." Flames danced in the dark knight's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "What does being immune to my eye of judgment have to do with that chain?" "It has a lot to do with it." Laud revealed a meaningful smile and said, "It is because of that chain that I am certain that your hellfire can be suppressed by Bakuto. This is the key information." At that time, the ghost rider who was trapped by the lock was suppressed by the burning hellfire around his body. Although it was subsequently shattered by the reignited hellfire, and the details were noticed by Laud. In essence, the Eye of Judgment was the ultimate use of hellfire. Since Kido could suppress the power of hellfire in a short period of time, it meant that as long as he released a sequence higher Kido, the effect of hellfire would be ineffective. In order to confirm this point, Laud released number 90. And the result was as he had expected. Not only did the black coffin ignore the power of the hellfire, but it also shattered the evil knight with the flames. It fully proved to him that Kido could contain the evidence of the hellfire. That was why Laud was fearless. According to his speculation, the power of the evil knight's eye of judgment would not exceed that of Heido number 90, and Bakuto number 81, could perfectly defend against Heido that was below number 90. Chapter 325, Carter Slade. Ignore hellfire. Immune to eye of judgment. Where did this monster come from? His two special abilities, which he was most proud of, were actually unable to cause any harm to the man in front of him. The Ghost Rider was suddenly a little confused. This was the first time in thousands of years that he had seen a human immune to his eye of judgment. Then next. "I have to be serious." Laud shook his head dully and then walked towards the Ghost Rider. "You better pray that your master can arrive in time. Otherwise, if you want me to step over an ant and not kill him, this power is a bit too difficult to control." "You mean? Am I an ant in your eyes?" The Ghost Rider swung the chain and the flames around him became extremely violent. He said angrily, "Your ignorance is ridiculous. The fire of vengeance of the Ghost Rider will never be extinguished." "No, there is still a way." Laud had already expected him to say this. He smiled contemptuously and said, "The premise is that you, as the vengeful spirit, must be combined with the host in order to have an undying and indestructible characteristic. But what if you are dragged out of that human's body?" All things in the world had their shortcomings. Whether it was in the manga or in the movies, the Ghost Rider had an inevitable shortcoming. That was, the vengeful spirit as the source of power had to stay in the human body to give birth to the terrifying power of the hellfire. However, once the vengeful spirit left the host, its body would become very weak, and it would also be affected by the rules of hell. Mephisto had used this characteristic to trick Zarathos thousands of years ago and forcibly turned him into his own subordinate. Now, the powerful vengeful spirit was in Johnny Blaze's body and controlled his consciousness. The Ghost Riders could do whatever they wanted in front of others, but in front of Laud, they were no threat. Although as a Lord of Hell, Laud was slightly weaker than the other devil monarchs, even in a weak Lord of Hell, he could still control a part of the rules of Hell. Therefore, as long as the vengeful spirit was dragged out of Johnny's body, Laud could casually send him to Soul Society, and then in his own territory, he could do whatever he wanted to ravage Zarathos. Hoo dash! The Dark Knight was silent. The hellfire in his dark eyes swayed slightly. On one hand, he was afraid of what Laud said, but on the other hand, he didn't believe that he could drag him out. He stared at Laud and said doubtfully, "You are lying. You are just a human. How can you drag me out of the human soul? Is this enough?" Laud slowly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. A layer of white frost condensed on sword's blade, which was as smooth and sharp as a mirror. The temperature in the entire football field suddenly began to decrease. The visible frost froze the green lawn inch by inch. Cold air? This strange cold air stunned the Ghost Rider. Even the hell flames around him seemed to be affected by this cold air, and the degree of burning suddenly became much weaker. "Who the hell are you?" The flame in the eyes of the Ghost Rider was full of surprise and doubt. His jaw moved up and down, making a low and empty voice that was not human. "Why do I feel the aura from hell from you? The flame of hell." It was actually suppressed by this sudden chill. Moreover, in this world, besides the power of heaven, only the power of hell with the same origin could suppress the power of hell. "Sorry, I have no obligation to answer your question." Laud's eyes turned cold. He took a small step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, sword was wrapped in a wisp of extreme cold energy, drawing a faint ice blue arc in the air. It was like a cold crescent moon that hung in the night sky, emitting a hazy and vast brilliance that enveloped the Ghost Rider like mercury flowing down. 8,000 sword style, Menage a Key. Along with an indifferent voice ringing in his ears, it was only after sword had swept past his body that the Ghost Rider realized that a trace of coldness was slowly spreading from his abdomen. "What did you do to me?" The Ghost Rider suddenly found that his hellfire was going to be extinguished uncontrollably, and the residual frost power in his abdomen was spreading to his whole body at an extremely fast speed. If this continued, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture soon. The Ghost Rider who mastered the hellfire was frozen into an ice sculpture. Was there any joke in the world more ridiculous than this? Damn, why? Why can't I control the hellfire? What did you do to me? The Ghost Rider was completely panicked. He roared and wanted to activate the hellfire to melt the ice that had frozen him. However, his mind consciousness was in a mess and was not under his control at all. "It's nothing. It's just a little trick." Laud gently stroked the cold sword edge and said, "The sword just now shook the brain nerves of this body, so you can't control his consciousness." Among the 8,000 style of Anohana, most of them are mainly killing techniques. However, the Menage a Key is a relatively special type of sword technique. It does not use killing life as the main goal, but uses sword techniques to shake the enemy's consciousness to achieve the goal of sealing the spirit body. It has to be said that Yachiru is really useful. Cough cough. Let me make it clear, this is referring to the Zanjutsu. No. This is not possible. The Ghost Rider let out a roar, and the hellfire seemed to gather and burn again. But the next second, sword came again. "Shh, be quiet." Laud held the ice blue Zanpakuto and tapped the ground around the Ghost Rider 6 times. 6 clothed ice cleansing formation. The 6-pointed ice flower bloomed one after another. The surging cold air rose into the sky along with spiritual power, forming a special formation. The hellfire that was about to be reignited was instantly suppressed again. As for the flame skeleton, it turned into a lifelike ice sculpture skeleton. Through the layer of ice outside, one could even see the near-extinguished hellfire on the surface of his body. Clang! After Laud returned Zanpakuto to his sheath, he stared at the empty area around him and could not help but frown. "We've already done it to this extent, but Mephisto's still not willing to come out. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, the importance of the Ghost Rider to Mephisto is self-evident. How could this cunning devil sit back and watch Johnny get into trouble?" Just as Laud was puzzled by this, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves coming from the distance. Ta, 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 ta. A flaming bull was riding a warhorse from hell. It was like a storm that came from the boundary of the dawn and dusk far away. It stepped on the gradually rising moonlight and left behind a string of flaming hoofprints. It was extremely cool. No one could refuse a skeleton horse, especially one that had flames. That was Carter Slade. Laud recognized it at a glance. It was the first-generation Ghost Rider in the film and television universe. In the beginning of the movie, this old man had only been able to transform into an Ghost Rider once because he did not have enough strength left in his body. What was he doing here now? Who? Carter Slade took off the whip on his waist and wrapped the flames of hell around it. He waved the whip in one hand and the air exploded under the long flame whip. It was as if a roaring flame dragon was rushing towards Laud with terrifying power. Laud frowned slightly and raised the whip that sword sent flying. However, the hellfire attached to the whip suddenly turned into a huge storm of flames, trapping him inside. Shua! Carter Slade did not hesitate for a moment. He rode on the hell warhorse and turned into a stream of fire. He flashed past the trapped Laud at an extremely fast speed. He used a rope to tie Johnny, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and then sped up and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 326, Another Ghost Rider. Clang! Sword swept past the raging storm, and the extreme cold instantly extinguished it. The surging force swept across the green lawn like autumn leaves. A large amount of pure white frost condensed on the ground and spread out a dozen meters away in a splash, drawing a perfect crescent arc. And the stream of light that the flame turned into had disappeared at the end of the twilight. This was a little interesting. He originally wanted to use Johnny Blaze's hand to attract Mephisto and then end the battle quickly. However, he did not expect that the main character did not show up, but instead attracted another Ghost Rider, one of the most important people. The legendary first Ghost Rider Carter Slade was the only human who fooled and betrayed Mephisto. He escaped from the control of the Lord of Hell, and in the following thousands of years, he guarded the contract of Zanpakutou alone. It seemed that Johnny's importance was obviously better than the contract of Zanpakutou in the eyes of this old man. If not, there was no need for Carter Slade to use his last chance to transform. He even risked being caught by Mephisto and rode his hell warhorse across more than half of the city to save Johnny Blaze right under his nose. By the way, the current Carter Slade was very popular. In addition to Mephisto, who had an ambiguous attitude, there was also his son Black Demon and his subordinates who were also coveting the contract of Zanpakutou. Of course, there was also him. There were at least 3 forces fighting over the cage. And the real threat to Laud was obviously the disobedient son of Mephisto, the Black Heart Demon. Although the Black Heart Demon's performance in the movie seemed to be very bad and was easily killed by the Ghost Rider, in fact, this son of hell was even more powerful than his father in the human world. Forget it, I'll let you go for now. Laud frowned. After a long silence, he slowly put sword into the sheath and did not choose to chase Carter Slade. It was not that he could not catch up. It was just that there was no need at the moment. Since he almost sealed the vengeful spirit and dragged it out of the host body, Mephisto had not appeared, and this battle had lost its meaning. It was better to temporarily let Johnny go. In any case, as long as the plot continued to develop normally, he would always see Mephisto. The difference was just a matter of time. Well, it's time to go. Laud gently snapped his fingers and the space freeze technology came into contact. Then, ho-ho out, and disappeared. Dozens of minutes later, Seireitei, who had received the news, arrived late. Captain Rogers, please come and take a look. An employee of Seireitei scanned the surroundings with an instrument. His eyes were attracted by the burning horseshoe mark on the ground. He waved his hand and said, "There are traces of spiritual power here. There is another kind of strange flame here. It's spiritual power." Rogers had a serious expression and said, "And it's very powerful. There was a great battle here. In a cemetery at the edge of Texas City. In front of him was a group of tall weeds. There were many broken gravestones hidden in them. From the blurry handwriting and the traces of wind and rain, it could be seen that no one had come to this cemetery for a long time. There was a church in the cemetery. The whole church was built from granite. There was even 7-colored painting on the glass, the combination of colors, the design, and the perfection of the lines. One could not help but wonder why there was such a luxurious church in such a remote and desolate place. In the early morning sunlight, the weeds swayed with crystal dew. The air was full of soil mixed with the fragrance of flowers. The fresh smell was emitted from the air. From time to time, there would be crisp birds chirping, adding a different kind of peace to the broken cemetery. Creak dash. The wooden door of the church was slowly pushed open from the inside. A white-haired old man walked out. He was wearing the costume of the last century, a cowboy hat, a round shovel to clean up the weeds around him, and also shoveled away the weeds that were too high. The sun gradually rose and it was noon. The old man's work was finally over. After he shoveled away all the weeds in the cemetery, he sat on a reclining chair and fanned himself with a cowboy hat. He picked up a bottle of beer and drank with one hand. He looked very comfortable. The door of the church behind him slowly opened. A middle-aged man with stubble all over his face and a slightly dispirited aura walked out in a daze. The man was wearing a tattered racing suit. The label on his chest could still be vaguely seen. The brand names of several sponsors were also vaguely visible. One of them was his name, Johnny Blaze. "Good morning, dead bones." Carter Slade leisurely fanned the wind and lay on the bench, greeting without looking back. "Sorry. I am a little confused now. Where is this? Am I not participating in the challenge? No. I seem to have fallen to death." Johnny's mind was blank. His memory was still at the moment when he fell from the sky. As for what happened after that, how he came to this cemetery from the arena, and why there was an old man, etc. he could not remember anything. "It seems that you do not remember what happened yesterday." Carter Slade sighed, put down his cowboy hat, and slowly stood up with the armrest. He said, "Your memory is correct. You are indeed dead. What is alive now is only an evil spirit that acts for revenge." Evil spirit. Johnny froze on the spot, and then the incomplete memory in his mind suddenly flashed in front of his eyes like a lantern. Flames, skeletons, anger, black, huge square body. After the evil spirit that was trapped in the depths of his soul appeared, it turned him into a burning angry beast. The resentment and fury that had been suppressed for thousands of years almost burned away his rationality and consciousness. Ah! Johnny let out a scream. He suddenly hugged his head and knelt on the ground. It was as if a red-hot iron had been stuffed into his mind. The intense pain invaded his entire body. His entire body convulsed and foamed at the mouth. "I almost forgot that you can't bear his memory right now." Carter Slade walked over and squatted down. He gently pressed his old, wrinkled palm on Johnny Blaze's forehead and recited the Bible with experience. As the syllable of the Bible sounded, Johnny clearly felt that the pain had eased a lot. After remembering everything that had happened last night and knowing that the old man had saved him, Johnny threw him a grateful look. "Thank you for saving me last night. Otherwise, I might have died in the hands of that guy. Johnny Blaze, you need to adapt to it as soon as possible and control its power." Carter Slade slowly got up. His already old face was now much paler. His turbid eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. "There is not much time left for you. I have no power to help you. I can only rely on you now." "Wait. I don't quite understand what you mean. Let me take care of it first." Johnny's brain was in a mess right now. After rubbing his hair, he asked, "First question, who are you?" "Carter Slade, the first generation of the Ghost Rider." When he said this, Carter's slightly stooped body suddenly straightened, and his turbid eyes emitted a light that Johnny did not dare to look straight at. "The second question." Johnny subconsciously avoided it. The old man's eyes were sharp and terrifying. He asked, "The ghost rider you were talking about, what exactly is it?" "You can understand it as a bounty hunter who is responsible for hunting down the evil spirits that escaped from hell." Carter Slade seemed to be a little tired. He sat back down on the deck chair, picked up the cup full of golden wine and took a sip. He asked, "Would you like some?" "It's wheat beer brewed by the Holy Arnold Church cultivators in the Nevada mountains." "Thank you. I think I need to use this to calm down." Johnny unceremoniously picked up the glass and gulped down half a glass of beer. Gulp. Gulp. The cool and refreshing wheat beer flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Only then did Johnny recover from his shock. A day ago, he was still an ordinary flying car stuntman. He did not expect his life to be so changeable. In just a day's time, he had transformed into a bounty hunter who chased after evil spirits and demons. This was too exciting. Chapter 327, Taking shortcut is not always a good thing. Wait. I still have a question. Johnny took a deep breath. Just as he was about to ask why it was him, Carter Slade seemed to have guessed what he wanted to ask and directly said, "From the moment you signed the contract with Mephisto, you were destined to be unable to escape this nightmare." Mephisto. This evil name was like a terrifying nightmare, winding around Johnny for more than 10 years. If he had not been bewitched, in order to save his father who was suffering from cancer, and signed the evil contract with Mephisto, his father would not have died in a flying car performance. And he would not blame himself deeply for this matter and even deliberately challenge the impossible flying car stunt in order to find a way to let him die in peace. "You? How did you know?" Johnny sat on the ground dejectedly, his hands deeply inserted into the roots of his hair, burying his head in the bear like an ostrich avoiding a storm. "Because I also signed a contract with Mephisto just like you." Carter Slade recalled the past and could not help but let out a long sigh. "So we were all deceived by Mephisto." A trace of astonishment flashed through Johnny's eyes. He did not expect the old man in front of him to have a similar experience with him. He immediately felt that Carter had become much closer. Carter Slade sighed again, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. "We don't need to be touched. We will soon be in big trouble. If we can't solve it, the whole world will be swallowed up by the demons." Johnny's eyes twitched. "Sorry, are you talking about the plot of Hollywood movies? The man who attacked you last night, I smelled a strong smell of hell from him." There was a hint of fear in Carter's eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Just looking into his eyes made me feel a shudder from the depths of my soul. This feeling of being killed at any time, I have only felt it from Mephistopheles. So, why did he attack me?" Johnny swallowed his saliva. Although he did not know how strong Mephisto was, the scene of him being abused by that man yesterday and being unable to fight back was still vivid in his mind. "If I'm not wrong, he should be here for the contract." Carter Slade subconsciously glanced at a broken tombstone. But he quickly took it back and did not attract Johnny's attention. "The contract of zanpakutou." Johnny frowned. His intuition told him that this thing was very important. "It sounds very powerful, but I have never seen it. Why did that man come to me?" "Because this is the fate of the evil knight." Carter Slade said in a deep voice, "It is the fate of every evil knight to protect the contract of zanpakutou and not fall into the hands of Mephistopheles and other demons." Gulp. Perhaps influenced by Carter's solemn expression, Johnny unconsciously puffed up his chest and asked nervously, "What is the contract of zanpakutou?" "Key." Carter Slade's expression was rather solemn. "This is a magic tool forged by Mephisto who spent hundreds of years to turn a holy land of faith into purgatory and seal the souls of 3,000 fallen saints. Once the contract of zanpakutou is obtained by Mephisto or other powerful demons, the entrance to hell linking the world to the world will be opened. Countless demons will enter the world and turn the entire world into another hell." "Johnny." Carter waited for a long time but there was no response. He frowned and said, "Are you okay? Can I give up?" Johnny wanted to cry but had no tears. The shock of this news was no less than a bolt of lightning striking his head. He was clearly just a flying car stuntman. How did he suddenly become a hero who saved the world? Of course you can. As long as you are willing to see the people you love with your own eyes, all of them will fall into hell and suffer forever. Carter Slade sneered and said indifferently, "Anyway, I am about to die and have lived long enough. There is no one worthy of me thinking about." Johnny's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless for a moment. Carter Slade looked at him with disappointment. He stood up with the handrail and walked to the church with a shovel. "You still have a chance to regret. The car is outside the cemetery. When you think it through, come to the church. I will teach you how to control the evil spirit in your body." Johnny sat alone in the cemetery with a complicated look in his eyes. Looking at the desolate and dilapidated scenery around him, countless chaotic thoughts emerged in his mind. It was like a tangled thread, making Johnny suddenly feel a little confused. He did not know how to choose. As time went on, the bright moon rose from the horizon. Johnny actually sat quietly for a whole day without knowing it. The messy thoughts in his mind gradually dispersed, replaced by a man's voice full of magnetism that sounded in his heart. "Johnny, don't be bound by fear. If you don't lead the fate, then you will be led by the fate. To dominate the fate, not to be controlled by the fate." This was what his father had told him before he died. This sentence was like a lamp in the dark night, instantly illuminating the shadow in Johnny's heart, guiding him to a great path. "That's right, I can't live in the shadows of the past, and I can't be bound by fear." The light in Johnny's eyes became brighter, and his decadent aura was swept away. His whole person was like a new life, exuding a vigorous aura. "I want to control my own destiny. Whether it is Mephisto or the demon of hell, don't think of taking away my love." Johnny strode into the church. He looked at the old man sitting under the window and said word by word, "I've decided. I want to become an evil knight and protect the contract of San Venganza. I want to save my lover in this world." "Congratulations!" A smile bloomed on Carter's calm face. His eyes were filled with relief. "In your despair, you finally have a chance to resist that dog shit's fate." "Thank you." Johnny shrugged and said, "Didn't you want to teach me how to control my transformation? I want to start from that step first. It's best if it's simpler and faster." "That's easy. You just need to stand there and don't move." A strange smile appeared on Carter Slade's face. He held a shovel and dragged him to the ground, slowly walking towards Johnny. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Johnny showed a trace of fear on his face and subconsciously leaned against the door. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you transform. Don't you want the fastest and simplest way?" Carter Slade said with a smile, his hands holding the heavy shovel. Then, before Johnny could react, Carter waved the heavy shovel and slapped it on his forehead. Boom! The shovel almost smashed Johnny's head into pieces, and the hellfire burst out uncontrollably. The next moment, the Ghost Rider appeared. "This is the method you said." Johnny, who had turned into an Ghost Rider, touched his burning skull and shouted with lingering fear, "Damn it, do you know that I was almost killed by a shovel? What if I didn't transform? Dang dash! You are the one who requested to use the fastest and simplest method. Is my method not fast enough?" Carter held the shovel in one hand and said lightly, "And it is impossible for anything to happen to you. The hellfire can heal all wounds." Reality proved that trying to take a shortcut was not a good thing. Johnny, who was in the wrong, was exasperated and raised his middle finger. F***CKU. Chapter 328, Trade Offer. The moon and stars were bright and quiet. Originally, it was expected that it would only take one day to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, there was a little accident in the end. The cunning Mephisto did not appear. Instead, the first-generation Ghost Rider Carter Slade suddenly appeared. This completely disrupted Laud's future arrangements, so he could only choose to stay in Texas for 2 more days. Thinking that it was not easy to go on a business trip, Laud did not intend to wrong himself. He directly went to Dallas Carlton Hotel, located in the most luxurious suite on the top floor, and it was the kind that did not need to pay. After all, for Death God, money in human society was meaningless. With his current influence, he only needed to reveal a little bit of his thoughts to Shield, and Nick Fury would probably laugh out loud if he knew. Then, he would pile endless money into a mountain in front of him. After setting up a formation to avoid disturbing Kido outside the room, Laud walked into the luxury suite. The furnishings and structure of the entire room were more inclined to the traditional style of Texas, but on top of this foundation, there was also a modern style. The bed sheets, blanket, sofa, and other colors were warm. The huge floor-to-ceiling window was the night scene in the downtown of Dallas, and the bustling streets and Victoria Park could be seen. After washing up, Laud walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and poured himself a glass of ice water. Then he came to the huge French window and admired the bustling commercial street below. Beep, beep, beep dash. The black Hell's butterfly flapped his wings and landed on Laud's shoulder. "Brother, how are things on your side?" Nemu's tender voice came from Hell's butterfly. From her tone, it was obvious that she was worried about him. "It's all right, but I miscalculated." Laud shook his head and sighed. "Mephisto did not appear at all, so I still need to stay here for a few more days. Soul Society will temporarily leave it to you and Kisokura. Don't worry, brother. With me here, there will be no problem for Soul Society," Nemu promised. Hearing this, Laud could not help but smile. The image of Nemu straightening her chest and patting her chest to guarantee him appeared in his mind. He smiled. "I don't need to worry about Soul Society. By the way, how are Grimjo and Gwen?" They found traces of the remnant page of the Divine Book of Darkness in Scandinavia and are tracking the source. As Nemu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Brother, you don't know how angry Grimjo was after knowing that he had been played. His hair is all blown up. We were all fooled, we had no choice." Laud pinched the space between his eyebrows and said helplessly. Originally, everyone thought that Hashwolf had an accident in Thorvia, which was why Grimjo and Gwen went to investigate, but they did not expect to be fooled by Mephistopheles. The real Hashwolf was in Texas, which led to the 2 people rushing over and missing, so he simply made the mistake and let the 2 of them retrieve the remnant pages of the Dark Book, and he came to Texas to meet Mephisto. "Brother, you have to be careful. Mephisto's not simple. If you really can't do it, then use that thing," Nemu said worriedly. She had seen the great power of the Archangel with her own eyes, and knew that Mephisto would not be inferior to the Archangel. Don't worry," Laud agreed. The 2 of them chatted for a while longer. During this time, they also asked about the progress of Kisokura research. After listening to Nemu's description, they could only say one thing, as expected of Kisokura. It had only been a short 7 days since he was summoned. Kisokura had already completed more than half of his research on transforming souls. The only things left were the improvements and optimization. If nothing unexpected happened, when he returned, the first batch of trial. But the only regret is, as for how to forge Asachi, Kisokura still had no idea. It was not as simple as he had imagined that he wanted to forge an Asachi that was suitable for Death God's soul and could evolve along with it. However, if he thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with the high difficulty. If it was that easy to forge, the Nimeiya would not have advanced to become a member of Zero Division with this contribution. After hanging up the connection, Laud frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. As a scientist, Kisokura was excellent, but he knew nothing about how to forge weapons. It seemed that he must be professional in forging. Just as Lod was thinking about how he should bring Tony Stark back, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the space behind him. An extremely evil aura spread in the room like a shadow. Wang dash! Space rippled in the air, and then an old man with a golden back. The old man wore a black striped suit and held a golden cane in his hand. He leisurely appeared in the room. The unique smell of sulfur from his body undoubtedly revealed his identity. He was a visitor from hell. Lod slowly put down the cup in his hand, then calmly turned around and said coldly, "I've been looking for you for a long time, Mephisto. It's an honor to finally meet you." As a demon, Mephisto's attitude was quite gentle, and he did not even have the slightest bit of arrogance. He said in a very gentlemanly manner, "I dealt with some family matters during the day, so I didn't come to see you in time. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'd better get straight to the point." Lod was expressionless and said indifferently, "I'll give you two choices now. Either let my people go, or let me cut off your avatar, and then take my people away." "Well, it sounds good." Mephisto revealed a strange smile. "But unfortunately, I want to choose the third one. If you help me, I will let your people go. What do you think?" "I refuse." A dangerous light flashed in Lod's eyes, and spiritual power seemed to be boiling around him. "Wow, I advise you to calm down." Mephisto took an exaggerated step back, and then raised his cane to hit the ground. Bang! There was a crack in the floor of the room, and below it was a burning hell, and Hashwolf was trapped inside. "What is in front of you is just a powerless clone. So before you kill me, you better think it over first." Mephisto's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, and he said faintly, "You are also a lord of hell. You should know that without my permission, no soul can escape from hell." Lod's eyes flashed fiercely. After a moment of silence, he said, "Tell me your request." Mephisto revealed a victorious smile on his face and said, "I hope that you can help me expel the black heart demon from the human world." Lod glanced at Mephisto and said, "The transaction should be equal." "Then what price are you going to pay?" "The contract of San Venganza. I think this reward should be enough to satisfy you, right?" Mephisto held his cane and revealed a sly smile like an old fox. Lod revealed a meaningful smile. "I hope that we can cooperate well." In fact, he knew very well that Mephisto must not have any good intentions in the deal. With this old swindler's treacherous and cunning character, he would definitely not use the contract of San Venganza as a reward. But it did not matter. Because from the beginning, he had never intended to follow the rules that Mephisto had set. Chapter 329, Dead Man Walking. Just like how Lod would not believe Mephisto's lies, how could Mephisto, who was known for being treacherous and cunning, easily believe in a lord of hell with an unknown origin? However, Mephisto believed that he would definitely be the final winner. In fact, when he came to see Lod this time, other than asking him to teach his son a lesson to the black heart demon, Mephisto had other thoughts, and wanted to test this lord of hell who had suddenly appeared. Now, it seemed that there was nothing to fear. After the two sides came into close contact, Mephisto could clearly sense that the origin of hell in Lod's body was not dense. He immediately guessed that what he controlled was only a small piece of hell fragment. This was also the reason why Mephisto was so confident. It was just a small lord of hell. Could it be that he could overturn the heavens? When he obtained the contract with Saint Fan, he would be able to exert half of his strength in the world. At that time, even if Sorcerer Supreme came, it would be useless, let alone a weak lord of hell. Unfortunately, Mephistopheles' abacus was making a crackling sound, but he did not know that Lod was already prepared for him. The moment Mephisto tore open the space of the modern realm and exposed his own hell, Lod secretly used the shadow space to split a part of his soul, and then stayed in Hashwolf's body. Through the soul that remained in Hashwolf's body, he could ignore the obstruction of the rules of hell in Mephisto, and establish a new connection with Hashwolf, and he could instantly descend at a critical moment. As a hostage, Hashwolf was safe, and he could return to Soul Society through the Realm Gate at any time. However, Lod did not expose him. He wanted to see what else Mephisto would do when he lost his hostage. Due to the rules of Hell, Mephisto could not stay in the human world for long. The longer he left Hell, the weaker his strength would become, so after seeing that his goal had been achieved, Mephisto opened his mouth to say goodbye and returned to his hell. Lod smiled and watched Mephisto leave. However, before Mephisto left, he gave Lod an important piece of information about his unfilial son, the Black Heart Demon. Originally, all demons needed a powerful and evil vessel when they descended to the mortal world. Otherwise, they would not be able to display their original strength. Just like the vengeful spirit in the body of the Ghost Rider, the Black Heart Demon was an exception. The Black Heart Demon took the initiative to abandon his authority as the son of Hell and asked the rules of Hell to bind him. Therefore, after descending to the mortal world, the Black Heart Demon could display his full strength, which was why Mephisto felt troubled and had to seek help from others. Lod could roughly guess what the Black Heart Demon was going to do next. It was nothing more than to find the first Ghost Rider Carter through Johnny, and then use the 3,000 souls of the fallen saints in the contract to rebuild a hell that only belonged to his black demon in San Venganza. But in fact, if he thought about it carefully, the Black Heart Demon was obviously lacking social poisoning, and he thought things too simply. The law between heaven and hell had long been set, and there was also a guardian, Sorcerer Supreme, in the middle. Even Mammon and Gabriel failed, how could a mere son of hell do it? Therefore, Lod was not very worried about the Black Demon. Even if it was Black Demon at its peak, could it be more difficult to deal with than the Archangel Gabriel? Hee. If the Black Heart Demon was really so powerful, then why would he run out of hell and directly kill his father Mephisto, usurping the throne and inheriting such a large hell dimension? Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Lod shook his head and stopped thinking about these trivial things. After drinking the ice water in the cup, he planned to sleep and feel the 5-star hotel. But before his thoughts could come to fruition, a scorching red flame directly rushed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Boom! As the engine roared further and further away, the terrifying heat left behind by the traces of flames melted the entire glass into juice. Looking at the melted floor-to-ceiling window, Lod had a face full of black question marks. If he wasn't mistaken, the figure that was riding the motorcycle from outside the floor-to-ceiling window just now, in a way to escape the gravity of the earth, was Johnny Blaze, who had run away yesterday. Ho-ho! Another gust of wind swept over. In the eerie howling, a hideous face could be vaguely seen, chasing after the Ghost Rider. The explosive wind howled and extinguished the burning flames, destroying the entire room like the wind of sword. Crash! Then another stream of water rushed up. Very good, very good. Lod's face was extremely gloomy. He crushed the crystal cup in his hand and flames of anger rose in his eyes. Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Ghost Rider, the three of you are dead. Even a clay Buddha would still be a little angry, let alone that he was not a bodhisattva. If there is a road in heaven, you don't walk, and you break into hell without a door? If I don't kill you today, I will recite my name in the future. Boom! The demonic knight rode on the Hell War chariot and galloped on the glass of the building that was 90 degrees vertical. Meanwhile, the Wind Demon and Water Demon recruited by the Black Heart Demon turned into elements and chased after him relentlessly. During this period of time, they launched several sneak attacks and almost pulled Johnny down. A moment later, Johnny rode the Hell War chariot to the top floor of the hotel. The burning tires rubbed against the ground and drew a huge arc before stopping. Wind Demon and Water Demon rushed up to the top floor of the hotel at almost the same time. Crash! Johnny got off the Hell War chariot and pulled off the chains wrapped around his shoulders. He rubbed his hands together and attached the hell fire to it. Then, he stared at the two demons with his flaming eyes. Now, it is time to end your lives. Wind Demon, who was like the wind, slowly walked forward. His eyes revealed a mocking expression. You can take advantage of the fact that you are still stubborn. When we get the contract, you will be the dust in the history of the new hell. Ghost Rider, you are already in the past. The pool of water that flowed on the ground gradually took shape, turning into a drenched man. He laughed darkly and said in a low voice, "Very soon, we will turn the world into a purgatory. It is not too late for you to join us now. Found, you guys." A voice that was obviously suppressing its anger suddenly sounded. Wind Demon and Water Demon were stunned for a moment. They turned to look at the source of the voice and saw that under the bright moonlight, a silver-haired man wearing a long black robe was slowly walking towards them. "It's you." The flame in the Dark Knight's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously took a few steps back to distance himself from the man. "Did you know?" The man's blue eyes burst out with a terrifying killing intent. Disturbing other people's sleep is a felony. Chapter 330, Head number 73, Srunskatsui. Run! Run! If you don't run, it will be too late. Johnny still remembered the experience of being abused by this man yesterday clearly. And before he came out, Carter Slade had warned him that if he met the man from yesterday again, he must not hesitate at all and immediately ride the Hell War Chariot and run away. Almost subconsciously, the Ghost Rider jumped on the Hell War Chariot without hesitation, then slammed his hands on the accelerator, using the Hellfire as fuel, wishing to disappear in front of this man immediately. The sudden abnormal behavior of the Ghost Rider made Wind Demon and Water Demon who were next to him look confused. Could it be that he was scared by us two brothers? Yes. That's right. We must have been scared. Otherwise, why would the Ghost Rider run away? It seems that the famous Ghost Rider is just so-so. Wind Demon and Water Demon ignored Laud beside them. They did not take him into consideration at all. After all, in their view, he was just a human. At most, he had some special abilities. There was no need to fear him at all. So, it must be the power of the two of them that made the Ghost Rider feel fear. Ha 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 ha. Now you think of running away, don't you think it's too late? The Wind Demon grinned and turned into a gust of wind, directly knocking the Ghost Rider out. Then, he shouted arrogantly, "You have no way to escape. If you kneel down and beg me now, I beg the master to let you go." Bang! Johnny was sent flying by the impact, and before he could adjust his posture again, he was tied up by the liquid transformed by the Water Demon. "Where do you want to go? Don't think you can escape our grasp." The drenched man licked his lips and sneered, "The show has just begun. Aren't you the Ghost Rider who hunted demons? Don't let us down too much." D*MN, why? Johnny was so angry that his brain buzzed. He was so depressed that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that things would turn out like this. He was not stopped by a man, but by these two idiotic demons. These two damned idiots, were their brains filled with cheese? "You two, idiots!" Johnny couldn't help but curse. "Hurry up and let me go. Open your eyes and look carefully. The real dangerous guy is that man." "Ha ha, you still want to lie to us?" Wind Demon couldn't help but laugh loudly. "You can even tell such a clumsy lie." Johnny gave up resisting in despair. If the heavens were to commit sins, they could still live, but if people committed sins, they could not live. He had already said what he needed to say, but these two idiots just refused to believe it. What else could he do? There was no other way, just wait for death. Seeing the Ghost Rider give up resisting, Wind Demon was full of disdain in his heart. He was actually frightened by a human like this. "Water Demon, take him back. Master will reward us." Just as the two demons were about to drag the Ghost Rider away, Laud, who was at the side, suddenly asked, "Are the three of you done chatting?" Boom! The mighty spiritual power shot up like a rocket. Within the space on the top floor of the hotel, thick airflow visible to the naked eye surged up, and a terrifying pressure spread all around, crashing down like a vast ocean. The wind demon and water demon, who were high and mighty a second ago, fell to the ground like lowly ants under this terrifying pressure. The ground beneath them could not bear it and slowly cracked. This is impossible. Wind demon was almost stuck to the ground. Even the elementiumization he was so proud of could not be done. An indescribable fear spread from the bottom of his heart. In comparison, water demon was even worse. He could not even maintain his human form. Only the ghost rider was better. He could barely maintain his standing posture. There was a trace of horror in his pupils. He thought, this guy has become more terrifying than the last time we met. The only possibility was that this man hadn't used his full strength last time they had fought. When Johnny thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but wail in his heart. He was probably dead for sure this time. Even if Carter came, he wouldn't be able to save him. It was all because of these two idiots. If they hadn't stopped me, I would have run away. Johnny looked at Wind Demon and Water Demon with resentment. He wished he could rush up now and burn the two of them to death with Eye of Judgment. Chiang dash! A cold light, accompanied by the crisp sound of sword, shone on their faces along with the moonlight. Feeling the cold killing intent emitted by Lod, Wind Demon's pupils trembled violently. He could not help but climb up his face in fear and screamed, "You can't kill us! We are the subordinates of the Black Demon. If you kill us, the Black Demon will seek revenge on you." That's right. And the Black Demon is the son of Demon King Mephisto. Anyone who provokes him will go to hell. The Water Demon beside him also shouted. It seemed that he was afraid that the Black Demon's name was not loud enough, so he moved Mephisto and tried to make Lod stop attacking and let them live. Black Demon! Lod sneered and said, "Even if Mephisto came today, he would not be able to save your dog lives. Mephisto was nothing. Even if the Emperor of Heaven came today, he would not be able to stop him from killing these two bastards." No! Wind Demon roared, and under the effect of the desire to live, he broke free from spiritual power. But the next second... Pucci! Before Wind Demon could transform his body into elemental essence, a section of sword's tip suddenly appeared in front of his chest. Following that, a destructive force surged into his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was destroyed by Wind Demon without giving Wind Demon any chance. Wind Demon's body turned into a breeze and completely dissipated in the air. The first one. Lod held the short blade of sword and smiled like a demon. Johnny saw the strange smile and couldn't help but tremble. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Wind Demon! He can't even block one move. The remaining Water Demon's pupils suddenly shrank to the point of a needle. He couldn't believe that Wind Demon died so quickly, and he couldn't even resist. "It's your turn dash dash." Lod walked slowly towards the Water Demon and said indifferently, "Don't be nervous. I am faster than sword. There won't be any pain. No. I don't want to die." The Water Demon directly threw the Ghost Rider at Lod, while he himself turned into countless droplets of water that scattered in the air. He controlled his body that was scattered like raindrops and rushed out of the building together. In terms of strength, the Water Demon might not be as good as the Wind Demon. But in terms of escaping ability, 10 Wind Demons would not be able to catch up to him. In these countless droplets of water, as long as one of them survived, he would be able to revive again by replenishing his soul. Haha! Goodbye! The Water Demon rushed out of the building and turned back to shout, "I have already informed Lord Blackheart Demon. Just you wait, human. Can you run?" Lod sneered and slowly raised his palm. "Since you don't want to die, then don't blame me." "Yeah, Lord." Mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, yeah, who bears the name of man. On the wall of blue flame, inscribe a twin lotus. In the abyss of conflagration, wait at the far heavens. Had number 73. Srunskatsui. Chapter 331, Teaching you a lesson. Head number 73. Srunskatsui. A ferocious-looking spiritual power, who was like a giant dragon, was released from Lod's palm. In an instant, it turned into a blue torrent of explosive flames that swept across the entire night sky. Rumble. A loud roar that was as loud as a dragon's roar resounded in the sky above half of Dallas City. Almost half of the people in the city could see it. It was like a blue sun surrounded by a huge dazzling halo. It slowly rose from the dark night sky, setting off a visible cold storm that swept away the thick clouds in the sky. The sudden explosion caused a lot of panic in the city. On one hand, he was shocked by the loud sound of the explosion, and on the other hand, he was worried about whether it would affect ordinary people. My God, is this a terrorist attack? It's a missile. It must have been caused by a missile. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. F***ck, where are those damn politicians and soldiers? Hurry up and save us. The rioting crowd gathered on the streets, discussing the cause of the explosion. The first to notice the abnormality of SHIELD, the special operation team led by Rogers, immediately took a Apache armed helicopter and headed for the site of the accident. Hoo. After a few minutes, the green flames in the night sky slowly subsided. There was still a dry and hot air in the air. All the water was evaporated in an instant, turning into wisps of white, misty smoke that lingered in the air like the mist of immortal clouds. Presumably, if there was no accident, the water demon, who had split into countless water droplets in an attempt to escape, had already turned into water and returned to nature under the descent of his twin lotus blue fire. If there was a medicine for regret in the world, the water demon would probably choose to be stabbed to death by sword instead of being burned alive. The water demon that had split into countless water droplets was equivalent to splitting its own soul into countless pieces, and these souls had all been washed by the violent energy of the twin lotus blue fire before they died. At the same time, they had endured the pain of tens of thousands of burning. The cruelest punishment in hell was probably nothing more than this. I told you not to run, but not to listen. Lod shook his head and slowly put down his palm. He said, "You didn't choose the easy way to die and insisted on letting me use this move. Are you satisfied now?" How could he say such words? When Johnny heard this, the flames in his eyes fiercely jumped. He looked at Lod as if he was looking at a monster. He wanted to ridicule him, but in the end, he swallowed it down after thinking about it. Wind Demon and Water Demon deserved to die. If not for these two idiots stopping him, he would have run away already. Why would he be on tenterhooks here? After ridiculing the two idiots, seeing Lod turn his eyes to where he was, Johnny subconsciously shivered and clenched the chain in his hand tightly, as if this was the only way to give him a sense of security. Lod did not say a word. He looked at Johnny Blaze as if he wanted to see through him completely. Johnny still maintained his alert posture. His eyes did not dare to leave for even a second. He was afraid that when he looked away, he would become like Wind Demon. Waiting was always a long time. The heavy breathing, the burning of the flames, and even the beating of his heart. At this moment, everything in his ears became clear, as if the entire world had become silent, leaving only the last three sounds. In just a few minutes, Johnny felt a great pressure from his heart. He felt like a criminal in court, waiting for the judge to give the order. Whether it was dead or alive depended entirely on the man's will. Although Carter had repeatedly emphasized that the Ghost Rider was an existence that would never die. But for some reason, when facing Lod twice, Johnny felt an intense aura of death. It was as if there was an invisible hand that stretched out from the shadows. Unease and fear lingered in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. Rumble. The thick clouds that were as black as ink surged like a violent tide. Streaks of dazzling lightning were like spirit snakes, struggling and emerging in the dark clouds. Accompanied by deafening thunder sounds, the beauty of nature was vividly reflected. Amidst the howling winds, there was an ominous and oppressive aura. As the black clouds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, a rain of fire fell from the sky near Dallas Hotel. The terrifying high temperature melted the earth, as if it were foretelling to the world that some evil existence was about to descend. Ho-ho! The churning black clouds seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, forming a huge spiral-shaped cloud tunnel. It slowly descended from the sky. In the rain of fire and thunder like magma, a man wearing a decent black suit, with dark circles around his eyes, and a demonic expression appeared. From the moment the man appeared, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. The ground on the top floor of the hotel they were in appeared to be frozen. "You're called the Black Demon?" Laud looked at the man and asked. "Yes, it is me." The Black Heart Demon returned a look of contempt. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and proudly raised his head. "Who are you? You killed 2 of my subordinates. If you kneel down and swear loyalty to me now, as the future king of hell, I can forgive your mistakes. We will talk about loyalty later." Laud was not angry. Instead, he smiled calmly and waved his hand. "I still have one more thing to do. It won't be too late to talk about it after I'm done." Blackheart Demon frowned. "What else is more important than swearing allegiance to me?" "Yes, of course there is." Laud smiled meaningfully. His right hand rubbed the handle of sword on his waist and said, "For example, teach Mephisto a lesson on behalf of his unfilial son who is in his rebellious phase." "You?" After hearing the name Mephisto, the dark pupils of the dark demon suddenly shrank to the point of a needle. Then, before he could say anything else, his face was suddenly grabbed by a slender hand. "Be good, close your eyes. It will be over soon," Laud said with a smile. Between his 5 slender fingers, a burst of abundant strength suddenly burst out. Bang! The Black Heart Demon was thrown out without any resistance. His figure was like a cannonball, streaking through the air. His body pulled out a violent friction of air. It burst out a loud sound like a sound explosion, plowing a clear mark in the atmosphere. Damn human! The Black Heart Demon forcibly adjusted his posture in mid-air, stopping the trend of continuing to retreat. He looked up angrily and looked for Laud. "Ah! I will kill you. I will extract your soul and let you suffer for eternity. Good nephew, uncle is here." A familiar voice came from behind. Blackheart Demon was shocked and subconsciously looked back. But what awaited him was a gradually enlarging fist. Bang! Chapter 332, Showing Respect. Tragic. Too tragic. Although he knew that the Blackheart Demon was not a good bird, even Johnny, who was watching from the sidelines, could not bear to look straight at him. As a pure son of hell, the position of the Blackheart Demon could be said to be above 10,000 people under one person. Ever since he was born, he had never been so wronged. Other than his father, Mephisto, no one dared to touch a finger of his. Originally, Blackheart Demon was full of ambition and carefully planned for hundreds of years. Taking advantage of Mephisto's nap, he gave up the power that belonged to him and escaped from hell to come to the human world, just to create a new territory that was no less than his father's hell. But now? Before he left, he died first. Before he could see the contract of San Venganza, he was pressed to the ground by a man who claimed to be his uncle. Like a football, Johnny seemed to be able to hear the sound of glass shattering. It was like crying when one heard it. "Nephew, uncle is here." Not only did Laud take advantage of him, but he also did not show any mercy and specifically greeted the Blackheart Demon. Bang bang bang! Cool! It was so cool! It was not easy to meet free targets, and his rough skin and thick flesh were durable for a long time. It was enough for him to farm some experience for free and ho-ho. Laud did not intend to end it so quickly. In accordance with the idea of farming as much as he could, Laud did not need ZANPAKUTOU at all. He just punched and kicked at the Blackheart Demon and used the white fighting technique to his heart's content. Ho-ho rushed forward, punched his face, and then disappeared. He repeated the above actions infinitely. This was the pain that the Black Heart Demon had experienced in the past 10 minutes. He could not touch, he could not touch. He was like a ghost, erratic, and completely unpredictable. His face, which was originally a little handsome, was almost swollen like a pig's head after a series of punches and kicks. Now, even Mephisto himself might not be able to recognize that this was his son. Ah, that's enough. The black demon endured the brutal beating while crazily searching for Laud. He roared, "You lowly beast, get out here! If you have the ability, don't hide. Come and defeat me in broad daylight." Johnny was speechless. "Big brother, do you still have any shame?" A dignified son of hell, a powerful demon who had inherited a first-rate bloodline, had actually fallen to such a state, shouting in the open with a human. If Mephisto were to find out about this, would he feel that it was not a disgrace and take action to clear the door? However, Johnny could understand. After all, anyone who was like a sandbag had been beaten in the air for more than 10 minutes, and he could not fight back at all. He could not keep up with the speed of the other party at all. He was probably mad with anger. As for her face? Whoever wanted this thing, who wanted it, anyway, the Black Heart Demon did not want it. He only had one thought in his mind now, at least he had to touch Laud. "Good nephew. Don't scream." Laud, dressed in black, appeared in the soft and bright moonlight. His lips curved into a faint smile. "Uncle will give you a chance now. Use your full strength and let me see how capable you are." Anyway, the experience was almost up. It was time to end it early. "Damned lowly human, you are not allowed to call me that." The black demon's anger instantly exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, "You will regret your arrogance. I swear I will let you taste the most terrifying death in this world. Then, you will repent under the flames of hell. Why did you offend me? Save your strength and skip the harsh part. Hurry up and start. Try to solve it in 10 minutes. After that, I will go back to sleep." Laud impatiently curled his index finger, his words full of contempt, completely not putting him in his eyes. The Black Heart Demon's face twisted. When had he ever been insulted like this? "Roar, I'm going to kill you." An ear-piercing scream tore through the night sky, as if it came from hell. The Black Heart Demon looked like a ferocious ghost. Violent magic gathered in his hands, and summoned a miniature black storm out of thin air. "You are just a lowly human. It is your honor to die under a hell storm." Could this move be a hell storm? When Johnny heard this name, the flames in his pupils jumped violently, and his heart immediately set off a storm. He said in horror, "Not good, this bastard Black Heart Demon is crazy. He wants to destroy the entire city." From his ancient memories, he had personally witnessed the power of the spell, Hell Storm. In the battle for the infernal realm in ancient times, Mephisto had personally cast this spell. At that time, the huge black storm had destroyed several cities, causing an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers to be barren. It had even almost slaughtered the 4 demon kings of 7 deadly sins. If one were to use human knowledge to evaluate the power of this spell, it would be impossible. Perhaps it can be called superhuman level of world-annihilating forbidden magic. If not for the fact that the Black Heart Demon had gone mad with anger, it was absolutely impossible for him to use such a level of magic in the human world, because without mentioning whether he could succeed or cause much damage, he would basically be dead after the event. Sorcerer Supreme would never let him go. Johnny, who had been laughing at the Black Heart Demon for a second, did not expect that he would be suddenly swept into it in the next second. He immediately curled up in the corner without tears and spread the hellfire all over his body, hoping that it would not be too ugly when he died. Unexpectedly, Black Heart Demon, as the son of hell, still has some skills. Using his hand to surpass the position, to show respect? Unfortunately, you are not Bone King, you don't have so many world-class props, and he is not Shal Tier. Laud's eyes moved slightly, and he raised his hand to press hollow, space freeze. In a thousandth of a second, the entire Dallas city was frozen in time. All the ordinary humans without spiritual energy, along with most of the buildings, were forcibly transferred to another space and time in an instant. Go to hell! Blackheart Demon swung his arm, and a miniature black storm flew out of his hand, instantly setting off a surging wave of air. Whew! Under the almost unreserved magic power output, the black storm that was only the size of a palm became dozens of times larger in the blink of an eye. The black storm was like a giant mouth opened in the abyss. It greedily and crazily devoured everything. Even light could not escape its restraint. The surrounding space showed signs of cracking, and black cracks spread across the night sky. Then, the air surged into the black storm like a tide within a radius of 1,000 meters. Countless fierce wind pressure was forcibly gathered by the black storm, and then it turned into a huge tornado that was dozens of meters in diameter and reached the sky and the earth below. The wind inside the huge tornado was so fast that it broke through the sound barrier, and it issued a sound like millions of swords clashing with each other. It was like a world-destroying giant dragon that had awakened from ancient times, flapped its wings and burst out a terrifying power that could destroy the world. Chapter 333, Difference between One-Handed Sword and Two-Handed Sword. The destructive range of the Hellstorm affected the entire Dallas city. If he didn't think of a way to stop the Hellstorm, he was afraid that just compensating the damage to the building would be enough to give him a headache. Oh, let's try this move. Laud's black clothes fluttered, his hands on the sword hilt. Good nephew, uncle will teach you another truth. Do you know how big the gap between a two-handed sword and a one-handed sword is? The path of swordsmanship was never-ending. However, no matter if it were for a beginner or a grandmaster, they never understood the simplest truth. That was, when one held a sword with both hands, the strength would be greater than a one-handed sword. Laud raised this seemingly ridiculous question, but it actually contained the most simple truth of Zanjutsu. Even the Unohana Yachiru could not understand this principle. Zanjutsu. It was the name of this move. Head Captain Yamamoto Genrisai Ishigakuni taught Zaraki Kenpeiku the moves and ideas, and he learned them from Nozarashi. There is a gap, don't give me an old trick. The Blackheart Demon did not want to pay attention to these things at all. He stared at Laud fiercely and grinned, you take advantage of the current arrogance, the roar of the Hellstorm will immediately devour you, and your soul and body will be completely turned into ashes. Since that's the case, Laud adjusted the rhythm of his breathing and entered a state of calm. He held sword's handle tightly with both hands, then slowly raised Zanpakuto over his head. His indifferent eyes rippled. Why don't I let you experience the difference between holding a sword with both hands and holding a sword with one hand? How big is it? Boom! The vast and mighty spiritual power burst out from Laud's body, like a volcano that had been silent for countless years suddenly erupting. The air current that filled the sky surged with the cold wind. In the midst of the huge sound explosion, space in several miles in radius trembled in the air, just like a terrifying scene of a demon king descending to the world. Looking again at the dark and slender Zanpakuto, which was pointing straight into the sky. Under the illumination of the bright moon, there seemed to be two kinds of spiritual power that alternated between light and dark. The colors of light that seemed like hollow and was still real converged, and it could be faintly seen that it was faintly vibrating, as if it were foreshowing the state of mind of its master, swallowing and spitting out the sharp and white light of sword. Path of the sword. The clanging sound of sword spread throughout the entire Dallas city. The light of sword that could not be described with words was like a heavenly river that hung across the sky, descending from the 9 heavens. At this moment, the world lost its original color. Time, space, light. It was as if all life in the world would be taken away by this domineering sword. Johnny and the Blackheart Demon widened their eyes. Their minds suddenly became blank. All the messy thoughts disappeared and were all occupied by this gorgeous sword light. This sword had no skills at all. The only thing worthy of praise was the extremely condensed sword intent. Heaven-severing. Earth splitting, space cracking. Even if everything in the world was in front of him, it was still unable to stop sword. The next moment, the domineering sword flashed across the sky and crashed into the hellstorm with unstoppable momentum. Hot and cold, light and darkness. As the two surged, the surging air turned into a thunderstorm. After a few seconds of stalemate, a faint cry of sword rang out, and dazzling light bloomed once more. The huge crescent-shaped sword light that was condensed to the point that it seemed material almost instantly occupied the entire heavens and the earth. It erupted with a destructive might that directly split apart the entire hellstorm, and then it was like a mighty torrent of sword light that swept across the horizon, completely swallowing up the horrified black demon. Boom! 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 The rumbling was like a myriad of thunder, and the huge sonic clouds exploded one after another. Two completely different powers, as well as an aura that also originated from hell, instantly enveloped the entire Dallas city. The terrifying energy collided and surged, bursting forth with wisps of extremely destructive aura that swiftly swept across the world like a storm. Countless blazing white sword lights sliced through the air between hollow. When they tore through the air, dazzling light burst forth, tearing out several meters-long pitch-black cracks in the air. Accompanied by the loud rumbling noise, it set off waves of energy that were like tsunamis, reverberating in the sky above the entire Dallas city. The energy that erupted in an instant was enormous, like an immeasurable ocean. The surging and surging air currents transformed into rings of ripples that spread out to 1,000 meters away at a speed that was impossible to be captured by the naked eye. The entire atmosphere trembled and wailed incessantly, instantly shattering several nearby hotels. Even the mountains further away were trembling in battle. A huge canyon with a diameter of 1,000 meters split the entire Dallas city into two. The cracked space was covered in pitch-black cracks, caused a huge turbulence in the air. The violent gales howled like thunder, and everything on the ground seemed to be wailing silently, denouncing this scene that was like purgatory. One sword, destroy a city. If not for the space-freezing technique, Laud would probably have caused countless lives to fall. After the storm calmed down a little, Johnny crawled out of the collapsed hotel and looked around at the hellish scene. His jaw almost hit the ground. Was this really something a human could do? But then, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, this sword was not aimed at him. Otherwise, with his ability, he would not be able to block all the bones. However, the black demon on the other side was obviously not as lucky as Johnny. The body of the demon was almost destroyed by sword. Only the upper body survived by luck. However, the breath slipped to the lowest point. Impossible. This is impossible. The black demon with only the upper body was lying on the ground in a miserable state. His eyes were full of disbelief. The hellstorm that he was so proud of was as fragile as tofu in front of this sword. Not only did it fail to make Laud fall to hell as he wished, but he was almost cut to death by this sword. Good nephew, have you learned it yet? Laud lowered his sword to the ground and slowly walked towards the black demon. He smiled and said, "This is the difference between holding a sword with both hands and holding a sword with one hand. I'm not your nephew. Don't take advantage of me." Blackheart Demon frowned with veins popping out. He gritted his teeth and glared at Laud. He said hatefully, "Don't think that you will win. This time, I was just careless. Next time, I will definitely kill you. I swear in the name of the Black Demon." Listening to your words, are you not convinced? Laud raised his eyebrows and looked at the Black Demon in surprise. A hint of cold killing intent was brewing in his eyes. Just you wait. The Black Demon's heart jumped, and he hurriedly said some harsh words, directly turning into black mist and drifting in the air. Chapter 334, Post-War Restoration. The Blackheart Demon ran away. Without any hesitation, he decisively used his remaining strength to turn into black mist and disappear. From the movement of the Blackheart Demon running away, it was very skilled. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. This made Lod have reason to suspect that he had learned it from his father Mephisto. Zhang dash. Lod lightly shook Sword's body and then knocked him down. He had no intention of chasing after the black demon. He could kill, but there was no need. If he had to force a reason, it might just be to make old Mephisto feel unhappy. Besides, there were two benefits to keeping the black heart demon. It could make him disgusted Mephisto and also find out the background of that old bastard. He wanted to see what kind of medicine this treacherous demon was selling. Lod always felt that he had missed an important piece of information. Mephisto and the Black Heart Demon seemed to have concealed a very important piece of information from him. Before figuring this out, he had to calm down and observe carefully, or wait for the conspiracy to surface, or wait for them to reveal themselves. Hey, you haven't left yet. Lod glanced at the Ghost Rider who was still standing in the punishment station and frowned slightly. What, do you want to try? Die after trying? After seeing a part of Lod's strength, Johnny couldn't muster up the courage. He was so scared that he waved his hands and refused. He whistled and summoned the Hell War Chariot. Then, he disappeared into the horizon without looking back. Lod, who stayed behind, glanced at the huge canyon that he had slashed out with his sword. He held his forehead and sighed. Acting cool for a moment, and after that, the crematorium would be buried. This sentence described his current mood. The last time he destroyed a park, it was fine. He used the excuse of fighting to compensate for the loss. Fortunately, Seild was also very sensible and did not pursue the compensation for the loss of the buildings. But this time, the huge canyon crack that was 1,000 meters in diameter almost divided the entire Dallas city. The buildings that were destroyed along the way were countless. If this was considered a battle subsidy, how much money would he have to pay to fix this disaster? System, how many souls do I need to pay to repair the damaged buildings in the modern world? After thinking about it for a while, Lod decided to ask about the situation. After all, he had gone too far this time. Ding dash dash. The destruction caused by the spatial freeze in the modern world can be reconstructed with the artifact. Artifact. Lod was slightly startled. This was the first time he had heard of something like an artifact. Artifact is above the foundation of spirit particles. It is a material that forms everything in the world. Host can use the spirit particles in soul society to transform it into a tool. It can be used to reconstruct and destroy buildings. Note, using the artifact to reconstruct and destroy the material in the world, it must be something within the range of space freeze technology. So that's how it is. There's no need to pay any extra souls, just spirit particles are enough. After hearing the system's explanation, Lod couldn't help but let out a long breath. This dog system was a rare person. It could be said that it didn't cheat his little gold vault. This way, there would be no need to be restrained in battle in the future. It just so happened that he could let Shield's group of heartless people take a look. He, Lod, said that if there was a battle subsidy, there would be a battle subsidy. Anything that was damaged would be compensated at the price. System, rebuild the building that was destroyed by me. With a wave of his hand, Lod directly transferred Soul Society's spirit into the modern world and transformed it into a tool with the help of the system. Many collapsed tall buildings rose from the ground and reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the tool was filled in, the huge canyon that was 1,000 meters in diameter on the ground gradually closed up until it completely disappeared, and it was revitalized. After completely repairing the traces of destruction, Lod couldn't help but frown slightly. To repair a city's buildings, does it need to consume about 36 carriages of spiritual power? According to Death God's measurement unit of 6 carriages and west, the total consumption of spiritual power this time was roughly equivalent to 6 of him. It was not very high, but it was definitely not low. But overall, it was still within his acceptable range. However, if it happened a few more times, the new soul society might not be able to take it. So he still had to control it. Lod looked at the repaired city with resentment. After removing the space freeze, he randomly found a high-class hotel and disappeared directly. At a secret station in Dallas. The members of the investigation team led by Steve Rogers were gathered in an office, watching the battle videos taken last night. It was worth mentioning. After Lod used the space freeze technology, Steve had spiritual power, so he was not transferred. Instead, he hid at the edge of the zone and watched the entire battle. Captain Rogers, based on the results of the video competition, we can confirm that one of the people who fought last night is Lord Carl, whose code name is Death God. An agent handed over the information in his hand and said with some frustration, but the other person, we can't find any relevant information. And this is the assessment report about last night. It doesn't matter. We have already considered this situation. Steve took the information and glanced at it. When he saw the damage report, even he, who had always been calm and steady, could not help but gasp. If not for the space freeze technique. From the destructive power of the exchange, it was as powerful as an atomic bomb exploding in the sky above Dallas. The entire Dallas city would be reduced to ruins, and more than 1 million people would die in this disaster. Was it terrifying? Yes, this was terrible. Just thinking about the scene with his brain was enough to make everyone present feel deep fear. God bless. Fortunately, nothing happened yesterday. Steve thought of the terrible result, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and suddenly felt a little lucky. If not for Death God, with our current strength, we wouldn't have been able to contend against that man at all. Now, he suddenly had some understanding. Nick Fury had always been a demon in his heart. It was precisely because of the existence of these mysterious and unknown powers that they were like the swords of Damocles, always hanging above the heads of the people of the United States. Perhaps one day in the future, they would suddenly fall down and cause unimaginable terrifying disasters. Death God might be a protector on the side of humanity, but in the end, they could not be too dependent on him. They had to have their own power to resist those mysterious unknown threats. Avengers Plan. Steve was a little dazed for a moment, and the contents of Nick Fury's conversation with him appeared in his mind. Recruiting humans with extraordinary abilities from all over the world to form a powerful team together. When Earth or humans faced an unknown threat and stepped forward, once they encountered an inevitable death crisis, they would be the last resistance of humanity. Originally, they were extremely disgusted with the US government politicians Steve and thought that the so-called Avengers that Fred spoke of were just sword used by those politicians to eliminate their dissidents. However, Steve, who had witnessed the disaster twice, was finally moved at this moment. Perhaps the Avengers that Fred spoke of would become the sword in the hands of politicians in the future, but they had to admit that its existence was the most advantageous barrier to protect Earth and mankind. Chapter 335, Meeting Tony. Boom. Amidst the roaring sound of the engine, a fiery red figure that was burning with flames galloped on the empty road. As the sun rose in the early morning, a ray of light illuminated the dim horizon. The darkness gradually faded under the illumination of the light. Johnny, who was riding the Hell War chariot, was exposed to the sunlight. White smoke immediately surrounded his body. The flesh and meridians that had been lost were reborn under the flames. From the terrifying appearance of the flame skeleton, he became a human. What followed was an irresistible sense of exhaustion. Johnny only felt weak all over. It was a tiredness he had never felt before. It was as if all his strength had been exhausted. The scene in front of him even showed a heavy shadow. He almost could not control the direction of the motorcycle and crashed into the utility pole by the roadside. After riding back to the cemetery with great difficulty, Carter Slade held the cigarette grass in his mouth and quietly looked at him with the shovel in his hands. "Good morning, dead bones. It seems that the operation is not going smoothly. Tell me what happened last night." That person appeared again. Johnny got off the motorcycle, his face full of exhaustion. He said weakly, he is stronger than we thought. He almost killed the black demon last night. Pfft, almost killed the black demon. Carter Slade was instantly dumbfounded. He did not even react when the shovel in his hand fell. He asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you are not joking with me? Unfortunately, I hope that this is a joke more than you." Johnny spread his hands helplessly and sighed, "But it's a pity that this is the truth." Moreover, he only waved his sword once, and he split apart the black demon's summoning magic Hellstorm. Splitting Hellstorm with a single strike. Although Carter Slade's expression did not change, his heart was in turmoil, his chin almost hitting his feet. He said in shock, "Wait, are you sure you are not mistaken? That's Hellstorm. I'm sure I didn't see wrongly, and I almost died again." Johnny looked a little stiff, and his tired eyes were almost unable to open. He said, "If there's nothing else, can you let me go to sleep first?" Okay, you go to rest first." Carter Slade took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart, indicating that he should go to rest first. Johnny yawned as he sauntered into the church. The small room behind the church was where Carter Slade usually lived. Johnny occupied his bed without any politeness. He laid on the bed for a few seconds and let out a long and loud snoring. It was obvious how tired he was. Outside the church, Carter Slade stood still, thinking about the man in his mind. After 10 minutes of silence, he let out a long sigh. A strange look flashed through Carter's cloudy eyes. Could it be, really him? Carter Slade bent down to pick up the shovel. With slow steps, he arrived in front of a shabby tombstone. The owner of the tombstone impressively wrote the name of Carter Slade, and below it was a sentence, "May the angel lead you into the path of heaven." This tombstone that had been set up for him symbolized the promise made by an angel. For hundreds of years, he stood alone in this cemetery, silently guarding the contract of the Holy Fang Gong. He was waiting for the arrival of an angel to fulfill the promise he had made. Carter Slade stared at the old tombstone with a touch of exhaustion in his eyes. He said to himself, "Is he, the person you are talking about?" The next morning, in a luxurious suite on the top floor of a 5-star high-end hotel, bright sunlight shone into the room through the French windows. The soft breeze blew up the white curtains, dancing gently like a woman's skirt. Laud slowly opened his eyes and stretched with satisfaction. Then, he put on his pajamas and got up to wash up. Then, he walked out of the room openly and arrived at the restaurant on the 5th floor of the hotel. It was still early at this time. There were only 2 or 3 people sitting in various parts of the restaurant. They were quietly enjoying their breakfast while looking up at the program on the TV. The TV was playing Good Morning, America. It was a program of ABC, one of the 3 major media outlets in the United States. With a humorous and interesting emphasis, discussing serious news as a selling point. Laud took a look and found that the higher UPS were talking about the blue flame that suddenly appeared in the sky above Dallas last night. The 2 hosts were amused and explained what happened last night with a very official reply. The general meaning was to appeal to everyone not to panic and guess blindly. Last night's unexpected event was actually a meteorite streaking across the sky above Dallas, burning fiercely in the friction with the atmosphere, and releasing this blue flame. A very stiff reason. Almost anyone with a discerning eye could see it. The US officials were obviously talking nonsense. They didn't even have the relevant data on meteorites. They were all talking nonsense. Then, in the following interview, several well-known scholars and experts publicly refuted the officials, claiming that they hid the truth of last night. The cyan flame was actually an alien, not a so-called meteorite. Then, the following news suddenly revealed that Hollywood film emperor cheated, black gay person was killed, and so on. A series of exciting news. As expected of the US. This set of public opinion is like the Cold War back then. Laud couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He suddenly admired Schild and roughly guessed how they covered up the truth. I will first give you a very fake news, then package the fake news into real news, and finally package it into fake news. The real and fake hollow is real. Then I will bribe more than a dozen famous public intellectuals, visit various interview shows and talk about it, and they deliberately use aliens as cover to refute the official statement. In the end, a few Hollywood stars' scandals broke out, forcefully diverting the attention of the public and successfully covering up this matter. With such a set of operations, the flow of water and the flow of water mixed together. The power of the media was displayed to the extreme, allowing people to willingly immerse themselves in the information cocoon room, unable to find out the truth behind it. It was hard on Schild, who had to wipe his butt every time. After swallowing the last piece of fresh, tender, and juicy beef, Lod was about to get up and leave the restaurant when he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure walking in with a smile on the hotel manager's face. And that familiar figure was Tony Stark. Following behind Tony Stark was a blonde beauty in a long black dress and a responsible bodyguard. Sure enough, wherever he was, there would definitely be no lack of beauties accompanying him. However, Lod was a little curious. What was Tony Stark doing in Dallas? Tony hugged the beautiful woman with a face full of peach blossoms. He walked into the restaurant and looked around. When he saw Lod sitting in the corner of the restaurant, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Chapter 336, Remnant of the Dark Book. D*MN. I saw a ghost in broad daylight. For a moment, Tony thought he was hallucinating. Was he too tired last night? But when he blinked his eyes more than 10 times, he pinched the soft flesh on the waist of the female companion next to him. After the latter let out a tender cry, he finally confirmed the fact that he was not dreaming and what he saw was not an illusion. Fuck! The good mood of a day instantly became terrible. Tony's eyelids twitched violently, wondering if he was too wicked, which was why he met Death God here. If he was given a ranking list of the people I don't want to see the most, he would be in a bad mood. Ever since he knew that he was an illegal stowaway and that once he was exposed, he would be dragged to Soul Society's execution. He spent almost all day and night in the laboratory. He didn't even step out of the door and looked like a technological geek. Anyone who came to him would be rejected. This inhuman life lasted for almost a month. In the end, little Chili Pepper Potts couldn't help it. On one hand, he felt that there was a psychological problem with him. On the other hand, he didn't want him to stay, so he forcefully pulled him out of the laboratory. Then, he used the excuse of coming out to talk business and drove him to Dallas. Originally, he thought that Dallas was quite far away from New York. As long as he was careful, he shouldn't be able to meet Death God. Therefore, Tony reluctantly agreed to Boris's suggestion and took a private plane to Dallas. Who would have thought? He was so unlucky to meet Death God again. Seeing that Lod was smiling at him, the hesitant Tony gritted his teeth and finally decided to go over and take a look. In any case, whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was a disaster that could not be avoided. He turned to the beauty beside him and said, "Louis, go sit over there first. I'll go see an old friend and come to find you later." Louis was very sensible. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Tony. She said obediently, "Dear, go do your work. Don't worry about me. Business is the most important. Business is nothing." Tony could not help but complain in his heart. He turned and said, "Happy, go and accompany Miss Louis. Don't let her be too lonely by herself." "I understand, boss." Happy nodded in understanding. He understood that the boss did not want anyone to disturb him. He said, "I will protect Miss Louis. Please rest assured." After sending the two people aside, Tony strode to the corner of the restaurant. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he sat down in front of Lod. "Long time no see." Lod picked up his coffee and took a sip. He smiled and said, it seems that you have been living quite well recently. Your spirit is much better than before. I hope I can never see you again. What I mean is that it actually hasn't been long. Tony looked at Lod with some concern and smiled awkwardly, but I never thought that I would meet you here. Lod looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. You don't seem to want to see me very much. I swear to God that there is absolutely no such thing. Otherwise, I will die a horrible death. Tony shook his head like a rattle drum and immediately vowed with his fingers raised. He expressed that he definitely did not think so. Although Tony believed in materialism, when he swore to God, his index finger was folded on his middle finger. This gesture, in the Western culture, symbolized the meaning of an oath. Lod saw through Tony's tricks with one glance, but he was too lazy to expose him. He said lightly, I remember that you should be in New York. What are you doing in Dallas? I'm here, to talk about cooperation. Tony smiled dryly. Seeing the teasing look in Lod's eyes, he helplessly added, it's Carlton Drake from the Life Foundation. He wants to invite me to a banquet. Life Foundation? Lod was slightly stunned. This name seemed a little familiar, but when he thought about it, he could not remember where he had heard it. Why are you in Dallas? Tony rolled his eyes and asked tentatively, are you here to monitor me? Monitoring you? Lod looked at him with disdain and sneered, don't think you are smart. I came to Dallas for business. It has nothing to do with you. Then I am relieved. Tony let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest. I thought you were here to monitor me and was ready to capture me at any time. I can't rule out this possibility. Lod revealed a meaningful smile and said, if one day Soul Society finds out about your existence, maybe I will personally take action and capture you to make up for it. Tony was so frightened by this sentence that his face immediately turned into a jelly. He trembled and said, You are joking with me, right? Who knows what will happen in the future? As Lod spoke, he slowly got up from his seat. He looked into Tony's shocked and fearful eyes and said, if there's nothing else, I suggest you leave Dallas as soon as possible so that you won't get caught up in it. Tony's pupils contracted slightly, and the hairs on his body stood on end. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. But when he raised his head and wanted to ask Lod what he meant, he found that Lod had already disappeared. Moreover, the diners in the restaurant did not notice that a person had disappeared into thin air. He was still doing what he had to do. Even Happy, who had been watching them, did not show any difference. This feeling was like he had really experienced an illusion. However, Tony knew that this was not an illusion. Everything that had just happened was real. While he was shocked, he thought of what had happened last night. It seemed that everything could be connected. It seems like Dallas' abnormality last night was indeed related to Lord Carl. But how could he, who always had a rebellious heart, obediently listen to other people's words? Humans would never lack the desire to explore the unknown. As a genius with the highest IQ among humans, Tony Stark could not help but secretly ignite a strong desire to explore. This is an opportunity. Tony Stark licked his lips and his eyes burst with excitement. Observing Lord Carl from a close distance, maybe I can make the progress of my anti-death god armor a little faster. He decided to stay in Dallas. If he could collect other data of Death God, with his genius mind and the ability of Hephaestus, it would be easy to create anti-death god armor. It was far away from the outskirts of the city. The ruins of a ruined village that had decayed 1,000 years ago were situated in a barren land that was similar to a barren desert. This place was once known as the Holy Land of the human world. But now, time had passed and the times had changed. The Holy Land of the human world had been reduced to a place of demons. In the only church that was relatively well preserved, the stone statue that the Holy Sun was suffering from had been completely destroyed. There was a thick layer of dust piled up, and there was no longer any glory to be seen. There was a trail of blood on the broken granite floor, and at the end of it was the escaping black demon. He saw that the black demon was holding a yellow sheet of paper in his hand. His dark eyes were full of hesitation and fear. "If I do as you say, will you keep your promise?" The yellow paper was suffused with a wisp of black gas that flowed slowly at his fingertips, as if it were responding to his question. "All right, I promise you." Black Heart Demon felt the power brought by the black gas, and a trace of resolution flashed through his eyes as he said cruelly, "I hope you won't go back on your promise. At that time, hand over the entire world to me." Wang dash. The yellow paper trembled slightly, as if it had agreed to his request. If Lod was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. The yellow paper in the Black Heart Demon's hand was one of the remnant pages of the Dark Divine Book. Chapter 337, Fancy Cafe. Rumble. A sudden rainstorm descended upon Dallas. Heavy dark clouds surged over the city like a rolling tide. After a deafening thunderstorm, they turned into a mighty curtain of water that covered the sky and covered the earth. A storm swept past from afar like a giant dragon, carrying a cold rain with it. The glass outside the buildings crackled. "Damn, this damn weather!" Johnny was standing under the eaves outside the church, looking speechlessly at the sudden rainstorm. "It's raining so heavily. Are you still going to find her?" Carter leaned against the door and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He advised, "I suggest you don't go. The Black Heart Demon has disappeared for 3 days. This is not good news. Maybe he is waiting for you to walk into the trap." Since the last time he was seriously injured by a sword, the Black Heart Demon had completely disappeared, as if he had disappeared into thin air. Based on Carter's understanding of Mephisto, he was sure that the Black Heart Demon was not afraid or running away, but was hiding in a dark corner like his father, planning a great conspiracy. In this case, if Johnny rashly left the cemetery, it was very easy to be targeted by the Black Heart Demon. "No, I must go." Johnny shook his head firmly and said, "I have already promised Roxanne to make up for the last date I owed her, so no matter what happens this time, I have to find her." Roxanne was his childhood sweetheart when he was young, and the two of them were a couple who loved each other. However, after his father died from the demon contract with Mephisto, he had been complaining about himself. In the end, Roxanne could not stand it anymore and broke up with him, so she went to the big city alone to become a reporter. He thought that this relationship would end here, but he did not expect that after many years, he would meet his ex-girlfriend Roxanne again. It was because of the flying car performance that the two people who had already been separated were once again connected. Last time, he promised Roxanne that he would go on a date, but he was stopped by Wind Demon and Water Demon halfway. When he finally remembered, 8 or 9 hours had already passed since the date set by the two of them. This time, Johnny spent a lot of effort to ask Roxanne out. After 3 whole days of coaxing and swearing dozens of oaths, Roxanne finally reluctantly agreed. If they had an appointment again, they might have to wave goodbye to their happiness in this lifetime. Compared to their happiness and love, what was the so-called threat of the Black Heart Demon? The world was big, and his girlfriend was the biggest. Not to mention the Black Heart Demon, even if Mephisto personally came, it would be impossible to stop him from seeing Roxanne. "Don't try to persuade me, I must go." Johnny put on a layer of raincoat and said in a deep voice. Seeing Johnny's determined attitude, Carter could only sigh helplessly and make a gesture of invitation. "Young people don't like to listen to the old man. I can't stop you if you insist on going. I can only hope that you don't meet the dark demons." "Don't worry." Johnny put on his helmet and walked into the storm. He turned over and rode on the motorcycle. He said, "Even if I really meet the Black Heart Demon, with my current strength, it is still very easy for me to escape." "Johnny, don't underestimate the Black Heart Demon." Carter Slade frowned slightly and reminded, even if he no longer has the rank of the Son of Hell, he has inherited the powerful bloodline of Mephistopheles. In the end, he is still a powerful demon. "I know, I'm leaving." Johnny couldn't wait to fly to Roxanne. He didn't listen to Carter's advice at all. After a few perfunctory words, he twisted the oil door and rushed out of the cemetery. Boom! A dazzling thunderbolt suddenly streaked across the clouds. Carter Slade raised his head and looked up at the dark clouds. There was a deep sense of uneasiness in his eyes. He felt as if there was some kind of terrifying existence, crouching in the thick black clouds, spying on their every move. I hope it is my illusion. Carter took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. His eyes involuntarily glanced at his tombstone. On the deserted highway in the suburbs. At this moment, Johnny was leaning over on his motorcycle and speeding through the heavy rain curtain. The road ahead was blocked by the heavy rain. Even if there was light, it was difficult to see 10 meters away. In addition, there was an accumulation of rain on the ground, causing the tires to show signs of slipping. Therefore, the speed of the car could not be increased. Seeing that the date time was getting closer and closer, Johnny was a little anxious for a moment. He could only ignore the safety and twist the accelerator, raising his speed to the 6th gear, turning into a bolt of lightning that shuttled through the rain. To dare to speed up in such a bad weather, even the well-known madman on the island would have to admire him. Great, as long as we maintain this speed, we can definitely catch up to the date. Johnny took the time to look at his watch. After confirming that there was still enough time, the anxiety in his heart eased a little. However, it was this action that he did not notice the stone in the middle of the road. Thump! Bang! The tires had slipped due to the rain, and they were pressed against the sharp protruding stones. The car instantly lost its balance and fell heavily on the ground. The friction caused it to slide dozens of meters away. Johnny was thrown away on the spot by inertia. Any ordinary person could basically say goodbye to the beautiful world. However, Johnny was not an ordinary person. When he crashed into the car, he subconsciously turned into an ghost rider and survived with the power of hellfire. However, the motorcycle was not so lucky. It was almost smashed into pieces. This time, there was no other way. Johnny looked at the motorcycle speechlessly, then raised his hand and poured hellfire into it. Under the reconstruction of the high temperature of hellfire, the original appearance of the Harley motorcycle suddenly changed. The huge skull was embedded in the front part of the car, and the whole body was covered by the silver skeleton. The thick tire burned the hellfire. Half of the fans of the Spirit Knight might have come from this cool ride. Although Carter Slade had warned him countless times not to casually use the power of the Ghost Rider, but seeing that the date time was about to arrive and he had lost his transport, he could only come up with this plan. Just use it for a little while. It should be fine. Johnny was a little worried about Hollow. He rode his mount and drove into the city. The hell chariot roared and pulled out a flame. The speed was so fast that it even made a harsh sound explosion. After smashing the layers of rain, it disappeared at the end of the road. The River Café. It was a restaurant by the river. It was a rather famous restaurant in the US. Most of it was located by the river. In the hearts of the younger generation, it was the best place to propose and date. Johnny, who was drenched in rain while riding a motorcycle, ignored the surprised gazes of the people around him and walked directly into the restaurant with a bouquet of fresh flowers he had just bought. At a glance, he saw that he was thinking about Roxanne and was sitting by the window. However, before Johnny could say anything, he saw a man in a suit sitting next to Roxanne and hugging her shoulder intimately. The man seemed to have noticed that there was someone looking at him and slowly turned to look at him. That handsome face that was like a kidney deficiency made Johnny recognize him in an instant. Blackheart Demon. Chapter 338, Price of Choice. Blackheart Demon. Johnny was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was in turmoil. Why would he appear here? Good evening, Mr. Johnny Blaze. The Blackheart Demon picked up the goblet full of wine in one hand, put it on his lips and took a sip. Then his lips curved into a faint smile. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Why don't we come over and sit together? Johnny looked at Roxanne and found that there was indeed something fishy. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. She was like a puppet in the dark demon's arms. It was obvious that her mind was controlled by magic. In an instant, anger filled her entire body. Johnny glared at the black demon in front of him, and there seemed to be a flame rising in his eyes. The temperature in the entire restaurant suddenly rose several levels. The rain attached to Johnny's body was directly evaporated, turning into white smoke curling around his body. His skin was a strange orange-red color, like a red-hot shrimp emitting hot heat. This was the precursor to the transformation. Seeing that Johnny was about to transform into an ghost rider, the black demon calmly touched Roxanne's face. The meaning revealed in his disdainful eyes could not be more obvious. As expected, Johnny, who had been held in place, did not dare to transform into an ghost rider. Helpless, Johnny could only suppress his anger and walk over to sit opposite Black Heart Demon. He gritted his teeth and said, "Black Heart Demon, release Roxanne immediately. This is a matter between us. Don't involve mortals in it." Is your brain damaged by the flames of hell?" The Black Heart Demon cast a contemptuous look and said disdainfully, "Do you think a demon like me will abide by some bullshit rules?" Johnny was instantly speechless and could not refute his words. In fact, considering Mephisto's appearance of swindling and committing all sorts of crimes, one should be able to guess what his son was like. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to call him a tiger father but a dog son. "It's raining so heavily outside. You didn't hesitate to transform to come over and date this beautiful lady. It seems that your relationship should be pretty good, right?" The black demon smiled as he stroked Roxanne's face with his index finger. He said in a gentle tone, "Take your dog paw away from her face." Johnny's eyes were about to spit fire. He almost gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Black demon, don't beat around the bush with me. What do you want? You should know what I want very well." The corners of Black Demon's mouth curled up to his ears, revealing an exaggerated arc. One could even see his white teeth. "The contract of zanpakuto, is it?" Johnny's face looked a little ugly. He knew what Black Heart Demon wanted the most. "You got it half right." Black Heart Demon shook his index finger and said, "I hope that you can bring Carter Slade and the contract over to me. What do you think?" He wanted to make a contract of zanpakuto and Carter Slade. This request was too much to describe. It was simply wishful thinking. "This is impossible." Johnny slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Black Heart Demon. He growled, "The contract can't be given to you, and it's even more impossible to give you Carter Slade." The people in the restaurant were shocked. They all cast puzzled and disgusted looks. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, don't have such a big reaction." Black Heart Demon casually waved his hand and hypnotized everyone in the restaurant. Then he smiled and said, "I suggest that you think carefully. Is your girlfriend important in your heart, or is it a so-called contract or an old man?" This was a multiple-choice question. One side was his childhood sweetheart's deep love, the other was his savior and the opportunity to destroy the world. The two were placed on the scale and weighed. Which side was more important in his heart? Black Heart Demon. Johnny clenched his fists tightly. His finger bones that were too strong burst out white. The flames in his eyes were almost tangible. It was as if he was going to spit them out in the next second and burn the demon in front of him into a pile of ashes. "I advise you to calm down." Black Heart Demon sneered. He calmly faced the extremely angry Johnny and said lightly, "What if I were too nervous and accidentally killed this beautiful lady?" "You." Johnny felt extremely aggrieved, as if he had been doused with cold water. The anger that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. "Don't worry. Think about it slowly. I will wait for you at zanpakuto." Black Heart Demon hugged Roxanne as he stood up slowly. He looked down at Johnny, who was full of unwillingness, and said with an evil smile, "Before tomorrow's sun comes out, I promise that your girlfriend will be fine. I hope that you can fulfill my request when the time comes. Otherwise. Although he did not finish his sentence, Johnny had already understood the meaning of the Black Heart Demon. If he did not bring Carter Slade and the contract of San Venganza before sunrise tomorrow, the Black Heart Demon would kill Roxanne. Then, good night, goodbye. The Black Heart Demon released a black fog around him and Roxanne. Roxanne! Johnny screamed and stretched out his hand to pull Roxanne, but it was futile. The black fog gradually dispersed. Roxanne and the Black Heart Demon had disappeared. The people who were hypnotized by the Black Heart Demon in the dining room suddenly woke up after he left and returned to the previous liveliness. Only Johnny was lonely and resentful, independent of the liveliness. A cemetery in the suburbs. The wooden door of the church was slowly pushed open from the outside. Johnny, who was drenched like a drenched chicken, walked in with his stiff legs. Carter Slade, who was praying in front of the church cross, looked back and saw Johnny with a lonely face. He smiled and joked, "You came back so early on your date. It seems that it is not good news. Have you been rejected?" "No." Johnny seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat on the bench in the church and clenched his fists tightly. "I met the Black Heart Demon. He took Roxanne away." Carter Slade was slightly stunned. Soon after, he thought of something. He said with a complicated expression, "He asked you to come back. He wanted you to take away the contract of San Venganza, right? And you, he asked me to bring you and the contract with him." Johnny held his head in regret, his hands deeply inserted into the root of his hair, and he growled hoarsely, "Tell me. Carter, what should I do?" Carter Slade had a complicated look on his face. He slowly walked over and sat next to the painful Johnny. He leaned against the chair and looked at the cross. "I'm sorry, Johnny. I can't tell you the answer, because this is a choice you must face. In the future, there will be countless problems that will make it difficult for you to choose. Whether these choices are right or wrong, they will have a far-reaching impact. No one can decide all of this for you. The only person who can decide is yourself. And all you can do is make that. No matter what you choose, I will support you. Thank you, Carter." Johnny slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I have a plan. I hope you can cooperate with me." Chapter 339, Blue Flame. Thunder roared, and the rain fell like a tide. This sudden rainstorm lasted for a whole day, and it had no intention of stopping. Because the rain was too heavy, the underground water pipes in the city were blocked, and there was no time to clear the accumulated rain. The water level rose a full 2 meters, and it was almost like Venice. Countless people were cursing the Weather Bureau and reporting the weather forecast. The meteorological expert in charge of observing the weather was almost driven crazy by the storm. Originally, according to the prediction, it should be a sunny day, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden rainstorm, and there was no sign of it in advance, and there was no sign of it at all. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to happen. First of all, to form such a huge thunderstorm, it required a large amount of water vapor to rise high into the sky. After condensing into water droplets, it would form a special rain cloud. Then, when the water droplet fell, it would collide with the rising heat. After friction between the two, it would produce electric charges, the rising airflow would bring positive electric charges, and the falling water droplets would bring negative electric charges. Until the rising air could not hold up the heavy rain cloud, the water droplets accumulated in the clouds were in the process of falling, and after the sudden cooling of the lower-level hot air currents, the electric charges carried inside began to release electricity, and finally formed the lightning rain on the general meaning. The thunderstorm that enveloped Dallas was against the principles of physics. It was autumn now, and the weather was quite dry. There was no water vapor at all, and there was no way to produce hot air currents. It was even more impossible for water droplets to accumulate into such a huge rain cloud. So, where did this huge rain cloud come from? The experts of the Weather Forecast Bureau were busy. They gathered in an office and quarreled. No matter how hard they tried, they could not figure out how the rain clouds formed. At this time, in the outskirts of the city, facing the heavy rain that filled the sky, a fiery red stream of light flashed past quickly. The fiery war chariot from hell sped on the unmanned highway, smashing the curtain formed by the heavy rain in the roar of the engine. Before the torrential rain could approach, it was evaporated by the burning flames around it. It turned into wisps of white smoke that wrapped around the hell war chariot. From a distance, it looked like it was moving through the clouds. But this time, Johnny was not alone. Carter Slade, who had lost his transformation ability, finally agreed to Johnny's plan and decided to face the black demon with him. As for the reason, when Johnny asked the old man about the doubts in his heart, the old man answered him like this: anyone who sells their soul for love can have the power to change the world. Yes. In Carter Slade's view, those who can sacrifice their soul for the people they love have the power to change the world. Johnny Breach's body contained this power, which was very similar to when he was young, so Carter was willing to gamble once. How far is it? Johnny asked anxiously. Enter the desert from here. We will soon be able to see that place. Carter Slade, who was sitting behind the Hell War chariot, narrowed his eyes under the strong wind. After barely identifying the direction, he raised his finger and pointed to the depths of the desert. Sit tight, I am going to speed up. Johnny rode the Hell War chariot out of the road and headed towards the depths of the dry desert. With a roar from the engine, the burning hellfire turned into a powerful propelling force, carrying the two people through the layers of rain and moving at an astonishing speed on the desert. Not long after, the outline of a ruined and desolate town gradually appeared in the horizon at the end of the desert. The moment Johnny saw the town, he seemed to see countless wailing souls. His heart immediately rippled, and the hellfire in his pupils trembled slightly. Is that San Venganza? Yes, that is San Venganza. Carter Slade's eyes revealed a look of love, as if he had fallen into a distant memory. Many years ago, this place was still a beautiful town. The adults were kind and simple, and the children were innocent, like the Garden of Eden of God. It was because those simple and kind people had moved the angels with devout faith, and after the holy light descended, the prophecy said that 3,000 saints would appear, so it was named San Venganza. If not for Mephisto's temptation later on, this place might have become the next Vatican. We are here. Johnny's voice pulled Carter out of his memories. Carter looked around and saw a dilapidated and desolate scene. For a moment, his mood was a little complicated. At that time, I was here. I took the contract with the Holy Fang Gong and hid from being discovered. I didn't expect to come back today. We can definitely go back safely. No one will be missing. I swear. Johnny patted Carter on the shoulder, and without knowing it, he made one. Carter smiled and did not speak. Let's go. The Black Heart Demon should be inside. Let's go in and take a look. Johnny only thought that he was nervous and did not care too much. He walked to the only well-preserved church in the entire Holy Fantasia village. Whew! Carter took a deep breath and followed Johnny to the church. The journey was not long. But for this old man, it was like walking for a whole lifetime. The heavy wooden door of the church was slowly pushed open, and the scene inside gradually appeared in front of their eyes. Roxanne. Johnny saw his beloved woman at a glance. At this time, she was tied to the cross like a suffering saint, and the Black Heart Demon was waiting at the side. The Black Heart Demon's gaze passed Johnny and fell on the old Carter Slade behind him. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seems that you have abided by our agreement. Then, where is the contract? It's here. Carter Slade took out a yellowing sheepskin scroll from his bosom and raised it high above his head. Black Demon, the contract you want is here. Release that innocent girl quickly. That was the contract between the two of them. Even though he was still more than 10 meters away, the black demon still felt a familiar aura. The scroll emitted the mana fluctuations of Mephistopheles. Come on, read the book and get all of them. This allowed him to confirm that it was the real contract between the two of them. Quick, quick, hand him over to me. The black demon's eyes were filled with intense greed. He could not wait to turn into a black mist and rush over, wanting to take away the contract. Stop! Johnny grabbed the contract and gathered the hellfire in his palm. He threatened, if you dare to take another step closer, I will burn this contract. Ha ha ha! Blackheart Demon laughed out loud when he heard that. He mocked, the contract of San Venganza is a magic tool refined by Mephistopheles. Do you think you can destroy it with just that little bit of hellfire? Don't forget that even you evil knights are nothing more than his lackeys. Your father still has something he hasn't told you, right? Carter suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the black demon's wild laughter. He said, although the evil knight is controlled by your father, it does not mean that we are created by your father. The black demon's pupils shrank slightly, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Do you remember? Johnny sneered and said, the power of the Ghost Rider comes from the vengeful spirit in our bodies. Boom! The burning hellfire faintly showed blue. Chapter 340, Exposed. The Vengeful Spirit. Blackheart Demon's face suddenly darkened, his eyes cloudy and uncertain, as if he was really intimidated by Johnny. The light blue flames and the red hellfire mixed together, and the two intertwined, showing a mottled and strange color. It did not look like pure hellfire, nor was it an unknown blue flame. However, it was this kind of mottled and full of impurities that made the arrogant Blackheart Demon dare not take a step forward. The Ghost Rider originated from the vengeful spirit. However, Mephisto had never told him about the origin of the vengeful spirit. In the past, whenever he asked about this matter, he would see the sly and treacherous father of the Demon King reveal a secretive expression and strictly warn him not to investigate the origin of the vengeful spirit. It was obvious that with Mephisto's status, he was very afraid of this matter. However, the Dark Demon, who was still in its infancy, did not think much of it. It felt that Mephisto was making a big deal out of it, so it secretly investigated the origin of the vengeful spirit under the urge of its strong unknown desires. In its eyes, the Ghost Rider was just a dog raised by hell. Even if he had a little ability, could he be stronger than his father? Mephisto was known as the king of all demons, and the territory of hell ruled over the universe. He was one of the demon kings closest to the position of Satan, and there were only a handful of people who could match up to him. But reality proved that. Never underestimate the ability of a demonish brat to stir up trouble. Even though thousands of years had passed, the Blackheart Demon could still clearly remember that when he attempted to use evil dark magic to pry into the memories of the vengeful spirit, a pair of large hands burning with blue flames suddenly appeared, directly tearing open a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles long in the entire hell. Then, a giant blue eye that was not mixed with any emotion, cold and terrifying, looked through the torn cracks in the hell like a high and mighty god, overlooking all the creatures in the hell. As for later, it was unknown what Mephisto and the giant blue eye talked about. In short, after sending the giant blue eye away, he hung it up and beat it up for more than 100 years. During that time, he even used tens of thousands of punishments. Even now, when he thought about it, the black demon felt his liver tremble. Because of this, when he saw the faint blue in Johnny's flames, he felt extremely fearful. Although he did not know the origin of the vengeful spirit, at least Blackheart Demon knew that the blue flames were not easy to deal with. If he could not get the giant eye out again, then there would be no father who could help him block the gun. Now, back off! Johnny shouted fiercely, clenching the sacred Feng Gong contract in his hand, as if Blackheart Demon would burn it down in the next second if he did not do what he said. No problem, my friend. The Blackheart Demon's eyes were as gloomy as water. He forced out a stiff smile. although he was extremely unwilling in his heart and even wanted to kill Johnny. However, there was a handle in Johnny's hand. In the end, the Black Heart Demon could only obediently raise his hands and slowly retreat backwards. Johnny! Don't be agitated. Think about your girlfriend. If the contract is destroyed, she will die. Hurry up and release Roxanne. Johnny's pupils were burning as he shouted impatiently. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Black Heart Demon suddenly felt that something was wrong. His dark pupils were pulled into a vertical line, flashing with a cunning and treacherous light as if he was scanning Johnny. Through observing the facial expressions of the person, as well as the emotions emanating from the heart, as well as the opening and secretion of the pores, the language movements of the limbs, and so on, they could accurately react to a person's current state. His father was good at scamming and swindling, and as his son's black demon, it was naturally impossible for him to lose this ability. Soon, he discovered a flaw. Johnny's hand that was holding the scroll was trembling at a very difficult to detect degree. Moreover, from the trembling flames in his pupils, it could be seen that Johnny's heart seemed to be filled with nervousness. Nervous, trembling, his gaze drifting. Combined with all the previous situations, it would usually only appear on people who were lying. In order to verify his conjecture, the Black Heart Demon's gaze shifted slightly. He turned to observe the mottled color of the flames and then found a slight clue for him. The blue flames mixed in the hellfire actually did not come from Johnny himself, but from some special substance. After being ignited by the hellfire, the color it showed when it was released. In other words, it was fake. It was not the so-called vengeful spirit at all. Johnny did not have blue flames at all. He was also Mephisto's lackey, the Ghost Rider. After seeing through Johnny's fake calmness and seeing that it was actually a lie that was a fox exploiting the tiger's might, the Black Heart Demon curled his lips into a sneer, his dark pupils revealing a mocking expression. Not bad, Johnny, I was almost fooled by you. Do you really think I can't see through your tricks? You. What do you mean by this? The flames in Johnny's eyes flickered violently, and he subconsciously looked at Carter, who was next to him, as if asking for his opinion. Almost in an instant. When Johnny made this move, Carter Slade was speechless and let out a long sigh. On the other hand, the Black Heart Demon was happy and laughed wildly. Not good, I was fooled. Only then did Johnny suddenly realize that the Black Heart Demon was actually deliberately deceiving him. And his subconscious reaction, when he turned back to ask for Carter's opinion, just happened to confirm the Black Heart Demon's guess, confirming that the blue flame was fake. Just a slight subconscious action made their plan burn. The Black Heart Demon was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Johnny finally understood why Carter was so afraid and secretive about the father and son. I'm sorry. Johnny was ashamed. If he had not been careless and made a mistake, the plan would not have been exposed so quickly. Forget it. No need to apologize. I never thought that I could use this method to deceive the Black Heart Demon. Carter sighed. He did not blame Johnny. This is the last warning. Give me the contract, or I will kill this woman right now. The Black Heart Demon's voice was cold, and his eyes showed a touch of cruelty. He pinched Roxanne's neck from a distance. Ah! The unconscious Roxanne let out a painful groan, and 5 finger marks appeared on her fair neck. Don't attack! Johnny screamed. He clutched the yellowed scroll tightly, his heart in pain. You still have 3 seconds. Black Heart Demon said coldly, don't think about stalling for time. Don't think about lying to me again. Don't talk about conditions with me. You only have 1 chance, understand? Okay. It was just 1 word, but Johnny seemed to use all his strength to gently throw the yellow scroll in his hand at the Black Demon. This throw might destroy the world. However, Johnny had no choice. This was the only way to save Roxanne. Who dash? The yellow scroll drew a perfect parabola in the air. The attention of the Black Heart Demon was completely drawn to it. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. His plan could finally be realized. The next moment, just as the contract was about to fall into the Black Heart Demon's hands, layers of ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and then slowly opened like a rising curtain. A slender, white hand stretched out from the curtain that Hollow had pulled up. Then, under the surprised, shocked, and confused gazes of the Black Heart Demon and the others, he caught the contract of Zanpakutou. Chapter 341, Filial Piety. Crash! Space slowly pulled up like a curtain, and a slender and tall figure slowly walked out from inside under the gaze of everyone. The man's facial features were as perfect as a sculpture, and the lines of his face were as sharp as the axes of sword. Under his messy silver hair, a pair of sharp eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples. In the depths of his blue eyes, there seemed to be endless stars shining, and his body emitted an invisible pressure that was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. It was him. The Black Heart Demonic Line's pupils suddenly expanded. A thick look of shock appeared on his face, and he subconsciously took half a step back. His deep fear could not be described with words. It was as if countless ants were biting and biting at his rationality. The style of that sword. Even now, when he thought about it, he could feel that the wound seemed to be hurting faintly. It could even be said that if not for the Dark Divine Book, Than would have needed to rest for 100 years to slowly destroy that terrifying sword intent. Compared to the Black Demon's huge reaction, and even a bit of fear, Johnny, who was on the side, was much calmer. Perhaps it was because of the second time they met, the man in front of him let him go. Carter Slade, who could no longer transform into an Ghost Rider, was just an ordinary old man in the crowd. Facing this sudden power, he suddenly felt difficult to breathe. His whole body seemed to be pressed with 1,000 pounds of burden, and his bones and muscles could not bear the burden. Johnny saw that Carter's situation was not quite right, so he quickly injected the hellfire into the old man's body to help him resist this terrifying pressure. With the help of the hellfire, Carter Slade's condition improved a lot. He looked at the man breathlessly and said with lingering fear, "What a terrifying aura! I've only felt this feeling from Mephisto. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yet, how can he not be strong?" Johnny glanced at the Black Demon with sorrow and whispered, "If the Black Demon hadn't run fast, he would have been killed by his sword." Unexpectedly, as soon as Johnny said this, the Black Demon who was pretending to be a coward suddenly threw a fierce look at him. Showing off his shortcomings in front of the victim made the Black Demon grind his teeth, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying fierce light. Johnny curled his lips, but he was secretly happy in his heart. "I let you be so arrogant in front of me. Now that the big boss is here, let's see how you can be arrogant." Black Heart Demon was acting like a dog with its tail between its legs. He was completely different from his previous arrogant and cocky appearance. Johnny's current mood was completely different from before. He understood the principle of both sides harming each other. Although he did not know the purpose of the man taking the sacred Zanpakutou contract, it was much better to fall into his hands than to fall into Black Heart Demon's hands. At least this world would not be destroyed because of this. "Well, is this the contract of Zanpakutou?" Laud looked at the yellowing ancient sheepskin scroll. He then opened the entire contract and carefully examined it. His gaze swept over the names on it, but he did not find anything special about it. It was as if it were for just an ordinary sheepskin scroll that had existed for a long time. What about injecting spiritual energy? Laud tried to input his spiritual energy into it. However, the sheepskin scroll still did not react at all. He could not help but suspect that the authenticity of this sheepskin scroll was that Carter Slade and Johnny Blaze had secretly exchanged for the real contract of Zanpakutou. "The contract is real." Carter Slade seemed to have seen through Laud's doubts and said, "There is the magic power of Mephistopheles on it, and the name he signed is on the last page of the contract." Laud glanced at Carter Slade, and then turned the scroll to the last page. Sure enough, he saw Mephisto's name. A trace of extremely difficult to detect magic fluctuation was emitted through the scarlet-red signature. It undoubtedly proved that this seemingly ordinary sheepskin scroll was the real contract of Zanpakutou. After thinking for a while, Laud was too lazy to continue trying. He decided to ask directly, and then looked at Carter Slade. After being in Ghost Rider for thousands of years, you should know how to open the contract of Zanpakutou, right? I don't know. However, Carter Slade shook his head. Under Laud's unfriendly gaze, he said bitterly, "Don't look at me like that. I am just a hired thug of Mephistopheles. The reason I stole the contract of Zanpakutou was to prevent the world from becoming hell. How could I know how to use this?" It was reasonable and convincing. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was true. Carter Slade was only one of the many thugs under Mephisto. Even if he was lucky enough to steal the contract of Zanpakutou, it was normal for him to not know how to open the contract. That, the Black Heart Demon is Mephisto's son. He should know how to open it, right? Johnny raised a white bone finger and pointed at the Black Heart Demon that had already moved to the corner. He reminded with a voice without any fluctuation in emotions. "Why?" Seeing that Laud's gaze had shifted to this side, the Black Heart Demon had a mouthful of blood in his mouth. He, who had never been cheated before, finally experienced the feeling of being cheated at this moment. He had almost been able to leave secretly, but when Johnny said this, Laud's attention was instantly focused on him. Johnny was so happy that he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth crazily. Who didn't know how to add insult to injury? Why dared to use Roxanne to threaten me? Now, I have found an opportunity to take revenge. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Laud patted his forehead and smiled gently. He asked, "Good nephew, quickly tell uncle how to open the contract of Zanpakutou. You are the F***ing good nephew." Black Heart Demon cursed in his heart, then put on a smile. "Uncle, I don't know either. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to the circumstances." This sentence was as useful as a demon. It inherited the personality of Mephisto. Black Heart Demon had no psychological pressure at all when it came to pretending to be weak and admitting his mistake. Laud smiled and said, "You really don't know." I really don't know. When have I ever lied to you, uncle?" Black Heart Demon called him uncle. It was a kind and warm feeling. Even Carter Slade and Johnny, who were next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and showed a disdainful expression. Swish! Laud's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Black Heart Demon. He waved his hand and slapped him. Pa! This slap could be said to be full of force, causing Black Heart Demon to flew. Then, he flew out uncontrollably and crashed into the outer wall of the church. He wanted to plow through the ground for a full 20 to 30 meters before stopping. When he finally got up and saw the symptoms of stars in his eyes, he slapped his face again. Pa! The Black Heart Demon followed the original trajectory and flew back into the church, directly breaking a heavy beam. Wait! Before the Black Heart Demon who struggled to get up had finished speaking, his face was slapped again, and he flew out of the church again along the original trajectory. Don't! Pa! Pa! Chapter 342, Daddy's here. Pa! The sound of the slap and the intimate contact of the face sounded in succession, like a wonderful music playing. For a moment, between the church and the outside, the Black Heart Demon was so fast that he almost pulled out an afterimage. It was too brutal. It was simply exaggerated to fan an afterimage. The ground, which was barely considered flat, was forcefully plowed out a several meters deep ravine by the Black Demon that was shuttling back and forth between 2 points. It was obviously the result of Laud deliberately controlling his strength and direction. The expressions on Johnny and Carter's faces changed from gloating at the beginning to being unable to look straight at him, and there was even a faint trace of sympathy in their hearts. "Uncle, please show mercy. I remember. The black heart demon's face was swollen like a pig's head. He rolled and crawled up from the ground, shouting, "It was my nephew who remembered wrongly just now. I remember how to open the contract of Sanvengansa." Who? The falling palm suddenly stopped, only a few millimeters away from his face. "Good nephew, it's good to be so sensible early. After slapping you so many times, uncle's hand hurts." Laud gently stroked the swollen face of the black heart demon, and his lips held a gentle smile. He said, "Now can you tell me how to use the contract? I was the one who was slapped, and you still have the nerve to say that your hand hurts?" The resentment in the black heart demon's heart almost broke through the sky, but he still had to squeeze out a flattering smile on his face and obediently replied, "In order to open the contract of Sanvengansa, it requires a specific spell. This is an insurance set by Mephisto. So that's how it is." Laud finally understood why Mephisto would use a contract to trade. Since the contract was in the hands of Carter Slade, Mephisto should know about it. With his ability, if he wanted to get the contract, there was no need to go through the deal. He could just directly snatch it over. But since Mephisto knew this, he still used the contract of Sanvengansa to negotiate the deal. It was obvious that this old fox had already expected this and set up an insurance device. That was why he let Carter Slade, who was holding the contract, run for thousands of years without being in a hurry to catch it back. However, Mephisto should never have thought that the secret of opening the contract would be leaked by his son, the Black Heart Demon, right? Thinking of Mephisto's flustered and exasperated look, Laud felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. The smile on his lips could not help but become gentler. "If I tell you, can you let me go?" Black Heart Demon mustered up his courage and asked. "I can guarantee that I won't slap you." Laud smiled back and said, "As for whether to let you go or not, wait until I test the authenticity of the spell. Are you still human? I told you the spell, and you got a guarantee that you wouldn't slap me?" Black Heart Demon felt a mouthful of old blood in his heart. Even if the demon's physique was extraordinary, at this moment, he felt his heart twitch. He saw stars in front of his eyes and almost died of anger on the spot. Endure it. He had to endure it. Now was not the time. Let him be arrogant for a while. When Lord Than arrives on Earth, if I don't tear you into pieces, I will not be called the Black Heart Demon. After a storm of thoughts, the Black Heart Demon suppressed the anger in his heart and put on a flattering smile on his face. "By the sacrifice of the soul, call forth the demon in the depths of hell. In my name, borrow your power to awaken the sins of this world. May the sun fall to the west dust, may the light fade away, listen to my call, rise from hell, and let the darkness descend." As always, it was long and complicated, and it had to be used Latin. God knows why the spell to summon the angel and demon must be used in Latin. Could it be an official language? "Are you sure this is a spell?" Laud narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Yes, I am very certain. This is the spell to open the contract of Sanvengansa." Black Heart Demon's expression was slightly stiff. He laughed dryly and said, "I won't lie to you. Please believe me." At this time, Johnny's voice suddenly came from the side. "Not necessarily. Don't forget that he is Mephisto's son." "That's right, no one knows whether the spell is real or fake except Mephisto. What if he uses other spells to deceive you and summons something else?" Carter echoed. Black Heart Demon. He suddenly regretted not killing these two bastards in advance. Faced with Laud's scrutinizing gaze, the Black Heart Demon had no choice but to muster up his courage and look at him with a righteous expression. He vowed solemnly, "Don't listen to the two of them. I guarantee that this is true. This is the spell that Mephisto had set up. It must be fake. How could Mephisto possibly give you the real spell?" Carter Slade sneered. That's right. How could he give you the real spell?" Johnny followed up. "He saw that Mephisto is not here and deliberately used a fake spell to fool you." "Bullshit. Don't slander me. Black Heart Demon glared at the two of them and growled, the spell is real. If you have the ability, call Mephisto over. I will confront him face to face. Sure. The sudden inserted sentence stunned the three of them. Facing the surprised gazes of the three people, Laud dusted off the dust on his sleeves and said indifferently, since we can't determine whether it is true or false, why don't we call Mephisto over and let him personally identify whether your spell is true or not? Wait, you mean, you know Mephisto? Black Heart Demon's face froze in an instant. He swallowed his saliva and asked. What do you think, my dear nephew? Laud looked at him with a smile that was not a smile, then raised his foot and stomped the ground. Boom! The ground within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters seemed to shake as if it had been struck by thousands of tons of meteorites. A huge crack suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Under the deep red abyss that was burning with flames, there was a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Along with the thick smell of sulfur that rose up, it filled the entire church. Dong! 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 The dull sound of the walking stick hitting the ground gradually came from the bottom of the abyss of flames, becoming clearer and clearer. And the face of the black demon, under the illumination of the hellfire, became as ugly as a dead person. An old man wearing a black suit with his hair neatly combed walked out of the abyss of flames with a walking stick in his hand. His dark red eyes swept over everyone, and the terrifying pressure mixed with it erupted like an ocean. Carter Slade felt as if he had fallen into an icehouse in an instant, and subconsciously called out the identity of the old man, Demon King. Mephisto. Father! Father! Black Heart Demon was shivering. Mephisto. Johnny's eyes were filled with hatred. Although the three of them had different reactions, deep in their hearts, they were afraid of this old man. Mephisto's gaze finally landed on the black demon. The temperature in his eyes suddenly dropped. My dear son, we finally meet. We have been apart for such a long time. Did you miss me? The Black Heart Demon. Chapter 343, Abiding the Contract. Black Heart Demon was instantly dumbfounded. He was originally flustered and exasperated, and it was just a casual remark, but who would have thought that Laud was so ruthless that he actually summoned it? The most important thing was, the entire summoning process was extremely simple, and it could even be said to be somewhat blinding. Without any spell medium, just a stomp of his foot had summoned Mephisto. This was great, he had blown his own horn. Black Heart Demon was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He had a premonition that he would be beaten up badly, and it would be a combined duel-style fight. There was no need to say anything about Mephisto. His son had secretly left home to become a monk, and he had to steal his things to start a new life in the human world. There would definitely be a lot of people who came from a fatherly education. As for Laud, later, when he and Mephistopheles confess, they would send out that spell was fake. At that time, he would have to let him experience his uncle's love. After this beating, would he still be able to live? Black Heart Demon swallowed his saliva, his eyes unconsciously glancing to the side, trying to find a way to escape. However, before the Black Demon could put his thoughts into action, Laud seemed to have seen through his intentions. He pointed at Hollow, and his spiritual energy condensed into 6 pieces of light, binding him in place. Bakuto number 61, 6 rods prison of light. The degree of restraint of the 6 pieces of light was not very strong for him. He could break free instantly if he forced it to explode. But the problem was, a slender, white palm landed lightly on the Black Heart Demon's head. When he felt spiritual power coming from the palm, he instantly dispelled the thoughts of the Black Heart Demon. He raised his head and looked at him with a slightly playful gaze, causing his heart to turn completely ashen. Escape? Stop messing around. If there was even the slightest movement, the destructive energy contained in the palm would shatter his brain in the next second. The life force of a demon was strong, but it was not strong enough to be alive even if its head was smashed. Moreover, with Mephisto standing at the side, even if he wanted to use magic, he could not do it. Although he was not strong enough in the human world, it was still easy to stop him from escaping. While Blackheart Demon was trembling, Johnny and Carter held their breaths, not daring to say a word, for fear of attracting Mephisto's attention. Mephisto vaguely threw a look at Blackheart Demon, and then met Laud with a bright smile on his face. He said, "Mr. Carl is really amazing. He only used such a short time to complete my commission. I believe that he will soon be able to compete with us for the position of Satan." Compete for the position of Satan? The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was interested. Carter Slade, Johnny Blaze, and the Blackheart Demon, who were present, changed their expressions drastically when they heard Mephisto's words, and their hearts were in turmoil. As the last son of Hell, Blackheart Demon was abandoned by him, but he was still very clear about the weight of the word Satan. Among the numerous demon kings who wielded the shards of Hell, there are no more than 5 who are qualified to compete for the word Satan. And having the qualifications to compete for the position of Satan means that it must be a powerful demon king of Hell. Although Mephisto had always had the habit of talking big, and his words were half true and half false, the key information was not Satan, but the origin of this man. He was actually one of the demon kings of Hell. So that was how it was. Blackheart Demon looked at Laud with a hint of understanding in his eyes. This man was the same as Mephisto, the demon king who controlled one of the Hell fragments. On the other hand, Johnny and Carter, after hearing Mephisto intentionally or unintentionally reveal that Laud was the demon king of Hell, their faces instantly became ugly as if they had eaten shit. Although all the signs before had vaguely revealed that Laud's strength was biased towards Hell, they would never have imagined that this man was not only one of the demon kings of Hell, but also had the qualifications to compete for the position of Satan. As Laud stroked the head of the black demon, he held a playful smile and said, "Old Meph, I have completed your commission. Should I fulfill your promise now?" "Of course, no problem." Mephisto held his walking stick with both hands, and the wrinkles on his face bloomed like chrysanthemums. "According to our agreement, the contract of San Venganza belongs to you." Laud frowned slightly when he heard this. He said, "Old Meph, did you forgot something else?" "Really?" Mephistopheles was surprised. "I don't think so. Didn't I give you the contract? My people are still in your hands. When are you going to let him go?" Laud said expressionlessly. "Oh, you mean that man?" Mephisto pretended to be enlightened, and then his face revealed a trace of embarrassment. He said, "Although I really want to return him to you, it doesn't conform to our transaction content." Yes, this was Mephisto. However, Laud had already guessed that Mephisto would definitely act shamelessly. Therefore, he was not surprised at all. He just wanted to see what tricks Mephisto would play. Laud calmly asked, "So, you want to go back on your word?" "No, no, no. It seems that Mr. Carl must have misunderstood me." Mephisto pretended to be surprised, as if Laud had wronged him. He even said with a hint of grievance, "When I signed the contract, I only promised to give you the contract of San Venganza as a reward. When did I promise to return that man's soul to you?" Johnny heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. This feeling was too familiar. When Mephisto promised to cure his father, and later killed his father, he used this ugly face. If not for the fact that he had no ability to resist, he would want to burn this damn red-skinned evil ghost to death. "I understand." Laud nodded slightly and said, "You mean to say that the content of our contract is only limited to the contract of San Venganza, right?" "That's right Mephistopheles revealed a sly expression on his face. He smiled like a hateful profiteer and said, "But if Mr. Carl regrets it, you can also use the contract of San Venganza to exchange for your subordinates." Laud's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. It turned out that Mephisto's goal was still a contract. "No, you must not give the contract to Mephisto." Seeing that Laud seemed to be tempted, Carter Slade could not sit still and shouted, "If he gets the contract of Zanpakuto, the whole world will become hell." Pa! Mephisto looked at Carter in disgust, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. "It is a precious virtue and quality to remain silent when others speak. I hope you can remember it." Carter's mouth was sealed by magic, and he could not speak. He could only stare at Laud anxiously. What he said makes sense. Laud pondered for a moment and said, "I can still find a way to free my subordinate. There is only one contract, so we shouldn't exchange it." Mephistopheles was surprised. Chapter 344, Ruthless. "No. No more exchange?" Mephisto's expression froze slightly, as if he had not expected Laud's choice. He said dryly, "Mr. Carl, is the value of that man in your heart inferior to the mere thousands of souls in the contract?" "Old Meph, you're joking. The true value of this contract cannot be described by just a few thousand souls, right?" Laud played with the sheepskin scroll in his hand and looked at Mephisto with a faint smile, as if he wanted to see what he was thinking from his expression. Unfortunately, Mephisto was very cunning, and there was no flaw in his expression. He just sighed regretfully and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Carl. I also like that man's soul very much." Was this sentence true? Laud could not see through Mephisto's thoughts, but he vaguely felt that it was not so simple. He deliberately let go of Carter Slade, Johnny Blaze, and even the Black Demon, including deliberately giving up Hashwolf now. All of this was actually Laud testing to see what kind of reaction Mephistopheles had. But unfortunately, Mephisto, who was known for being treacherous and cunning, did not reveal any flaws. He even showed the idea of giving up the contract of Zanpakuto. In fact, after meeting Mephisto, he had been thinking about a question. What did the contract of Zanpakuto represent to Mephisto? It was worth spending 1,000 years to slowly corrode this holy land. Was it the soul of the 3,000 saints? Mephisto was one of the strongest demon kings, and he was in charge of the huge hell alone. He was also a peak single-target universe level. There were at least 8,000 saint souls in his hell, so it was not logical. Or could it be, as Carter had said, that the contract of Zanpakuto could summon the gates of hell and bring the whole world into its territory? If it was purely Marvel world, Laud might have believed it. But the problem was, after the incident with Constantine, Laud uncovered a part of the world hidden in the black fog and learned that the three people in the world, hell and heaven, had ancient contracts and constraints. Not to mention whether the plan could be realized, even if he summoned the gates of hell, Mephisto might still have to be careful of the attacks from other demon kings under the combined attack of Heaven and Mountain Emperor. Even if he was made of iron, how many nails could he take? So obviously, summoning the gates of hell to devour human world, this plan seemed beautiful, but there was no possibility of implementation. Such an interesting place came, not because of the saint's soul, but also because it was impossible to devour human world. Then what was the purpose of Mephisto making the contract? It could not be because it was fun, right? A sinister and cunning demon like Mephisto would never do things without benefits and purpose, and there must be a deeper reason for it. This was also what he felt puzzled about. On one hand, he was eager for the contract of Zanpakuto, but on the other hand, he let Carter go. This kind of contradictory behavior made it impossible to guess the heart of the king of all fiends. What was he planning? "Since Mr. Carl has chosen the contract, can you give me the unfilial son according to the content of the deal?" Mephisto did not continue to pester Laud about the contract. He turned to ask Laud for the black demon. "Of course." Laud smiled and touched the shivering black demon. "But before that, I'll have to trouble you to give me the spell to open the contract of Zanpakuto." "Spell?" Mephisto revealed a familiar surprised expression. "Mr. Carl, I only promised to give you the contract, but I didn't promise to give you the spell." Laud was a little speechless. It seems that you are going to take advantage of me and play with me with these words. No, 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 Mr. Carl, you misunderstood me again. Mephisto waved his hand and said, everyone in the universe knows that I, Mephisto, will never violate the contents of the contract. Since it is something that is not stipulated in the contract, how can I give it to you? A look of pity flashed in the eyes of the Black Heart Demon, and another poor fellow who believed in Mephisto's nonsense. From heaven to hell, everyone who could move knew that if there was a man and a demon, they could not believe even half a punctuation mark. Otherwise, they would be cheated to the point where they could not even leave their underpants. If they died, they would not be able to live in peace. That person was Constantine. And the demon was Mephisto. The reputation of these two people was simply about to stink out of the sky. It was not an exaggeration to call them hateful. The contract of San Venganza, which had no incantation, was just a relatively tough piece of parchment paper. It had to be considered if it would be infected by the bacteria on it. Its value was estimated to be the same as the 200 pages sandpaper in the toilet. I understand the general meaning. Laud was still very calm. He said, according to you, you only have to obey the contents of the contract, right? This is a virtue to respect the spirit of the contract. Mephisto's old face was as bright as a chrysanthemum, as if he had already pinched Laud to death. He said proudly, so according to the contents of the contract, Mr. Carl can hand over the Black Heart Demon to me. But I have always been merciful. If Mr. Carl regrets it, I can accept it if you propose to change the contents of the transaction now. Even if Laud did not choose to change the contents of the transaction, what he got was just a piece of parchment paper. It was useless to him, so he might as well exchange it for the man's soul. At least this way, he could save some money. This way, it could be said that Mephisto had calculated it. Regardless of whether it was a transaction or not, he did not suffer any losses. He also cheated a hired thug for free and solved the black demon that ran away from home. No need. The divine light in Laud's eyes faded slightly as he said indifferently, I like people who abide by the spirit of the contract, so I will return the Black Heart Demon to you according to the contract. Before the Black Heart Demon could react, he felt the spine behind his neck suddenly clenched tightly by the two hands. Stop! Stop! The Black Heart Demon felt a trace of fear in his heart. He seemed to understand what Laud wanted to do. He opened his mouth weakly, wanting to call for help from Mephisto beside him. The next moment, Laud's eyes were bloodshot, his 5 fingers like iron pincers stuck on the Black Heart Demon's spine, suddenly pulling upwards. Crash! In a series of sounds that made one's teeth ache and bones separate, mixed with the extremely miserable howls of the Black Heart Demon. A complete spine, along with the head of the Black Heart Demon, was actually forcibly pulled out by Laud with brute force. Carter and Johnny's pupils suddenly shrank, their stomachs churned in an instant, and they couldn't help but bend over and vomit, almost throwing up the dinner they had made. Bang! Under Mephisto's furious gaze, Laud kicked the Black Heart Demon's body. Laud Carl, what do you mean by this? Rage gushed out from Mephisto's pupils, and the space around him was even shaking. A terrifying pressure spread throughout the entire space. Of course it's to abide by the contract. Laud held the Black Demon's head and spine in one hand, and then smiled. I have already returned the Black Demon to you according to the agreement. As for the rest, it will be my reward. Gulp. Johnny swallowed his saliva. Looking at the two people facing off, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This was what it meant to be ruthless. With a single disagreement, he gave the remains of Black Heart Demon, only his spine was left. Chapter 345, 3000 Saints. The clear sound like a clock was made by blood splashing on the ground. Thick scarlet blood beads slid down along the hideous and terrifying spine, blooming in the sacred church like blooming plum blossoms. Laud's cruel method of pulling out the spine gave Johnny and Carter an indescribable shock in their hearts. The bloody scene hit the nerves in their brain and then triggered a spasm in their stomach. The acid mixed with the food that had not been digested was sprayed out of their mouths in an instant. Carter Slade admitted that he had seen countless tragic scenes, but now seeing the spine that had been pulled out, he still felt strongly uncomfortable. He could not help but look at the calm man with a horrified look. And in the eyes of this man, all of this was like a trivial matter. The Black Heart Demon's shrill screams gradually weakened. He was held in his hands like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and his conceited dignity and pride were trampled under Lod's feet. It was likely that even he himself had not expected that the son of hell would one day be turned into a goat scorpion. Mr. Carl, this does not conform to our contract content. Mephisto's face darkened. He suppressed his anger and said, "What I want is the black-hearted demon. It is a complete black-hearted demon. It is not a corpse or a part. You violated our agreement. Old Mo, this is your fault." "What did I violate the contract?" Lod raised his eyebrows. He strictly followed the contract terms and returned the part black demon. "Lord Carl, are you going to fight me?" Mephisto, who had been forced to set up a rule by him, suddenly had a gloomy look in his eyes, but this time, he did not retort, but chose to threaten directly. "Old Mo, isn't this rule of the game you set?" The corners of Lod's lips curved into a smile that was not a smile. Looking at the furious Mephisto, he was not afraid of the latter's murderous gaze at all. He said lightly, "I only strictly followed your contract terms. Why are you angry instead?" It was just a word game, and it made it seem like no one knew how to play it. Compared to the English vocabulary composed of 24 letters, China was the ancestor of this area in his previous life. If he wanted to play with him in this aspect, he was afraid that Mephisto would not be qualified. "You know, this is not what I want." Mephisto took half a step forward, and the cane in his hand smashed down heavily, shattering the granite floor into pieces. Then, endless hellfire spewed out from the cracks, accompanied by a hot and pungent smell spreading around. "It's not impossible to obtain the remaining points." Lod raised his bloody spine and tilted his head. "You exchange the incantation of the contract of San Venganza with this piece of goat scorpion. With his human path, he would still treat his body." Although foreign countries did not know about the sheep scorpion, it did not stop him from understanding what he meant. Mephisto, who was still full of smiles the last second, had nowhere to vent his anger after being tricked by the rules he had set. He could only glare at Lod fiercely and say through gritted teeth, "Lord Carl, do you really think I can't do anything to you? I guess your next sentence. Yes, don't forget, that man's soul is still in my hands. Don't forget, that man's soul is still in my hands." The voices of the two people sounded almost at the same time. If one listened carefully, they would find that Lod was obviously earlier than Mephisto. Mephisto's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart shook. His thoughts had been completely seen through by this man. "Mephisto, I advise you to save it." A hint of ridicule rose in Lod's eyes, and he said slowly, "Compared to the true use of the contract of San Venganza, do you think I care about a mere soul?" He actually knew the true use of the contract? This sentence obviously suppressed Mephisto, making him not dare to gamble with the contract. The importance of that man's soul in Lod's heart was as high as he guessed. As a lord of hell, what he lacked the most and what he did not lack the least was the soul. High-quality souls could be repaid in hell, but this did not mean that it was necessary. It could only be said that it was best to have it, but it did not matter if it were gone. In comparison, the true use of the contract of San Venganza was tens of thousands of times more precious than a high-quality soul. For a moment, Mephisto hesitated. The overly cunning Mephisto is more likely to fall into a trap. Perhaps this was the limitation of smart people. As long as one thought about it deeply, it was easy to fall into some kind of strange circle and finally collapse himself. Lod still maintained his calm demeanor, as if he did not care about his threat at all. Moreover, from the various reactions of Mephisto, he determined another very important thing, and that was the importance of the Black Demon. In some ways, it was even comparable to the contract of Wandenreich. And the reason why he was so certain about this was actually because of Mephisto's character. For a demon like Mephisto who valued benefits, if not for the value of the two, how could he show anger, or even an intention to rob, and it was even more impossible to hesitate. As for the relationship between father and son, it was best not to have such expectations for demons. From the Black Heart demon calling Mephisto's name and the various actions of wanting to kill his father, it was likely that Mephisto did not have much affection for this unfilial son of his, right? The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly dropped to a freezing point. The hellfire burning through the cracks in the granite ground shook wildly. The flames shone on Mephisto's uncertain face, as if indicating the heart of the king of all demons. At this moment, it was like the dancing flames that could not calm down. Johnny and Carter Slade on the side did not dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing the two demon kings and causing a fatal disaster. As time passed, the rainstorm outside the church continued. As the rumbling thunder resounded through the dome, all the dark corners of the church became as bright as day under the dazzling lightning. Mephisto slowly raised his head. The smile on his face was no longer the same as before. Instead, it was cold and silent. The fire of hell flashed across his eyes. With a sharp and strange voice that did not seem human, he recited a certain syllable with a cadence. Prodivraja. Zato? To Sam Demon. Samo Jekrvu Mojimo? Ima pro tak vatra. By Jason Na Svijto. A large section of Latin was spat out from Mephistopheles' mouth. The following change was that the sheepskin scroll in Laud's hand began to tremble slightly. It then displayed an ancient and inexplicable power, as if it came from the darkest abyss, an evil aura that could not be described with simple words, flooded the entire church like a tsunami. Over Wawawava. In the wild wind that rose out of nowhere, there were the wails of countless ghosts. Chapter 346, Reversal. Adona. The last syllable sounded. The entire hall of the church shook violently. An invisible force rippled in the air like water. Immediately after, the ancient sheepskin scroll ignited with flames. The originally shabby appearance gradually faded, and the names of the 3,000 saints that had been sealed for a long time became like blazing lava, slowly flowing on the surface of the contract. The true contract of Wandenreich finally shed its disguise and appeared in front of everyone. The sealed souls of the 3,000 fallen saints felt the shackles of the contract being broken. Ah! Ferocious and terrifying human faces appeared on the surface of the scroll from time to time, and they let out sharp howls as if they were ready to move, wanting to break free from the control of the contract. Gusts of cold wind blew, the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. The entire church, as well as Wandenreich, were shrouded in boundless darkness. Laud, who was in the center, was surrounded by dense dark energy. Eat them! Eat them! Eat them! What are you still hesitating for? Don't you desire to obtain power? As long as you eat these souls, you will be able to obtain even more power than Mephisto. Evil voices echoed in Laud's mind, tempting him to devour souls of these saints. That was. The voice of power was calling out. The unparalleled power was waving at him. As long as he swallowed the fallen saint's soul, he could obtain power beyond Mephisto in an instant and become a giant in the universe. Latitude, dimension, universe. The great power that controlled everything was in his hands at this moment. With just a small thought, he could become the supreme existence in the entire universe. Power. I want power. Laud's eyes suddenly became sluggish, becoming like a puppet controlled by someone, slowly unfolding the entire contract. Yes. That's it. Mephisto, who saw all of this, curved his lips imperceptibly, and a hint of pride flashed through his eyes. Finally, he took the bait. It was not in vain that he had played so many tricks. He had finally been fooled by this man. As long as he could devour fallen saint's soul, then his plan, which had been planned for thousands of years, was truly completed. Come on! Come on! Hurry up and devour them! Under Mephisto's expectant gaze, Laud released the sealed fallen saint. Then, he swallowed all the wandering souls into his body like a whale swallowing the sea. In an instant, a violent wave of dark energy, like a terrifying hurricane that could destroy the heavens and earth, it swept through the entire Zanpakutou. Ah! In the next moment, Laud suddenly held his head and let out a scream. His face became extremely sinister and terrifying in an instant. Black veins covered his face as he squirmed like a living creature. Those corrupted saints that had been devoured contained thousands of years of negative emotions, as well as extremely evil energy, constantly rampaged through his mind like a tide. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Mephisto saw this scene and could not help but be overjoyed. He looked up at the sky and laughed, "My plan has finally succeeded." Mephisto. Hearing this, Laud's eyes suddenly erupted with a terrifying bloody light. He glared at Mephisto fiercely, You actually schemed against me. Laud Carl, do you really think that someone can threaten me? Mephisto held his walking stick with both hands and revealed a mocking expression, all of this is just a trap I set for you. Ah! Mephisto. Laud half knelt on the ground in pain, his eyes filled with flames of anger. Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think you can defeat me with just a few thousand souls? Defeat you? Mephistopheles sneered and said, Don't overestimate yourself. You are just a newly promoted Lord of Hell. Is there any value in me defeating you? Just like declaring victory, Mephisto felt that victory was in his grasp. After Laud had no chance of turning the tables, he revealed his plan, Laud Carl, from the beginning, you were the vessel I chose. What? Laud was shocked and looked incredulous. No. This is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. Ha ha. Mephistopheles laughed again, you don't really think that I was threatened by you, so you told you the contract's spell, do you? Isn't it, isn't it? Laud still looked like he was in great pain as he spoke with great difficulty. Of course not. Mephisto smiled sinisterly, all of this was a trap that I had set up a long time ago. I was waiting for you to walk right into my trap, including the contract I gave you. It was within my expectations, just to let you take the initiative to devour those souls. So, that voice was you. Laud widened his eyes, as if he could not believe all of this. Then he said with a very painful expression, then the vessel you were talking about, what's going on? Ha 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 ha, haven't you figured it out yet? Mephistopheles had a mocking expression on his face. He leaned on his walking stick and slowly walked forward. Then, he looked down at Laud, who was struggling and screaming in pain. He mocked, you don't really think that the big plan I set up for thousands of years is for these mere thousands of souls, do you? Laud raised his head with difficulty and asked, isn't it, to open the gates of hell? Of course not, idiot. Mephisto's lips curled into a cold smile, and his eyes revealed a proud expression. After he swept past everyone present, he finally revealed the truth. The contract you have always been pursuing is actually just to select a suitable vessel to carry the souls of these fallen saints. What exactly is a vessel? Laud asked. The true function of the container is a key. Mephisto held the cane and tapped the ground under his feet. Then, he laughed, and the function of this key is to help me open this holy land. Holy land. A thought flashed through Laud's mind. Still haven't reacted? Laud Carl. Mephisto shook his head and said with a regretful look, it's such a pity. I thought you were very smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. How can a land that can make angels come to shine and even give birth to 3,000 saints be an ordinary land? I see. I understand now. After hearing this, Laud's face suddenly changed. He said in shock, the land of the Zanpakutou is your real goal, and the contract is only used to fool people and pick the tools for the container key. Congratulations, you finally understand. Unfortunately, it is too late. Mephisto slowly said, soon, you will be devoured by the fallen saint. In the end, you will become the key to help me open this land. I have another question. Lod raised his head unwillingly and asked, San Venganza. What is it? Tell me, I don't want to die for no reason. Well, for the sake of being a lord of hell, I'll tell you. Mephistopheles pondered for a moment and felt that Lod was no longer a threat. He might as well tell him, San Venganza was actually a fragment of heaven that fell into the world a long time ago. Interesting, a fragment of heaven. Lod slowly stood up from the ground. The black gas around him instantly disappeared, and a familiar smile appeared on his face again. Although it is roughly the same as what I guessed, I still have to thank you for your answer, my dear Mr. Mephisto. At this moment, the smile on Mephisto gradually became stiff. Chapter 347, Hand-to-Hand Combat. In an instant, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Johnny and Carter were stunned. They felt that their brains could no longer keep up with the operation of these two people. In a moment, it was Mephisto who was flustered and exasperated, and then it was Lod who was about to be swallowed up. In just a few minutes, the situation had changed several times in a row, and each time could be said to be a heaven-shaking reversal. Impossible! This is impossible! Mephisto's mood sank to the bottom of the valley. He said in a half-shocked and half-angry voice, I saw it with my own eyes. You devoured the souls of 3,000 fallen saints. Why are you fine? Well, take a guess. Lod had a very annoying smile on his lips and did not answer Mephisto's question. As for where the fallen souls went, they had now turned into 300 medium-sized souls, lying quietly in his warehouse. And it was because the system was there that he dared to swallow the souls without any scruples, and then deliberately pretended to be about to be swallowed to get Mephisto's words. You've been playing with me all this time just to make me lower my guard and get the real secret out of my mouth. Mephisto's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he felt as if he had eaten shit in his heart. This was the first time he had been tricked so miserably. I originally only wanted to play the trick and see what tricks you've played. Lod brushed the dust off his clothes and changed into a faint smile. But I didn't expect you to hide such a big secret. It seems that I didn't come here for nothing. San Venganza, it was actually a fragment of heaven. This news was a bit shocking. If Mephisto hadn't personally said it, Lod wouldn't have thought of it even if he racked his brain. It turned out that the broken was not just hell, but heaven. Although he still did not know what Mephisto wanted the fragment of heaven, from the fact that this old man had carefully concealed it for 1,000 years and even used the black heart demon as a vessel in the end, Lod guessed that this thing was definitely a good thing. After connecting all of this together, he turned around to look at the original plot. All of Mephisto's actions and logic had enough evidence and explanation. Why did he let Carter Slade go? Why didn't you stop the black heart demon in advance? Why did you say that the contract was important, but you never took it back? Because he had already set up this big game thousands of years ago. From the moment Carter Slade stole the contract of San Venganza, he secretly encouraged the ambitions of the black heart demon to leave hell and come to the human world. After the black heart demon swallowed the saint's soul, he was defeated by Johnny, who turned into an evil knight, and finally, he was used as the key to opening the Holy Land. However, there was a change in the plan. After Mephisto saw Lod, he decided to use him as a vessel and key, which was why all these things happened. After sorting out all his thoughts, Lod could not help but admire Mephisto's meticulous plan. If not for the system's help to deceive him, he might have fallen into his hands this time. In comparison, Mephisto's mood at the moment. But it wasn't that beautiful. If he used human words to describe his current mood, then it was likely that there would only be unbearable vulgarities. He had worked so hard for thousands of years, and how many people had he lied to deceive to keep this secret. Now, just as the plan was about to succeed, it was destroyed by a new Lord of Hell that had appeared out of nowhere. How could he not be angry? Most importantly, this matter was related to the fragments that had fallen into the world during the Battle of Heaven. If the Seraph or other demon kings found out about this, would he still be able to lead a good life for Mephisto in the future? The attitude of the other demon kings was unknown, but he could still appease them through flowery words. However, the fallen angel Lucifer, who was known as a morning star, knew that there was definitely something wrong with his position. If he knew about this, he would definitely not let him have a good end. There was even a high chance that he would directly chop him up with his sword. You ask for the reason? The fragment of heaven fell into the hands of the infernal king. No one would want to see this result. For his own safety, and also to keep a secret. This man must die. In the next moment, killing intent surged in Mephisto's eyes, as if millions of swords had stabbed into Lod's body. What a pity! I originally wanted to keep your soul and throw it into hell for me to play with. Now it seems that I can only kill you. Hehe, not a bad idea. Lod was not afraid of Mephisto's murderous gaze. He straightened his back slightly and said indifferently, but the premise is that you can do it. I also want to see how much strength Mephisto, who is known as the king of all demons, can display in the world. It is enough to deal with you. Mephisto's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent, and he let out an angry roar. Rumble! The roar and the thunder intertwined together, shaking the air around Hollow. An indescribable and terrifying aura like that of a demon swept through the entire church along with the earth-shattering hellfire. The body of Mephisto slowly turned into a huge red demon under the surging evil magic waves. Roar! The giant demon was 10 meters in size, directly bursting the already dilapidated chapel. This was the true form of Mephisto. The huge red body that was like lava flowing with flames, the huge curved horns that symbolized the demon on the top of its head, and the golden red vertical pupils emitted a terrifying aura, causing Johnny and Carter to have a moment of illusion that it was the master of this world. Wow, that's cool. Lod lifted his eyelids slightly and said with a half-smile, you plan to use your full strength from the start. Go to hell, Lord Carl. Mephisto raised his huge fist and threw it straight at Lod like a cannonball. To forcefully change back to his original form in the human world required an astronomical amount of magic power. Every minute and every second was extremely precious, so he had no time at all to waste on talking nonsense with Lod. Crack! 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 In front of Mephisto, space was as fragile as a piece of white paper. He was easily torn apart by a single punch. Black cracks that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. The power of hell poured down like landslides and tsunamis. It was mixed with the flames of hell, as if it could burn the entire world. Facing such a terrifying punch, Lod had no intention of retreating. A fist against a fist. In the next moment, a large and small fist collided in the air, and in an instant, a world-shaking roar burst out. The entire San Venganza town seemed to have been bombarded by missiles. It was completely torn to shreds by the violent shock waves and turned into ruins. Within the range that the naked eye could reach, a huge transparent air wave rose and spread out. Chapter 348, Hell Projection. A fist against a fist. Although the first confrontation between the two seemed to be huge, in reality, no one used their full strength. They only used pure strength to carry out a simple test. The result of this test made Mephisto's heart sink. For Lod to choose to take this punch head-on, and to be unscathed, undoubtedly made him feel a little surprised. It seems that I have underestimated you. Mephisto's blazing eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. He looked down at the tiny Lod and said, you can actually block a punch from me. No wonder you can become a Lord of Hell. Actually, I'm not very good at physical skills. Why don't we switch to another method? Lod shook his slightly numb arm. Fighting with a white fist was his weak point. It was indeed a bit difficult to fight a demon's physical body head-on. That's exactly what I want. Mephisto thought that he was being humble, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. He agreed to Laud's suggestion. In fact, demons were generally not good at close combat. Although they all had powerful physical bodies, most demons were better at all kinds of evil magic. Gates of Hell. Mephistopheles chanted an evil incantation and grabbed Hollow Kong in front of him with both hands, pulling him slowly like the curtain of a theater. Chi-la! A crack suddenly appeared in Hollow's space, and then it was pulled away by Mephisto. Then, a thick darkness surged into the world like a tide, gradually spreading out in front of everyone. In an instant, a thick, blood-red light fell from the sky, covering the entire Holy Fan gang. In the next moment, the environment they were in suddenly changed. Endless blood mist covered the world, and the smell of the wind made people want to vomit. Looking at it, there were mountains of bones. Other than the desolate area under their feet, the rest of the place was like red-hot iron, emitting a hot and hot red earth. As far as the eye could see, the entire crimson earth was covered in crisscrossed, huge canyon gorges. The burning hellfire illuminated the sky red. Countless ferocious demons let out a dull roar, constantly coming from the depths of the canyon cracks. Is this hell? Johnny couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, but it was poured into his nose by the rich smell of blood. His stomach was in a mess, and he almost vomited. This is not hell, at least, not the real hell. Carter Slade frowned and shook his head. It must be known that the latitude, composition of matter, energy, and rules of hell and the human world were all different. No matter how strong Mephisto was, it was impossible to summon hell to the human world, otherwise he would have been invincible in the world. But even if this was not the real hell, the buff effect on Mephisto really existed, and it was quite terrifying. Johnny swallowed his dry saliva and asked, "Carter, do you think he can beat Mephisto?" "I don't know, but there is not much hope." Carter Slade looked at Laud with a little worry in his eyes. There are very few people who can truly defeat Mephisto. Even if the other party is a lord of hell, it is not possible. "Why?" Johnny asked curiously. "Because, we are now in Mephisto's hell. All matter and energy here are under his control." Carter sighed and said, "Fighting Mephisto here is equivalent to fighting against the power of the entire hell. Then wouldn't he lose for sure? Should I go and help?" Johnny's tone was a little anxious. If Laud lost, Mephisto would definitely not let the two of them go. "Don't go. This level of battle is not something we can interfere in." Carter shook his head and stopped Johnny from thinking. He said bitterly, "Unless you can become a knight with blue flames, you should stay here obediently." Hearing this, Johnny was slightly stunned. Then, he asked in a puzzled tone, "Isn't this used to deceive the Black Heart demon? Is there really an ghost rider with blue flames? I didn't lie to him." Carter Slade seemed to be recalling something, and a deep fear flashed through his eyes. The ghost rider who controls blue flames, once existed. That was our true form, and not like now, we became Mephisto's lackeys. Then do you have a way to make me the skeleton of the blue flame you mentioned?" Johnny asked tentatively. "No." Carter shook his head decisively. He looked at Johnny speechlessly and said, "If I had a way, I would have used it long ago. Would it be your turn to do it?" "Makes sense." Johnny was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Then how did you know about the blue flame?" "Because, it was an agreement." Carter did not explain in detail. He seemed unwilling to explain too much on this issue. He changed the topic and said, "Now is not the time to discuss this. If that man loses, I'm afraid we will all die here." Seeing that Carter was unwilling to say more, Johnny did not force him. Instead, he turned his eyes to the two sides who were confronting each other. Within the roiling blood mist and flame waves of the nearby hell, the area within a radius of tens of meters around Lod seemed to be a pure land. Lord Karl, I'll let you experience what kind of terrifying power a demon king that controls a hell dimension possesses. Mephisto was stepping on the scarlet earth that was as hot as a soldering iron, and his aura had even surpassed that of big boss experts under the constant increase of the power of hell. The next moment, Mephisto grabbed the empty space in the air with his bare hands. Endless waves of blood seemed to be pulled up and rolled up, turning into a red trident in his palm. It was like a blood-colored meteor that tore through the sky, striking towards Lod in front of him. Boom! The entire hell instantly shook, and the blood clouds within 100 li exploded one after another. The earth cracked open as if it had suffered a heavy blow. The endless sea of blood roared, transforming into a huge wave that covered the sky and covered the earth as it pressed down. Facing the surging sea of blood, Lod, who was dressed in black, had a calm expression. He quietly pressed a hand on the handle of sword who was at his waist. 8000 style Zanjutsu. Chiang. A long, light cry of sword resounded through the boundless blood sea like the roar of a dragon. Then, the cold white light wrapped with endless killing intent exploded with an extremely sharp and unstoppable force. In a thousandth of a second, it swept across the entire hell like a hazy waning moon. The vast and mighty sea of blood was actually cut apart by this waning moon. Dong! Lod took another step forward. His right hand, sword, was like the moon in the sky, slashing down from above. 8000 style, Zanjutsu, full river star. The crescent moon emitted a hazy brilliance. Endless sword light followed the momentum, gathering specks of light that shone like stars. It was like a galaxy that hung from the 9 heavens, pouring down majestically towards Mephisto. Childish! Only a child would play with this kind of thing. Mephisto let out a cold snort, as if he was mocking Lod for overestimating his own abilities. He stabbed the crescent moon with both hands, and the flames of hell wrapped around the tip of the fork, transforming into a roaring flame dragon that crashed into the crescent moon. Rumble! The flames collided with the crescent moon, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The visible flame waves carried the fierce sword astral winds, and it was like a sea of billions of dragons and snakes that gathered together. It tore open the scorching earth like a soldering iron, and the enormous pillar of air that shot into the sky directly shattered the bloody cloud. Chapter 349, Good Guy. The bloody light dispersed, and Sword's light shattered. After Mephisto destroyed the crescent moon, he stood proudly above the sea of blood, and his mighty voice spread out, shaking the surrounding space. Lord Karl, it seems that you do not understand how a demon king who controls hell should fight. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. Sword pointed at the ground and smiled coldly, if you have time to talk big there, why don't you let me see the so-called fighting method you speak of? You will see it, Lord Karl. Mephisto's face was slightly cold, and then his loud voice resounded through hell, my children, let this man see your strength. Rumble! The entire earth seemed to be shaking. Countless scales rubbed against each other, and howls rose and fell from all directions. Under the horrified gazes of Johnny and Carter, countless ferocious demons crawled out from the huge cracks in the valley that covered the entire hell, surging towards them like a vast ocean. Ha 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 ha! Did you see that? Lord Karl. Mephisto spread out his hands and said with a sinister smile, this is the real fighting method of the Demon King. You won't even need me to do anything and you will be exhausted to death by these demons. Lord. Seeing this, Mephisto thought that he was afraid, so he laughed even more wildly. It's too late for you to escape now. In this hell projection that completely separates the outside world, your strength will be exhausted sooner or later, and you will eventually be devoured by this group of inferior demons. Eat him! Ha ha ha, I haven't tasted the taste of the Lord of Hell. All of you, get lost. He is mine. Let me go first, let me go first. The overwhelming demons let out shrill howls and crowded together as they surged towards Lod with greed in their eyes. They could not wait to tear him into pieces and then devour him. Devouring the soul of a lord of the inferno was a great temptation that no demon could resist. Unexpectedly, the stunned Lord suddenly grinned and said, "Thank you, Mephisto. What a good person." He knew that he lacked souls now, so he specially summoned so many demons for this gift from Mephisto. In the future, if anyone said that Mephisto is a bad person, he would definitely be the first to refute. "Thank me?" Mephistopheles was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Lord suddenly wanted to thank him. Boom! The huge storm formed by spiritual power soared into the sky, directly crushing the blood clouds in a radius of 1,000 miles. In the sky above the huge hell covered by the blood-colored light, the clouds suddenly became dark and dense. The thick clouds rolled over like a tide. The originally hot and unbearable environment suddenly became a little cold. Bang kai! Digwaran Hyauran Meru. Lod's eyes were cold, and his whole body was covered by the armor made of ice. The ice crystals on his back condensed into a huge dragon wing. His entire right hand was covered by a ferocious dragon head, and there was a sword blade with extreme cold in his mouth. 12 dark purple ice flowers quietly floated behind him. Hiss! Johnny and Carter gasped, because they saw a shocking scene. The area within a few thousand meters with Lod as the center turned into a cold frost domain. Even the flames of hell burning deep in the canyon were frozen under a thick layer of ice. Even Mephisto, after seeing the ice-blue domain, his face could not help but tremble. What kind of power is this? Old Mo. Lod smiled and said, "Let me teach you something. In the face of absolute strength, there is no point in simply piling up numbers. For example, now. Wang. Sword, who was suffused with an icy blue spiritual power, casually swept past the space. A wisp of extreme coldness condensed and formed a circle of light blue rings visible to the naked eye. Then, it suddenly swept across a range of nearly 1,000 meters like a storm. Ice Dragon Tornado, Void. As Lod's cold voice fell, the demons that rushed over like a tide were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures the moment they came into contact with the light blue ring. Even the burning hell fire could not melt them. Acquired, low-grade soul *10. 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 The system notification sounded in his mind. Lod was in a good mood, and the corners of his lips could not help but rise. If not for the current situation, he would have hugged Mephisto and kissed him. This was more than what he had done in the past few months. But soon, Lod frowned again. System, why are they all low-level souls? Demons should be medium-level souls, right? The demon summoned is restricted by the current projection of hell, and their strength is the lowest level of hell, so their value is equal to ordinary humans. F***ck the North, is there a mistake? After listening to the dog system's explanation, Lod was instantly angry. Even the lowest level demon should not have the same soul quality as humans. The system didn't say anything, probably because it didn't want to talk to him. His good mood instantly disappeared by half. He originally thought that he could get rich in one go, but he didn't expect to be restricted by the dog system. Inferior souls were inferior souls. It was better than nothing. And there were so many inferior souls waiting for him here. Killing all these demons would cost at least tens of thousands. At that time, he might be able to exchange for a few superior souls. Lod turned his gaze back to the remaining demons. Out of curiosity, he licked his lips and a glint flashed in his eyes. Inferior souls, here I come. For some reason, the inferior demons suddenly felt their hearts tremble. It was as if they could see a trace of excitement in this man's eyes. Clusters of birds and icicles. Lod waved his sword, and the arrows condensed into ice turned into a storm that fell down from the sky. Boom boom boom. For a time, the demon army suffered heavy casualties, and none of them could block the piercing of the ice blades. The ground was full of corpses and flesh, and the screams were everywhere. In front of a lord of hell, these inferior demons were just cannon fodder. They couldn't even block them. They could only let them slaughter. As the blade of the high iron maras swept past, they were cut into a large patch like wheat. Mephisto held his arms in front of his chest and watched all of this coldly. He did not stop Lod from slaughtering these demons. There were countless such inferior demons in his hell. Even if more of them died, he would not feel distressed. On the contrary, it was impossible for Lod to always have strength. Sooner or later, he would be exhausted. It was extremely worthwhile for him to use a mere tens of thousands of demons to exhaust a lord of hell. Chapter 350, Doing My Best. Gradually, Mephisto sensed that something was wrong. Seeing that this group of demons was about to be killed, Lod did not show any signs of exhaustion. Instead, he became more and more lively. Lod, who was dressed in black, slowly walked over, and wherever he stepped, he would turn into eternal frozen soil. The heavy dark clouds that covered the sky like tides also expanded their range at a speed visible to the naked eye with the man's footsteps, and even gradually eroded the original projection of hell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lod was surrounded by extreme cold storms, and the long sword in his hand was raised again. His face was cold and ruthless, like an executioner in the execution ground, and he issued a judgment on the remaining demons. On the ice-blue sword blade, a terrifying spiritual power that could not be described with words exploded, and an extreme bone-chilling cold rushed into the sky. The demons looked up at the sky and saw a giant creature that was entirely made of ice, with antlers, horns, ears, and rabbit eyes. Endless pressure descended like a vast ocean. The next moment, the giant dragon formed from ice flapped its wings and descended from the sky, bringing with it endless frost storms that swept across the earth, freezing everything in its path, leaving behind transparent ice sculptures. Clang! As Lod slowly returned Zanpakuto to the sheath, a crisp sound echoed in hell. The tens of thousands of demons that had turned into ice sculptures instantly shattered, turning into countless sparkling ice shards that scattered in the air. From a distance, the sparkling ice shards looked like a light blue mist under the illumination of the flames of hell. There was an indescribable beauty to them. Johnny and Carter's expressions were stiff. They looked at Lod as if they were looking at a monster. They really wanted to ask if he was still human. That was an army of tens of thousands of demons. In the face of such an overwhelming number, even if Carter did not lose his strength and tied up with the Ghost Rider Johnny, the two of them had endless physical strength. It was impossible to deal with such a large number of demons. But in front of this man, the army of tens of thousands of demons only lasted for a short 10 minutes. 10 minutes, enough? Even eating a meal was more than 10 minutes, maybe just enough for a cup of coffee. Is this, the Lord of Hell? Johnny swallowed his saliva. He was glad that he did not anger Lod, otherwise, he would have been cold now. I take back what I said before. Carter was old and was scared enough. He said, maybe he really has a chance to defeat Mephisto. Johnny nodded silently, indicating that he agreed with Carter's Slade. That man. Maybe he could really defeat Mephisto. On the other side of the battlefield, Mephisto seemed to have an ugly expression on his face. He had not expected that his previous method would not have any effect on Lod. Is there anything else? Lod felt that he was still unsatisfied. He looked at Mephisto in the distance and tilted his head, asking, I feel a little tired now. Why don't you call tens of thousands more to try? Maybe I will die from exhaustion. Mephisto's eyes were gloomy. He was so angry that he could not speak for a long time. To kill tens of thousands of demons in one go without even taking a breath, Lod was clearly playing with him. Although there were countless such inferior demons in his hell, even if he threw out more than 100,000, it did not matter, but if he lost too many in one go, it would also damage his authority in hell. Mephisto was good at calculating. Since the sheer number of demons could not do anything to Lod, even if he summoned more, it would be in vain, and it would only be lost for nothing. Moreover, if he continued to waste time with Lod, the huge consumption brought about by the projection hell would instead be too much for him. And most importantly, the longer he stayed in the human world, the weaker his strength would be. Once the projection of the infernal realm disappeared, he could only watch helplessly as Lod snatched away the Sanvengansa. You forced me to do this, Lord Karl. Mephisto held the blood-red trident, and his eyes revealed a sinister and gloomy look. He stepped on the burning huge waves of fire and came over, accompanied by a terrifying momentum like a tsunami, shaking the surrounding space and shattering inch by inch. How terrifying was the serious Mephisto! Although they had already guessed at Mephisto's strength in their hearts, when Johnny and Carter truly saw it, they found that their imagination was as laughable as a child in front of this power. Any words at this moment were too pale. The king of all fiends, Mephisto, just by standing there, the terrifying aura around him seemed as if it were about to explode the entire world. Breathing became an extremely extravagant matter at this moment. Under such a terrifying pressure, Johnny felt that even moving his fingers seemed to become an extravagant hope. On the other side, Carter Slade was even more unbearable. He directly spat out a mouthful of old blood and became dispirited. Lord Karl, open your eyes. Mephisto slowly raised his trident, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Look clearly how big the gap between us is. You regret provoking me and tremble in the eternal embrace of death. This kind of pressure. Lod's expression froze slightly. He felt this great pressure and revealed a rare trace of hesitation. Do you want to use that move? No. It's not time yet. That move will be the last trump card. Sure enough, he could not underestimate Mephisto. Although this old bastard rarely made a move, and most of the time, he gave people the impression of a liar and cunning person, but do not forget that his true body was a overlord of the multiverse, an existence on the same level as that Dormammu. Die! Following Mephisto's furious roar, his berserk aura shook the heavens. Thousands of flames of hell were summoned, like countless long dragons roaring at the same time. Surrounded by thousands of fiery dragons, the red trident was thrown out by Mephisto forcefully. In an instant, it was like a huge stream of light that cut through the sky, pulling out a wave of air that was thousands of meters long and rushing towards Lod. Rumble! In an instant, it was like countless nuclear bombs exploded in the air, instantly setting off a mighty shockwave. The enormous flowing light that was surrounded by millions of giant flame dragons tore through the sky as they passed through the sky. The space within a radius of several thousand meters was shaken by layers of ripples. For a time, it was like millions of giant beasts were galloping in all directions. The entire earth was shaking violently. The huge waves of air tore through the sky and rushed towards Lod with an extremely violent momentum. Almost in an instant. Before the terrifying attack that could overturn the world, Lod suddenly raised the sword blade in his hand. The dark as ink spiritual power turned into a giant wing of light. The deep and terrifying pressure spread across the sky above hell like a giant torrent. All things past, time ends all, can smay.